Chapter 1 Uchihamoto Aki. Brain Storage Place. Konoha 28 years. Konoha Village. In an ordinary training ground. Boom. The two figures collided dozens of times with lightning and flint, causing gravel to fly on the ground in an instant. A tall and handsome figure. He jumped up high and quickly formed seals in his hands. Fire escape huge fireball. A high-speed ball of fire, carrying a majestic impact, rushed toward a beautiful purple figure in the field. Not bad, boy Yuan Ming. The beautiful purple silhouette made me sigh in admiration. The three seals in the hand are formed, water release, water dragon bullet technique. A water dragon formed by water flow rushed out from the show mouth. Bang! The fireball collided violently with the water dragon. The water vapor and the firelight are lingering together. This area instantly became like a steam hell. The high temperature and water vapor caused the gas in the space to move horizontally to the surrounding areas. Boom boom boom. The two figures quickly broke away, each took a stance, and stared at each other intently. The tall and handsome figure was wearing Konoha's standard green ninja vest. A beautiful purple figure, wearing traditional Uchiha clothes. After a while, Qianying said with a smile, Yuan Ming-jun, that's it for today, we will go on patrol soon. Let's call it a tie today. Hear the words. Uchihamoto Aki, put down his guard. Take a deep breath. Hey! Sister governance is still so strong. Responded. He pondered in his heart. Although neither side used the Sharingan to engage in serious combat. Just a routine sparring session. But this beautiful figure opposite is. In the original book, Uchiha Attack is said that the civil strife of the Uchiha clan ended and the strong man Izanami was developed. Uchiha governance. Now 18 years old. Able to compete with normal opponents. After using the Sharingan, his own strength is no worse than Kakashi, who just appeared in later generations. This kind of strength is enough to plan big things, just wait. The beautiful figure in front looked at Uchihamoto Aki, who was thinking about the problem, and was a little confused. He tilted his head and shook his hand. Moses. Yuan Ming-jun, what were you thinking about along the way? Did you hear the question I just asked? The young man was stunned for a moment. He opened his mouth and lied. Sister governance, I was just thinking about the situation in the clan. How should I put it, the atmosphere is a bit unfavorable. Feel sorry. When the girl heard this, she frowned slightly and sighed. Don't be sorry, I just asked Yuan Ming-jun this question too. Elder Setsuna and the leader of the Fire Corps clan are about to. Damn it! Are all the Uchiha clan's political scholars so reckless? This is not a training ground, it's almost the police station. The garrison is located within the clan. The territory of the Uchiha clan, before the Nine Tails Rebellion, had always been in the central area of Konoha. Here comes the fatal question. The second Hokage, the evil Senju Old Ghost. The deployment of surveillance guards has been carried out. The third generation of monkeys also followed Xiaokui and Cao Sui. How can we talk about this here? In case the ANBU heard it. The fact that the Uchiha clan is like a powder keg now. The young man made a stop gesture. Casually, haha. Hey! Sister Ji didn't tell me this before. The girl raised her eyebrows when she heard Xian Ji's elegance. That's because Yuan Ming-jun is already very strong now. Hear this. The young man looked disgusted. So, Sister Ji thought I was weak before. Sorry. I didn't mean that, Yuan Ming-jun. The girl clasped her hands together and looked apologetic. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him. The sadness on the girl's brows dissipated a little, and her expression slowly became gentle. That look. It's like a beautiful flower blooming as warm as jade. He stretched out his beautiful hand and gently stroked the young man's black hair. I just don't want Yuan Ming-jun to be harmed. The little boy back then has become more capable. Looking at the beautiful and gentle purple person in front of him, Uchiha Eki was stunned. I don't know what is filling my heart. An unknown emotion wrapped around his body. However, he reacted immediately. Snap! I'm an adult now, don't touch my head. It hurts. The girl gently waved her little hand and looked at the boy with a pained look on her face. Suddenly his eyes lit up, as if he had discovered something. Ouch! Is Yuan Mingjun shy? No. Stop talking nonsense, let's go on patrol. At the moment of evil, the setting sun is like blood. Inside Konoha village, Uchiha Eki led his teammates along the way without any trouble. Conduct routine patrols. I sighed in my heart. I was crossing the road in my previous life and was accidentally transported to this world by a tanker truck. Becoming an Uchiha, his parents disappeared during a mission and he became an orphan. He is 15 years old this year. Years. It was at the height of Konoha's prosperity. There was no need for young children to go to the battlefield in the First Ninja War. After graduation, he joined the police force. In one word, stable. Today, his own strength is passable, but he hasn't had any quality fights, so it's hard to say. Show a picture in your mind that only you can see. Uchiha Eki. Life level, LV3, Jounin. Energy attributes, Fire, Yin. Talent, Sharingan, LV3. Skills, Uchiharyu Ninjutsu, Fire and Yin, some conventional fire escape ninjutsu, Uchiharyu throwing technique, summoning technique, Meow Meow. Aura, One Ray. I sighed in my heart. The sparring with the management this morning increased by 0.1, and finally gathered a ray of aura. I currently have 3 Megatama, and it will take about 5 units to evolve to the Manjiki Sharingan. Alas! I wonder how much aura I can get from a real fight? It's still too slow now, and I still have the work of the guard team. Sparring with people who are weaker than me, I can no longer get aura, it must be a life and death struggle. I don't want to take risks, and I have to spar with people who are stronger than me, or not much different. However, if I spar every day and don't do my job, I'm afraid I will be dismissed and investigated. It's difficult. And is my imagination too bad? The panel rubbed by hand with a ray of spiritual light from the golden finger is really simple. This golden finger was bought in an antique shop in the previous life. The boss said it was a Persian knife that has been passed down from the Tang dynasty to the present. It is a sacrificial vessel and artifact of Manichaeism. In the sea of consciousness, a golden scimitar with flame patterns appeared. This golden finger that traveled with it can obtain the original force from the sea of the original force of the universe as long as you initiate a struggle. The original force can be transformed into wisdom and spiritual light. Just a ray of spiritual light can make yourself wise and enlightened in one day. Any skill can be learned instantly, and it can be further deduced. When I used it for the first time, I rubbed the panel by hand and was amazed. I gave this knife the elegant name of Wisdom Divine Sword. With this Wisdom Divine Sword, I constantly exchanged with my classmates during my school days. Now I pester Uchiha-ji to exchange with him. Even if it is not a life and death struggle, the spiritual light obtained is pitiful, but it has accumulated for many years. Still achieved the skills now. After all, you can't expect, casually. Before. An ordinary person who has been living in a peaceful world can make rapid progress and gain such power in his youth. Thinking of that gentle and beautiful girl, she also disappeared in the follow-up of the original work. It is likely that she disappeared in the Uchiha civil strife that is about to break out. I don't like this ending. If you want your future life to be in line with your wishes, you need strength. If you want to improve your strength, you need to consider the mechanism of the wisdom sword to obtain spiritual light. No matter what. First of all, you can have more room for operation by climbing to a high position in the clan. I am currently a well-known genius in the Uchiha clan. The top leaders will definitely resolutely implement the policies of the second-generation Hokage and will never let me be too stimulated. Under normal circumstances, the village's mission to leave the village is not worth thinking about unless there is a major change. The Uchiha clan's political armed forces security department, I am currently a security team captain. You can consider fighting for power. At this time. Bang! A signal flare lit up in the sky ahead. Captain, it's near the area we are responsible for. Chapter 2 You are destined to fail. A few minutes before the flare was sent out. Outside Konoha village. In a forest near the barrier that covers the entire village. Several figures shuttled through. The leading ninja was a tall, dark-skinned ninja. He glanced around with a vigilant look and calmly gave orders. Very good, we are close to the barrier. The information we got in Konoha village this time is very important. Everyone, pay attention. The ninjas who formed a formation around him responded in unison, Hi! Lord Wainosuke. Swish! At some point, in the gloomy forest, several scarlet and seductive eyes lit up. Hey! Damn, it's Uchiha! Wainosuke's face was as dark as water. Lord Wainosuke. The information about the Uchiha's upcoming internal strife is more important. Wainosuke turned his head sharply and stared at the ninja who spoke. The voice was a little heavy. Zangsuke, what are you talking about? The middle-aged ninja named Zangsuke lowered his eyes and looked serious. Of course I know what I'm talking about, Master Wainosuke. If the Hidden Cloud Village wants to surpass Konoha, it can't let go of any information that is unfavorable to Konoha. And the only one who is most likely to complete the task here is you, Master. Everyone, join me in holding the determination to die with honor to stop the pursuing ninjas. Everything is for the Hidden Cloud Village. Buy time for Master Wainosuke. The surrounding Hidden Cloud Village ninjas said nothing. The sound of thunder and lightning came one after another. All of them activated the iconic ninjutsu of the Hidden Cloud Village. Hey! After responding, he flashed and pounced on the Uchiha who appeared. Wainosuke looked gloomy, nodded, and turned around. Master Raikage will definitely remember your merits. After that, fly away. Zangsuke looked at Wainosuke's back, and his heart sank slightly. Lord Wainosuke, you must succeed. At this time, a Uchiha guard member appeared. His seductive and blood-red eyes stared at the disappearing figure. Don't even think about escaping. He was about to chase him. Thunderbolt. A figure flashing with blue arcs instantly appeared in front of him. It was Zangsuke. Let me see if the Uchiha who dominates the ninja world is just a name. The Uchiha ninja with an ugly look. He said in a deep voice, the lightning shield chakra mode of the Hidden Cloud Village? Damn it! The Megatama in his eyes rotated in his eyes, and he quickly scanned the situation around him. Several team members were about to fight with the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village. He was also stopped by the character in front of him who should not be underestimated. Trouble! While thinking, he quickly released the flare in his hand. Then he said coldly, none of you can escape. Bet on my name Uchiha Yasushi. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the ground under Zangsuke's feet shattered. A ferocious figure instantly appeared in front of Uchiha Jing. Really? Let me see the quality of your Sharingan. Bang! The loud clanging sound of the collision startled a flock of birds in the forest. After receiving the signal flare, the team, led by Uchiha Yuanming, quickly approached the scene of the incident. Boom boom boom! Hearing the collision sound coming from the front. Captain! It seems that the enemy in front cannot be underestimated. Uchiha Yuanming looked serious. Chakra quickly gathered in his eye sockets, and his pupils instantly turned red. The three black Megatamas rotated rapidly. He said with a serious expression. Everyone, open your Sharingan. Dare to act within the coverage of the village's perception barrier. It definitely happened. Important information leaked. The team members around, a total of 6 people, all quickly opened their Sharingans. They are all 3 Megatama. Looking at the surrounding chakra and the quality of the Sharingan, all of them are very strong players. Uchiha Yuanming sighed in his heart. It seems. Any force, even if the system is bad, it should not be underestimated during the rising period. At present, the village monitors the Uchiha, but it is still a relatively stable honeymoon period. Without being madly targeted by the group leader. The Uchiha has the heritage left over from the Warring States period, and it is a clan that worships power. With the hidden Thousand Hands, the combat power can be said to be the well-deserved first clan of Konoha. The members of the guard team are all elites with Sharingan. After all, Uchiha is very face-conscious. If the rotten fish and shrimp are put up, it will be embarrassing, and the Uchiha will not only be red-eyed. In an instant, Uchiha Yuanming's team arrived at the battlefield where the ninjas fought. Looking at the situation in all directions, Yuanming made a decision in his heart. You disperse and support your brothers. I'll go to Jing to see. Yes. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Looking at the scattered team members, Uchiha Yuanming took a deep breath. His figure quickly moved towards the most intense part of the field. Tisk. Uchiha Jing crossed paths with the opponent's figure. He jumped up quickly. The Magatama's eyes rotated rapidly, trying to find the opponent's flaws. Damn, it was a stalemate for almost 2 minutes. The Sharingan can keep up with his lightning chakra ninjutsu. The ninjutsu is in trouble. He can't hit it at all, his speed is too fast. Why hasn't the support arrived yet? If he doesn't come back, the rat who escaped in front will really. Are you looking down on me? Uchiha. Zangsuk, who had rearranged his posture, looked at Yazu Uchiha, who was still thinking about something in front of him, and roared angrily. A large amount of thunder attribute chakra is gathered in his hands. In the thunder escape chakra mode, he attacked Uchiha Yasushi at high speed. Thunder release heavy explosion style. Zangsuk instantly reached the front of Yazu Uchiha. In the face of such an offensive. Bang! Uchiha Jing seemed to be stunned and had no time to react, as his body was hit instantly. Just when Zangsuk was about to feel proud, the human body in front of him turned into petals. The pupils shrank. Illusion? Silly man! Do you think I will continue to fight with you? The figure that appeared behind Zangsuk mocked in a high-spirited manner. Zangsuk turned around and opened his mouth to fight back. It's so fancy. Are all you Uchiha so weak? Look how I tear you apart. After talking trash, he was about to continue attacking Uchiha Yazu. What's going on? The body cannot move. This is... Zangsuk watched in disbelief as a large iron nail appeared out of nowhere and nailed his body. He raised his head, looked at the arrogant Uchiha in front of him, and shouted angrily. You guy! There was a little sarcasm in the corner of Uchiha Jing's mouth, and the Megatama speed in his eyes slowly slowed down. Finally, I used the art of shackles to get rid of this guy. There is still a rat who escaped who wants to pursue him. Let's kill him directly. In front of the Sharingan, you have only the fate of defeat. He pulled out his ninja sword and was about to take Zangsuk's life. Hey? Who? Suddenly, a figure quickly passed by Zangsuk. Zangsuk could only feel the world spinning. The field of vision slowly rotated downwards, and a body came into view. That's my body. Dying? Kazuna Shuksama must succeed. As his vision gradually blurred, a handsome and tall figure emerged. Another Uchiha? Damn Uchiha! Just wait. Your fate of defeat has become clear. Your information on the civil strife will definitely reach the Raikage-sama. Looking at the fallen body in front of him, Uchiha Motoaki asked Uchiha Yazu. Brother Jing, is he the final enemy? Uchiha Jing saw the person clearly and slowly lowered his guard. Complained, "What? It's Yuan Ming, it scared me. There is another enemy, and he was delayed by this guy for 2 minutes." Hearing this, Uchiha Motoaki looked serious. "Escaped for 2 minutes? Trouble. We can't let him get away. I won't tell you any more. I'll chase after him first." Seeing Uchiha Motoaki, he was about to chase after him. Uchiha Jing hurriedly shouted, "Wait for Yuan Ming. He can't run away." "Hey? Can't run away?" Uchiha Jing raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Hey, I have already let in Quan Meru catch up." Circle Pill. Chapter 3 The Divine Sword helps me, and my heaven-defying enlightenment starts. On the other side. Looking down from the sky, in a quiet valley. A burly figure kept flashing in it. This person was Wainosuke. Very good, it has escaped the coverage of Konoha's perception barrier. Soon it will be able to. Before Wainosuke thought about it, there was a sudden movement on the side. What? Wainosuke's pupils shrank, and a gloomy voice came to his ear. "I found you." Uchiha Yuanming and Uchiha Jing appeared not far away. A colorful little cat stood aside, complaining with a exhausted face, "Jing, this is different from what we agreed, meow. You and Yuanming will make up the expenses for both of you later, meow." "I know, I will make up the expenses for you this time, Quankan Wan." After replying to the cat's complaint, Uchiha Yuanming waved his hand excitedly. "Thanks to Jing for sending Quankan Mera to follow from the beginning, the key reverse summoning is amazing. You can't run away, rat." The two of them didn't wait to say anything to Quankan Meru, and quickly ran to where Wainosuke was. "Tisk! Is it the reverse summoning of the ninja cat? I was careless." Wainosuke, who was moving at high speed, saw this and didn't know that he had missed the ninja cat following behind. "But there is no need to entangle with these two Uchiha too much, run to the junction, and get support first." Nothing in the world is smooth sailing, Wainosuke thought so, but among the people who caught up behind, Uchiha Yuanming, who was good at ninjutsu, took the lead in taking action. Buzz! I saw a little fire on Uchiha Yuanming's body, and sparks scattered from it. Boom! The figure disappeared in the blink of an eye, and when it appeared again, it had reached Wainosuke's head. "Rat, do you think you can escape?" A cold and murderous voice came. Without waiting for Wainosuke to react. Clang! Uchiha Yuanming, the ninja sword he quickly pulled out, surged with purple flames. Uchiha-style sword leaping flames. I saw a huge flame slashing like a fierce arrow, about to hit Wainosuke. Uchiha Jing in the distance opened his eyes wide. Purple flame? Combined with yin release chakra? Yuanming Jun, this kid, really deserves the name of a genius. What a trouble! Wainosuke complained about the purple flames that came into his eyes, and immediately activated the lightning release chakra mode. Using his hands as a knife, a large amount of lightning attribute chakra was gathered in a split second. Ninjutsu lightning abuse level Chomai. Clang! The collision between lightning and fire filled the surrounding air with murderous aura. Looking at the two people in a stalemate, Uchiha Jing's eyes lit up, and the Sharingan Megatama spun rapidly, and his figure disappeared from the spot, and in the blink of an eye he was behind Wainosuke. Uchiha-style Wild Wind Sword. The powerful flame blade formed a diagonal slash. Faced with such a disadvantage, Wainosuke's mouth was wide open, like a terrifying demon. A fatal breath sounded. "It seems that if I don't get rid of you two, I can't get away. I have to show my real ability." Buzz! The figure who was in a stalemate with Uchiha Yuanming disappeared. What? Uchiha Yuanming was shocked, so fast. The three Megatama couldn't keep up. Wait! That was not an ordinary lightning chakra mode just now. It felt like the same version of the lightning armor used by the Raikage in the original work. Jing! Be careful! Uchiha Jing, with his Sharingan, looked at the flames that split the air and was surprised. Hearing Uchiha Yuanming's reminder, his expression was stunned. But it was still too late. Hiss! A burly figure appeared beside Uchiha Jing, stretched out a huge hand with lightning, and quickly picked up Uchiha Jing. Boy, go to hell! Thunder Bomb! Bang! The collision between Uchiha Yasushi and the ground made a deafening sound. Uenosuke, who had dealt with Uchiha Yasushi, quickly dodged Yuanming's attack. He dodged to the side, clapped his hands, and looked at Yuanming arrogantly. Okay, now it's one-on-one, kid. Looking at Uchiha Yasushi, who was lying on the ground and didn't know whether he was dead or alive. Uchiha Yuanming's face was heavy. He turned his head and stared at the burly man in front of him. He felt depressed. What's going on? Is the spy so strong? You know, although Uchiha Yasushi is not as good as himself, he is also a serious jonin. He was hit by this guy and his life or death was unknown in an instant. No, now is not the time to consider these things. What is the origin of this guy in front of him? Now you can tell just from his standing posture. This guy is so strong. Judging from the chakra operation mode seen by the Sharingan, his lightning chakra mode is not ordinary stuff. I am afraid that I am not his opponent if he can defeat Uchiha Jing in an instant. Uchiha Yuanming felt heavy in his heart. Looking at the panel that appeared in his mind, the spiritual light value changed from 1 in the morning to 4, and he felt more confident. The head that was just taken, even if it was only the last blow, the divine sword still gave spiritual light. Added 3 units? It seems that it was given by the ordinary jonin whose tail sword I stole. Open the Mangeki Sharingan, but it's still a little short. In this case, the golden scimitar in the sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and the spiritual light bloomed. In an instant, Uchiha Yuanming's consciousness was immersed in a clear enlightenment. Even in battle, as long as the divine sword is activated for enlightenment, it will be the same as being in a quiet place, and the world outside the consciousness is still. Looking at the skill panel on the panel, Uchiha Ryu Ninjutsu, Fire and Yin. This is the Uchiha Ryu Ninjutsu that I enlightened once with the divine sword, but it is integrated with the uncertainty of illusion. If the guy in front of me is regarded as the 4th generation of Reikage in the original work, I am afraid I can't deal with it. A character that did not appear in the original work is so powerful. There are so many heroes in the world. I want to get rid of the perspective of the original work. This is a real world. Under the pressure of life and death. Uchiha Yuanming felt this unparalleled sense of reality. Divine sword, the aura that symbolizes wisdom, bring me victory. Divine sword helps me. The heaven-defying enlightenment is activated. At the same time, in Konoha village, in the Hokage's office, the 3rd generation Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of cigarette and looked at the ninjas of the barrier class and the Anbu who came to report in front of him. The face covered in smoke was solemn. Did you sense a violent collision near the chakra barrier? Was it the guards? The Anbu ninja kneeling on one knee hurriedly reported, I have consulted the guards, and they are spies stealing secrets. At present, the guards have sent follow-up reinforcements. In my opinion, the enemy rats can't escape even if they have wings. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the brightly lit Konoha village. He took a puff of cigarette and asked the Anbu in front of him, who are the intercepting ninjas? Hokage-sama, the perception team detected the chakras of the 2 warring parties. In addition to the enemy, there are also Uchiha Yuanming and Uchiha Yasushi. Just now, Uchiha Yasushi's chakras suddenly weakened. It seems that the situation is not good. Hearing the report from the perception team, Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes sank. That Uchiha genius ninja? And the situation of Uchiha Yasushi? Quickly notify Danzo and lead the route to support. Hearing this, the Anbu ninja stopped talking. Hokage-sama, the route has only been established for a few years, and I am afraid it lacks experience. That's why we need to see how good it is and whether it can be used. Hearing the words of the third Hokage, the Anbu hesitated for a moment, thought about it and took a deep breath. Continue to speak. But Danzo has always had some. Don't worry, Danzo is a ninja with the will of fire in his heart, and he knows what is important and what is not. Uchiha Chiji rushed to the scene with reinforcements. He saw Uchiha Jing lying on the ground and Uchiha Yuanming standing. He saw a burly figure appear above his head in an instant. His expression changed, and he looked anxious. He shouted, Yuanming-kun. Chapter 4 Beheading. Lightning Release, Thunder Bomb. Uenosuk flew into the air and raised his hand to attack Uchiha Motoaki. Crackling. A symphony of thunder and fire came from around Uchiha Motoaki. Boom! The clash of swords and fists caused large cracks in the surrounding land. In an instant, the two collided dozens of times. Boom boom boom! Sand and rocks flew. Uenosuk stepped aside and shouted in disbelief. What happened? Why is it completely different from just now? And you look like this. Uchiha Motoaki was surrounded by lightning and purple flames. The scarlet Sharingan flashed with brilliance, like a god. Of course it was different, but I used all my spiritual light to achieve enlightenment. The Uchiha Ryu Ninja Taijutsu, Fire and Yin, on the panel became Phantom Body Transparent Thunder Fire Chakra Mode, Fire and Thunder and Yin. The illusion body represents the illusion that integrates the chakra mode, and cooperates with the Sharingan to make the enemy unpredictable. Tongming is to integrate the use of the Sharingan into it under the enlightenment, and the fire chakra is needless to say. The lightning chakra attribute is to completely copy the chakra operation mode of Wanashuk's ninjutsu during the battle. The three are combined and run perfectly in the body. Now I am terribly strong, even though the chakra consumption of this mode is huge. I still have more than half of my chakra, about 3 cards. Enough. At this time, the reinforcements of Uchiha-ji arrived and scattered to block any possible escape route of Uenosuk. One of the Uchiha walked to the side of Uchiha Jing and leaned over to check his injuries. Master's Hilly, he is still breathing. That's good, carry out emergency rescue and rush to the hospital. Yes, sir. Looking at Uchiha's Hilly who slowly walked to his side with a worried look on his face, Yuanming said in a deep voice, Sisters Hilly, please help me to clear the battlefield next. I want to kill him myself. Don't be willful, Yuanming Jun. Before he finished speaking, he heard. Boom. Uchiha Yuanming had already attacked Uenosuk. Mo. Really? Everyone, block the escape route, and pay attention to the alert, I'm watching here. With such a big noise, the village must know, don't make any mistakes and let the village talk about it. Uenosuk didn't want to run, but he couldn't run. Damn! The route is blocked. Looking at several pairs of Sharingan staring at him, a haze floated in his heart. Hiss! Only Uchiha flew up. Kazunashuk was furious, you're fighting me alone? You're really underestimated. I don't understand why you look like this, but I'm going to teach you a lesson. After saying that, he took a stance, his eyes condensed, and a murderous intent filled his body. He sneered. Ninjas need to be efficient, kid. Bang! The two sides collided with each other and made a loud noise. In an instant, the two sides looked at each other, and their eyes released unquestionable murderous intent. Kill you! Kazunashuk and Uchiha Motoaki roared in their hearts at the same time. The two sides distanced themselves again. Uchiha Motoaki looked at his opponent calmly and took a stance. Sister Yuri, I'm sorry to have worried you. Stepping forward, bending over, holding the hilt tightly, the thunder and fire could not cover the cold light. And Kazunashuk made a seal with both hands, and a lightning bolt came out of his mouth. Thunder release, gratitude wave. Uchiha looked directly at the edge of the thunder, his expression tensed. But I'm fine now. The figure disappeared in an instant. Secret technique type I lightning. The sharp blade with lightning and fire cut through more than a dozen edges in the space. The lightning that rushed in the air was immediately cut into more than a dozen, and dissipated powerlessly in the air. What? All the lightning was cut off. Uenosuke was extremely shocked. What happened to this kid? He actually changed so much. Don't underestimate me, Uchiha. Wrapped in the armor of lightning, he rushed forward with unparalleled confidence. Bang 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 bang. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided dozens of times in the high-speed field. The trees and land within a radius of 100 meters were all turned into debris. The Uchiha on the side all opened their eyes wide. Both sides are so strong. Who are they on the other side? It seems to be the disciples of the third Raikage, Gihao and Uenosuke. What? Yuanming can actually fight him? You know, Gihao is a strong man who assisted the third Raikage to restore order and killed Kinkaku and Ginkaku. Hearing the praises of Uchiha Yuanming from the surroundings, Qianying has been watching the battlefield. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a sense of pride surged in her heart. That's Yuanming Jun, of course he is strong, but there was no such change in the morning. What happened? Is it because of Jing? Thinking of this, Qianying's good mood became a little awkward. Look, Yuanming's boy is in a state of super speed, and the erratic sparks. Hey? What's going on? The Sharingan looks a little blurry. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It's as aggressive as fire, turbulent, and disrupts the enemy's perception. There is no such secret technique in the clan, I promise. So it seems that this kid Yuanming developed it himself? God bless Uchiha, after having 4 pairs of Mangeki, he has welcomed another ninja who can rival the cage. No matter how much discussion outside the field. The two people in the field dare not be careless at all, in a high-speed state. Whoever loses focus will die. Uchiha Yuanming, with sparks and lightning all over his body, attacked the top of Uenosuke's head at high speed. Clang! Uenosuke hurriedly raised his hand to meet the lightning blade. Boom! The two sides distanced themselves again. Ho ho ho! Uenosuke took a deep breath, his face was ferocious, and he approached the boy opposite with venomous malice like a venomous snake. Kid, I admit that you are very strong. You look like this to copy my lightning chakra mode, right? What a genius, that's right, even if the information today can't be passed on, you, the threat, must be killed on the spot. After that, he raised his right hand, bent his thumb, and a large amount of lightning concentrated on 4 fingers. I'm going to show my real skills. Lightning Release Hell Thrust 4-fold Penetration Technique. Tyr. The huge god of thunder, carrying the thunder thrust that summons the death energy of the underworld, attacks. What a strong sense of oppression! Uchiha Yuanming looked at the attacking figure and sighed in his heart, you are very strong. But now I am even stronger. The scarlet Sharingan rotated at high speed. Chakra surged in large quantities, and the strange phenomenon of thunder and fire around the body increased sharply. The phantom body is fully activated in the thunder and fire chakra mode. Secret technique type 2 9-fold obscuration. Uenosuke felt a strong sense of disobedience surge in his heart. Looking at the enemy who quickly arrived beside him. I always feel something is wrong. What's going on? The image of the Sharingan appeared in his mind, but it disappeared immediately. No matter what, kill this kid first, the 4-fold penetration technique is invincible. Boom! The thrust collided with the blade. The little ghost in front of him dissipated like bubbles, and the expression of Uenosuke, who was about to mock his opponent for being so vulnerable, changed. No! No! Something is wrong. Uenosuke woke up as if from a dream. No, little ghost. Before he finished speaking, 9 cold flashes of lightning and fire flashed. Uenosuke's limbs were all broken, and the floating feeling of his torso made Uenosuke's face hideous. He roared. Goo, impossible! Absolutely impossible. Why did you suddenly become stronger? You were not my opponent just now. The lightning and fire around him dissipated like bubbles. The enchanting Sharingan bloomed, and with fierce murderous aura, Uchiha Yuanming walked over. Why do you think that you are the only one who didn't take it seriously? Swish! The sharp blade with cold light cut through the air. Looking at the ninja with his head and body separated in front of him, Uchiha Yuanming waved his hand, shook off the blood foam on the blade, and slowly returned the blade. You must hate your fate of not having the Sharingan, Wainosuke. You are a good opponent. I will remember you. At this moment, a middle-aged ninja with a bandage on his head and a sinister aura around him walked into the battlefield with a team of people. Chapter 5 How Rude to Master Danzo. Who is it? The guards on duty faced the newcomers. They dared not be careless. Enemy reinforcements. The newcomer looked at the Uchiha on guard with a gloomy look. He could keep his composure, but his men could not. How dare you? Are you Uchiha going to rebel? You are so rude to Danzo. The gloomy middle-aged man named Danzo. He raised his hand and said in a deep voice. Shut up, as a guard, this is the proper vigilance. The ninjas following Danzo immediately suppressed their tempers. I am Danzo, and I am here to reinforce you under the order of the Hokage. He is actually Danzo? He just walked to the side of Uchiha Jiji. Before he could say anything, he was a little surprised to see the situation here. Is this Danzo? The Pot King in the original work? An obvious Uchiha discriminator, a slave to power, and a bad seed who disregards the overall situation for his ambitions. Now facing the Uchiha. He actually acted so harmless? That's right. The current Uchiha is in its heyday after that man left. Not to mention the several pairs of Mangeki in the clan, no one dares to underestimate the foundation accumulated in the Warring States period and World War I. His roots have only been established for a few years, and the subordinate just now was so impetuous. In a few decades later, this kind of guy would definitely be a substandard product that Danzo despised. At this time, as the leader of the security team, Uchiha Ji walked over. An ordinary Uchiha didn't know who the visitor was. As one of the leaders of the neutral faction in the Uchiha clan, how could she not know? She bowed slightly without losing courtesy. Elder Danzo, the rat who stole the village secrets has been killed. Really? It's worthy of being the benchmark of the Uchiha clan and ninja. Danzo responded with a frown. He lowered his voice. In that case, I will take the thief's body back to the intelligence team. Hearing this, Uchiha Jiji hesitated. Danzo-sama, this is unreasonable. According to the regulations, as long as there are spies within the scope of Konoha, whether dead or alive, they will be dealt with by the security team first. Then they can be handed over to the village's intelligence team. That's right. It's different from what ordinary people imagine. The security team is just an urban management unit. When Uchiha Yuanming traveled through time, only then did he know. The difference is very big. The original Naruto is a comic book for daily life. Right. The department that was not explained in detail in the original work, put in the reality after traveling through time, and found out what a monster unit the security team is. It's simply the 3-in-1 of the Metropolitan Police Department, the National Police Agency, and the Procuratorate in daily life. It can have a separate armed force, and it has jurisdiction over all aspects of public security in the village. The security team can also draft and publish various public security regulations, and the majority of the prison system is also in the hands of the security team. At that time, Uchiha Yuanming exclaimed, "What a guy! That's the scope of power. If the village leaders don't try their best to target you Uchiha, how can they sleep?" Uchiha is also a clan that cares about honor. The Senju clan became Hokage, and Uchiha got the security team. They were originally dissatisfied, and they were afraid of being embarrassed and talked about, so they enforced the law with an iron face and impartiality. Here comes the problem. The village is so big, the ninja clan has its own business, and the civilians have their own way of living. As we all know, the grassroots management of daily life is not in place, and it depends on the help of social vitality organizations. The world of Naruto is the same. You Uchiha are iron-faced and impartial, and the ninja clan's business is not going well, and the civilians can't take advantage of the loopholes. The social vitality organization has also been suppressed and has not taken shape. The various clans, civilians, and grassroots systems in the village don't exclude you Uchiha. Who do they exclude? Hearing Uchiha's Hizi's tactful refusal, Danzo hadn't said anything yet, but the lackeys around him were very aware. How dare you be so rude to Danzo? Clang clang clang, Danzo's lackeys all pointed their weapons at Uchiha's Hizi. A question mark appeared in Uchiha's Hizi's head. Before she could say anything. Ta ta ta. Uchiha Yuanming walked in front of her coldly, and the scarlet Sharingan radiated evil light. Glancing around, with a look of contempt. The performance on the stage is over, and there is no place for you now. Don't hinder our Uchiha guard. Law the law. After that, the Sharingan turned quickly. Illusion Sharingan activated. Danzo frowned and found something strange. Plop plop. Except for him, the ninjas he brought fell to the ground one by one. Pupils shrank. How is it possible? What's wrong with this brat? Humph. You don't know how to behave. Don't worry, Master Danzo. We're just immobilizing them temporarily. It will be lifted automatically in 1 minute. As an apology, you should hand over the executed rats to the intelligence team as Master said. Uchiha Jiji, who had reacted nearby, hurriedly grabbed Yuanming's hand and shook his head to prevent him from having a conflict with the higher UPS. Okay, Master Yuanming. Everyone, retreat. The bright moon rose. Danzo, with his back to the moonlight, looked puzzled. The last silhouette of the guard team came into view. The hand holding the cane. Veins popped out. Uchiha, hey! Sooner or later, I will. A minute later, the subordinates who were knocked down by the illusion stood up. Sorry. Master Danzo, you are embarrassed. Nothing, just collect the thief's body. Hi. Turning around and pacing, Danzo paused and stopped as he was about to leave. Look, who is the thief? Is he an unknown person? A ninja immediately reported, Master Danzo, judging from their faces, they are Gigu and Uenosuke. What? Gigu and Uenosuke? The disciple of the third Raikage, who helped the Raikage eliminate Kinkaku and Ginkaku, and who shined in the First Ninja World War. Quickly arrange the intelligence team to get the information in his mind. Find out how Uchiha killed him. Hearing Danzo's decisive tone. As subordinates, they bowed deeply. Hi. After saying goodbye to Uchiha Jiji who looked worried, he dragged his tired body back home. Uchiha Yuanming threw himself hard on the bed. That's right. He was doing it on purpose just now. He looked like he had lost his mind. But he would do it again if it happened again. Nothing else. After killing the powerful enemy Uenosuke, he realized how strong he really was. He was already a strong man, so there was no need to wrong himself. Besides, after understanding the guard, what kind of monster unit it was, he always had an idea in his mind that as a Uchiha, he had no chance of becoming Hokage. Then after he took charge of Uchiha in the future, it would be okay to expand the functions of the guard. In order to appease the Uchiha who had never produced a Hokage and was powerful at the time, the second generation Hokage created a guard. The Uchiha were not very sensitive to politics, and the guard could not do anything. If he became the boss. It's not impossible to use the old tricks of Yuan and Ping. Right. I've already sat here, so why should I care whether the Konoha high level is happy or not? The performance of the wisdom sword today gave him unparalleled confidence. With the thought, the panel appeared in his mind. Uchiha Yuanming. Life level, LV3, weak shadow. Energy attributes, thunder, fire, yin. Talent, Sharingan, LV3. Skills, illusionary body, thunder and fire chakra mode, fire and thunder and yin. Some conventional ninjutsu and illusion. Uchiha style throwing technique. Summoning technique, meow meow. Aura, 5 strands. Is Wanashuk's head worth 5 strands? The previous General Jonin was 3 strands, it seems that the elite Jonin should be 4 strands. And so on. Chunin should be 2 genin and 1. The minimum for sparring is 0.1. This is why I want to climb up and challenge Danzo. The aura given by the wisdom sword needs to be obtained through struggle. The bigger and more intense the struggle, the more you will gain. So fighting alone is hopeless. If you want to freely obtain more help from the golden finger, you must have relative freedom, power, and make trouble. Ha ha ha, people who travel through Naruto all try to hide as much as possible, but I am different. What is this called? Is it wrong for people to be mentally retarded villains in the ninja world? However, I have great confidence. Divine sword. Give me amazing wisdom. The light of inspiration surges to my heart, and enlightenment comes naturally. Here it comes. The kaleidoscope is born. Chapter 6 Amaterasu Omikami. The wisdom brought by the aura disappears. The overwhelming sense of enlightenment subsided. Information changes on the panel, Sharingan LV4, strong shadow. Eye technique, right eye, Amaterasu, left eye, Omikami. Ha 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 ha, it's such a pupil technique. In mind. The aura of enlightenment. Let Uchiha Motoaki know clearly what his pupil technique is. This Amaterasu. Not the version of the 2 brothers Urju and Weasel. But Uchiha Hikari. That version is more flexible in control than Jirjia's earth life. The great god is even more outrageous. This is a pupil technique born from yin and yang. Yin escape turns into yang escape, which can bless others and oneself and provide healing blessings. In terms of the intensity of the treatment, the lingering feeling of the aura told me that it should not be weaker than the first Hokage. This is nothing. The most outrageous thing is, the greatest power of this pupil technique is that it can resurrect the dead. It is the kind that is unreasonable and illogical. Even if you are broken into pieces, as long as there is still a little bit of body residue, even a molecule can be resurrected. Of course, the price is not small, it requires a huge amount of eye power and chakra, and the cooling time is an astonishing 10 years. Feel it in your eyes. The powerful eye power contained therein. Ha 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 ha, who can kill me now? At this time, the atmosphere in the Hokage's office was a little dull. The 3rd Hokage looked dim in the swirling smoke, not to mention Shimura Danzo. Here at Good Brothers. He just stopped pretending. Hiruzen. Uchiha is already in danger. A tone full of hatred came to his face. Originally, although he told Uchiha that he was looking at it with an electron microscope, he still had enough equipment. In terms of the will of fire, that year when it was besieged by the Golden Horn and the Golden Horn. To be honest, he was just about to blurt out the words. Hiruzen took the lead. Ask yourself. In terms of caring about Konoha, he is currently not weaker than anyone. If you don't like it, you won't like it. For the sake of the mirror, let's be patient with Uchiha for the time being. After all, Uchiha is also a part of Konoha. But, that brat today. Look at that arrogant look. Disrespectful attitude. Danzo said angrily. Intelligence shows that the mirror has failed, and Uchiha's complete integration into Konoha is like fishing for the moon in a well. He himself is a faction that is close to the village. That damn guy Uchiha Setsuna is a faction that only cares about the interests of the clan. Not to mention the Uchiha Fire Corps, as the leader of the clan, he only knows how to make mud. Look at the information given by the mirror. Including himself, Uchiha already has several pairs of Mangeki Sharingan. Having said this, Danzo, who was still feeling relieved, took out a report directly from his arms. Bang! Throwing it heavily on the table. Hiruzen, look at what the intelligence class is about. That brat is only 15 years old, he can kill the treacherous man in Hidden Cloud Village by himself. Uchiha's power is expanding too fast. Hiruzen. King, he doesn't completely love Konoha. He actually concealed the information that Uchiha was going to be in civil strife. He is really unworthy of Tobirama-sensei's teachings. After listening to Danzo's endless complaints, the third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke and calmly picked up the information that the intelligence team had obtained from Wanashuk's mind. After reading it carefully, take one last puff of cigarette and put down the pipe. First call Jing and ask if that kid can win over. Hearing this, Danzo's anger rose. Hiruzen. What are you still thinking about? The intelligence has shown that Uchiha is like a powder keg now. This opportunity cannot be missed, and the mirror can no longer be trusted. The roots are mature, and with the addition of the ANBU, I can definitely control Uchiha. Before he finished speaking, the third Hokage turned around sharply. The eyes are evil. A fierce momentum is coming. Danzo. Uchiha is also a part of Konoha. You actually have thoughts about your companions in the village. I don't want to hear such words that are not conducive to unity anymore. Danzo looked at the fierce, cold, and heroic Sarutobi Hiruzen in front of him, and his heart suddenly became disgusted. Since the Uchiha didn't cause trouble when you were Hokage, you think they are good people? You must know that Mr. Tobirama's analysis report clearly explains how unstable they are. If you become Hokage, Uchiha's power can be used by you. What about me? It was obvious that I was only one step slower that day. Obviously. The position of Hokage should be mine. Snort. Hiruzen is insufficient and resourceful. I'm going to have my own way. Come lead Konoha. Wait, Uchiha. Think about it. He snorted coldly. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Turn around and walk towards the door. I didn't expect to hear it as soon as I opened the door. Danzo, I am the Hokage. Bang. The next day. Morning. The weather in Konoha is bright and springy, just like Uchiha Motoaki's mood at this time. Bring the report I wrote last night at home in the morning. On the way to work, eating breakfast. As soon as he arrived at the security department and signed in for work, a middle-aged member of the security team shouted to him. Yuan Ming, Mr. Jing asked you to come to his office to explain the case in detail yesterday. Uchiha mirror looking for yourself? According to regulations. Today is indeed the day I hand in last night's report. But as a pro-village person, he came to me, a neutral person, to report? He is not my direct superior. Forget it. As a disciple of the second Hokage, his position in the guard is superintendent. Only one level lower than Uchiha Hohi, the clan leader's superintendent, the one who is one level higher can crush people. Oh. Go. Otherwise, your work will be difficult in the future. After all, he is special and is considered one of the core circles of Konoha's high-level officials. Okay, I'll go right away. Not sure what he's here for. Just go and see what he's going to do. At this time, Uchiha Jing is in his office. Looking at the report sent by his subordinates last night. It's incredible. Yuan Ming, this kid, actually killed Gui Hao in a dignified manner. With admiration on his face. He was happy from the bottom of his heart that another strong man had emerged in his family. He pondered in his heart. In the morning, I was in Hiruzen's office with Xiao Chun and Minyan. Their expressions were a little strange. I also want to see if I can win over Yuan Ming. Indeed. Even without the Mangeki, this power can be regarded as a top figure in the ninja world. Knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. It interrupted his thoughts. Please come in. A handsome boy walked in. Master Jing, the report is here. He took Uchiha Yuanming's report and quickly read it. Put down the file. Look up. Look at the serious-looking boy in front of him. Captain Yuanming, what do you think of the village and the clan? Uchiha Yuanming's heart was shocked. Here you are, let me see what you are up to. Master Jing, the village and the clan are all Konoha ninjas. Looking at the serious-looking boy, he covered his head. Helplessly said, Slippery. Let's put it this way, what do you think is the will of fire? The boy glanced at the guy in front of him with a righteous face. Slowly speaking. The will of fire? It means that the Uchiha have always united around the Hokage. Under the leadership of the Hokage, we have the courage to take responsibility, shoulder the heavy responsibility of the times, not be afraid of hardships, and dare to advance into the depths of difficulties. Contribute to the construction of Konoha, pave the way for the revival of Konoha, remember the responsibility, bravely shoulder the mission, and continue to struggle. Uchiha Jing looked at the boy who continued to speak eloquently. His eyes widened and his mouth opened wide. He was stunned. His eyes seemed to see. What incredible picture! This kid! Why does it feel like he understands the will of fire better than Hiruzen? Danzo retreated to the root base, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Paused. Come on, give me this information. Chapter 7 Undercurrent. Let our spies in Kumagakure village be delivered to Reikich's desk. The subordinates who were ordered looked at Danzo's sinister expression. He lowered his head and dared not say anything. Hi! Danzo-sama. Come out of Uchiha Mirror's office. Yuanming felt refreshed. I told you to play tricks on me, and my correct nonsense will make you blind. Forget it, let's go see how Jing is doing first. I bought gifts on the way to Konoha Hospital and arrived at Yasuo Uchiha's ward smoothly. Squeak! Push the door open. What came into view was Yasuo Uchiha, who was wrapped in bandages. I was whining and wanting to say something to the middle-aged man beside me. Yo! Brother Jing, you seem to be in good spirits. But I would like to advise you to be quiet. After all, your mouth is sewn shut, so you can't say what you want to say. Uchiha Motoaki's obviously gloating tone was heard. Uchiha Yasuo turned his head, looking annoyed. You. This funny look amused Yuanming. It seems that you are fine. I will come to visit you again when you can speak. I'll put the gift here first. Say it. Say hello politely to the middle-aged man next to you and leave. Uchiha Yasuo is an orphan like him, and his parents are impossible. This should be an elder relative, and it should be fine for him to look after Gu Jing. This young man, wait. Yuanming, who was approaching the door, turned his head in confusion. You should be Yuanming-jun, I am Uchiha Tetsuya. Would it be convenient for Yuanming-jun to explain? Thinking that the other party should be a relative of Jing, Uchiha Motoaki nodded. Jing-jun, Yuanming-jun, and I are going out first. You can rest well first. Regardless of the funny Uchiha Yasushi on either side. Leave the hospital. The middle-aged man took Yuanming to a restaurant that was open. After 3 rounds of drinking, Uchiha Tetsuya put down his wine glass, looked at the water in Yuanming's hand, and said with a gentle expression. Yuanming-jun defeated the villain at a young age. He really lives up to his reputation as a genius. Uchiha Motoaki nodded, non-committal. Just because he is a genius, he should do his best for the clan, and young people should carry the banner of the Uchiha clan. So, I would like to invite Yuan Ming-jun. Uchiha Eki realized something was wrong after hearing the first half. Is this guy really a relative of Jing? Bang! Place the wine glass filled with water heavily on the table. He frowned and waved his hand to interrupt his next words. Uncle, are you not a relative of Jing? The gentle expression on Uchiha Tetsugu's face was a bit unbearable. Yuan Ming-jun, I am here to visit Jing-jun on behalf of Elder Setsuna. By the way, I would like to invite Yuan Ming-jun to the Elder's residence. Elder Setsuna wants to talk to you. Hooray! Uchiha Eki stood up directly and left without looking back. As soon as he reached the door, he turned his head and looked at Taigu, who looked embarrassed. I don't think I have anything to talk to you about. It was like that before and like that now. Listening to Uchiha Eki's calm tone. Click! The sound of bottles breaking and blood flowing onto the table. Let the person sit in the shadow of the table. Extremely eerie. That brat still said that. The interior of a mansion. A middle-aged man with a sinister aura. Asked Tetsuko Uchiha, who was reporting. Elder Setsuna, it seems that Lord Yuan Ming cannot win over you. For a guy who doesn't understand the honor of his clan, my subordinates don't seem to need to follow up. The Uchiha named Setsuna nodded. Then let's give up on him. He's quite capable of killing a treacherous person. But without the power of kaleidoscope, there is nothing to worry about. Having said this, he shook his head and looked at the subordinates in front of him with contempt. He waved his hand. Go down, Naka should be arriving soon. I have something to say with him. Hi! The flickering light and shadow of the lamp flame. Reflected. An uncertain letter lies on the table. A line of words appeared. Sincerely, Danzo Shimura. 1 month later. The junction of the Kingdom of Fire and the Kingdom of Thunder. Lord Yuan Ming, we are about to enter the Kingdom of Thunder. Although we are carrying out the mission as usual, nothing will happen in Union Village. However, due caution is still indispensable. The costumes of the group of running ninjas were all decorated with fan patterns. The first person was none other than Uchiha Eki. Hear the warning from his subordinates. Don't worry, even though this is my first time performing this mission, I won't be careless. Yuan Ming nodded calmly. They are going this time. Change shifts with the brothers in the security force in the Kingdom of Thunder. That's right, it's a shift change in the Land of Thunder. The reason is simple. Since the Warring States period, the Uchiha clan has employed daimyo from the Land of Thunder for generations. The clan that guards the Blood Pond. This is the mission given to Uchiha by the Kingdom of Thunder since ancient times. Even if Konoha village has always wanted to lock Uchiha in the security department, there are still gaps to get through, which is rare for Uchihas. Konoha's top brass must pinch their noses to accept a mission that allows them to leave the village in an upright manner. Do the Konoha high-level officials dare not let him go? Even Thousand Hands Tobirama wouldn't dare. What a mess! Do you still want the Kingdom of Thunder's mission share? Regardless of the fact that this is the era of ninja villages, the ninja world will have some concept of family and country. Why did the ninja clan kill so much blood during the Warring States period? Why was the ninja village so beaten that it was so dark? Very simple. Compete for tasks assigned by the Lord. The same was true in the ninja village era. Why is Kumagakure so unhappy with Konoha? It's also very simple. We have just entered the ninja village era not long ago, and the older generation of lords are not completely dead yet. I still think Senju and Uchiha are reliable. Needless to say, the lords of the Land of Thunder most like to hire Uchiha. The big name takes the lead, the cooperation lasts for 100 years, and the golden signboard. Guarding the Blood Pond clan's job for more than 100 years. Even if the first ninja war was bloody. Even if Uchiha is in the Land of Fire with Senju Narimura. The name of the Kingdom of Thunder still recognizes Uchiha. It's strange that Union Village is not tired of this situation. It has been coveting this task of ensuring harvests despite droughts and floods for a long time. Something is wrong, very wrong. The sixth sense told Uchiha Motoaki that something was very wrong with this mission. The Uchiha did have this long-term lucrative mission. A shift of personnel is needed to guard the Blood Pool clan. But he can't be scheduled during this period of time. Just after he made great achievements, he was promoted. According to convention, he should be familiar with the new position for more than half a year. Only the tasks of the Blood Pond clan will be assigned to him. Now let me tell you, you are already a well-known strong man in the clan, and you should have more responsibilities. It just so happens that the police there are changing shifts for this mission, so we will arrange it for you. That's all. There is no need to worry, my Sharingan has become a kaleidoscope and no one knows about it. If something really happens, I will let the enemy know what a surprise is. In a mansion within the Uchiha clan. Uchiha's expression was incomprehensible for a moment, and he was slightly trance looking at the Yuanfan clan emblem on the table. Don't blame me, Yuan Mingjun. Who told you that you have always been in a state of indifference? Although he behaved in front of Taigu before. Dismissive of Uchiha Motoaki. But only he knew that at the age of 15 without a kaleidoscope, he could kill a ninja comparable to Cage. What is the concept? That was the age that the adult was. Nothing can be done. Union Village shrouded in mist. Raikage's office. Is this really what you want, Raikage-sama? Chapter 8. You want to die, right? Your Majesty, the daimyo will be unhappy. A young and capable ninja. To 1. Even if there is a desk covering part of the body, it cannot hide the inhuman majestic ninja. Totai. Let me say it again, this is a death order from my third Raikage. Bring the head of that brat Uchiha Motoaki, I want to pay homage to Kazunashuk. Don't worry about the famous name. Bang! The table was divided into 2 pieces. He looked at the Raikage who was already standing in front of him. The young Tutai covered his face helplessly. Sighed. Whatever you want. Picking up the information in his hand, he cheered up. According to this information, that kid is leading a team to guard the Blood Pond clan. Currently, there are 18 regular team members, 6 patrol captains, 3 police replacements, 2 police officers, and 1 police officer. Including that brat who is the leader of the police force, there are 31 people in total. The third Raikage heard this detailed report and said seriously. It's so powerful. Uchiha. This power should not be underestimated. You can arrange how to ambush the platform. The earth platform looks straight. The ambush time should be arranged after Lord Danae leaves Hell Valley. The junction of the territorial waters of the Kingdom of Thunder and the Kingdom of Water. Uchiha Motoaki looked at the rolling hills around him. He turned to a young ninja with a handsome face and asked. Brother you, according to the map, we are probably almost there. Uchiha Yuta looked serious. About 40 kilometers ahead is Hell Valley. When he said this, his face straightened and he reminded. Also, I don't deserve the title of eldest brother. I'm just a police officer at the moment, but as a police officer, your position is higher than mine. Please call me your job title when you're working, Mr. Yuan Ming. Uchiha Motoaki had a headache. This guard was young and promising. He is just a bit old-fashioned, but along the way, you can figure out his character. They are a good partner at work, but they are a rock in the personal world. 40 kilometers? It looks like it's almost there. A moment. Arrive at Hell Valley. I finished my shift calmly. Uchiha Motoaki arranged the work and everything followed the rules. Returning to the resting area, he sat cross-legged on the bed and frowned, thinking. Is my feeling wrong? It's been a smooth journey. Concentrate for a moment. That's all, if the soldiers come to cover up the water and earth, I have enough confidence. Just get through this month's guarding duties peacefully. At this time the other side. Uchiha Yuta put away the scroll that the ninja cat had just given. I walked to the window, wondering what I was thinking about. The next day. Get up early and finish your work. Boom, boom, boom. Please come in. Uchiha Yuta pushed open the door, walked to Yuan Ming's desk, and bowed to report. Sir Yuan Ming, the great Nyan of the Kingdom of Thunder has given the commission to the warehouse. Uchiha Eki was busy on the paperwork. Raise your head. Very good, where is Your Excellency Dian now? I am reporting to Lord Yuan Ming that Your Excellency Nyan cannot bear the barrenness of Hell Valley. He has gone elsewhere for fun and is expected to return to the capital the day after tomorrow. Uchiha Eki felt relieved. He is worried about how to get along with the nobles? It was a coincidence that the great Nyan went on a trip, but most likely he would never come back. Saved myself a lot of effort. Staring at the commuta, Uchiha Eki nodded and praised. Very good, call the ninja cat the commission and bring it back to the clan. Stand up and walk to the office door. The work arrangements are now complete, I'm going to get some fresh air. Walking on the streets of Hell Valley. I just arrived last night and it wasn't very popular at that time. This morning I saw smoke rising from every house. Although there are few shops on the street, there is still a certain amount of traffic. Uchiha Eki pondered, the Blood Pond clan was mentioned in the original work. At that time, I disliked the dog's tail and didn't pay much attention to it. All we know is that this clan shares a common ancestor with the Uchiha clan. Indra. 100 years ago, he participated in the political struggle of the Daiming Palace in the Land of Thunder. After the failure, he was defeated by Uchiha hired by the Daiming. Exiled to Hell Valley and imprisoned. There is a name for the blood dragon eye, but nothing else is known about it. I learned about it from the relevant information of the security department. Blood Dragon Eye, Pupil Type Blood Successor Limit. Genjutsu is not weaker than the Sharingan, and it can also manipulate blood to turn people into suicide bombs. In other words, the Sharingan has a slightly weaker insight. In other aspects, it can be said that the Sharingan is not weak at all, and may be slightly stronger. Suddenly the commotion ahead interrupted Yuan Ming's thoughts. Thrush pills, sang Mengxing's thrush pills. Thrush pills, thrush pills, thrush pills, wailing and bleeding thrush pills. Thrush pills, thrush pills, thrush pills of man-eating evil spirits. I saw. A group of children surrounded a handsome young man with white hair. Singing in unison, they arranged songs for him. Unfortunately, the aura of despair and numbness that wrapped around his body ruined his appearance. The surrounding Blood Pool clan members walked past him with expressions of indifference and disgust. As if he were some dirty thing. Uchiha Eki was interested and pulled a passerby beside him. He opened his mouth and asked, "How do you treat that young man?" The big passerby who was held by him looked at Yuan Ming who was holding him. With a look of disgust, "Go ask that unlucky star yourself? There is nothing to say to you, Uchiha." Yuan Ming raised his eyebrows and said frivolously. "Wow, I can understand that I hate being an Uchiha, but I am the superintendent on duty during this period. That is to say, your current officer, are you sure?" Hearing this, the disgust disappeared. The big man looked helpless. I know, I tell you." The empty, numb, and desperate mood filled the whole body of Yuyajo Humameru. As a genius ninja, Humameru should have a beautiful life. Since awakening those damn eyes, his life took a sharp turn for the worse. Although his parents died of illness, he was sad. However, he regained his spirits with the comfort of his childhood sweetheart wife. But suffering came again. His wife had a strange disease, and no matter what medicine she took, it was useless. His body is getting weaker day by day. He fell into a coma the day before yesterday and has not eaten for 2 days. I don't know if he can make it through today and tomorrow. Gee! He is about to die. Do I have to watch Ji die with my own eyes? Ignoring the noisy children around him, Huimin walked towards home with the medicine bag. I can't accept it, I can't accept it. The closer I get to home, the more desperate I feel. I want to die. I can't accept the result of Ji dying in front of me. A huge void formed in his heart. Ah! His pupil power is increasing. I can't understand it. His wife is going to die. Are these eyes happy? Destroy them. The end of Ji. It's unbearable to watch, I dare not watch. Huimin raised his hand and was about to. Young man, you want to die, right? Do you want me to help you? Chapter 9. If you can do it, come on. A few minutes ago, after the explanation of the Blood Pond clan member, Uchiha Yuanming roughly understood the situation. The Blood Pond clan's main family is aristocracy. Isn't it amazing? 100 years ago, ninjas were a despicable profession. At that time, the daughter of the Blood Pond clan leader could marry into the daimyo's mansion as a concubine, which means that she was not only a vortex of founding a country. She was much better than the relatives of Uchiha, Senju, Kagaya, and Hyuga. She was not a lowly ninja, but a legitimate noble of the Land of Lightning. After the political struggle failed, she was exiled to Hell Valley. You have to know that it was the Warring States period, and the daimyo hired Uchiha. Suppressed the Blood Pond clan, who had power in the aristocratic system. But they did not ask Uchiha to wipe out their entire family. They just changed from a fertile land with a territory of 300,000 stones to a barren land of 50,000 stones in Hell Valley. It was the so-called exile. Otherwise, given the nature of the hidden cloud village to plunder ninjutsu and blood inheritance everywhere, it is impossible for the Blood Pond clan to be spared. The reason is that the current head of the Blood Pond clan is Lord Hell Guardian. The main family is aristocratic, so where is the power? The answer is the branch family. Goya Castle. Huimameru, the genius of Goya Castle. But after awakening the blood dragon eye, his parents died first, and now his wife is going to die. The public opinion in the clan is that he is a jinx who killed his father and mother, and now he is preparing to kill his wife. Man-eating evil spirit. Hee. The smell of conspiracy. Uchiha Yuanming found it interesting on the spot, so he followed Huimameru all the way. On a quiet street, Yuanming looked at Huimameru inexplicably, who didn't know what he was thinking. His power has increased? Interesting. He actually made himself feel dangerous. Seeing Huimameru's dead face, he was about to stick his hand into his eyes. Young man, you want to die, right? Do you want me to help you? Yuanming's interesting voice interrupted Huameiwan's action. Turning his head, he looked at Yuanming. Uchiha? What's the matter, sir? Didn't I say that you are now determined to die? I can help you. Huameiwan frowned and looked at the person opposite him, who was making a gesture of IAI. Troublesome guy? Annoying Uchiha. Suddenly, Huameiwan saw the Uchiha opposite him with a fixed look in his eyes. Oh? Why did my head fly up? Ha! Huameiwan, who was still in shock, exclaimed and touched his neck with his hand. Is the head still there? He opened his eyes wide and looked at Yuanming in horror. So strong. Just the momentum can. Yuanming would not care about Huameiwan's hesitation. The figure disappeared instantly. Clang! The knife was unsheathed. A sharp cold light flashed across. Why did you dodge? Yuanming's frivolous voice sounded. It seems that you still have the desire to live. Huff, hi. Huimameru dodged Uchiha Yuanming's sudden attack and took a deep breath to relieve the tension of life and death. Why should I hide? Ji is already hopeless. Don't I want to die in front of Ji? This one saw. The incredibly strong Uchiha should be able to do it. Huimameru's emotions were churning. Uchiha Yuanming. saw the white-haired boy in front of him, who could dodge his sudden attack. He admired in his heart. Not easy. Although he didn't open the Sharingan. However, since opening the Mangekyo, in the past month, the amount of chakra and reflex nerves have increased day by day. Chakra is about 50 calories, which is already half of Naruto's. Not to mention the reflex nerves, every Uchiha who opens the Mangekyo will get a huge improvement in body and mind. Under normal circumstances, if the Sharingan is not activated, it can kill the self from a month ago in seconds in a surprise attack. Yuanming sighed. Young man, come with me. Humamaru frowned, why should I follow you? Wow! Look, you should have felt it just now, I am a strong man who can kill. Yuanming's expression turned cold, and, think about your wife. Not. Humamaru opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise. What does this mean? Swoosh! Yuanming's figure disappeared instantly. Wait! Looking at the disappearing Uchiha, Humamaru shouted and followed with the same instant body technique. Outside the Hell Valley. A silent forest. Uchiha Yuanming closed his eyes and waited. Whoosh! The white-haired boy arrived with a stern expression. Uchiha! What did you mean just now? Uchiha Yuanming opened his eyes, and the Megatama in the blood-red Sharingan slowly rotated. Want to know? Tear. He slowly drew out his ninja sword, and his mouth opened a cruel arc. The figure disappeared in an instant. Let me see your ability. Bang! The violent collision turned the ground and trees within a radius of 100 meters into debris. The symphony of ping-pong resounded. In the blink of an eye, the two sides collided dozens of times. Uchiha Yuanming looked at the boy in front of him who had changed drastically. The blood light filled the white of his eyes, and the pupils were in the shape of A1. Is this the blood dragon eye? Perception can't take the upper hand. In the collision just now, the illusion of Sharingan was bounced back. Think about it! Yuanming shouted in his heart. Illusionary body transparent thunder and fire chakra mode. The flames roared, the thunder resounded. What? Huamei opened her blood dragon eyes and looked at the Uchiha who had changed drastically in front of her. Before she could be surprised. Disappeared. The blood dragon eyes can't keep up. Boom! The slash of thunder and fire intertwined suddenly appeared. The sky collapsed and the earth collapsed in front of Humamaru, and before he could react, he was slashed and flew away by the vast thunder and fire storm. Uchiha Yuanming stood aside like a thunder and fire god. Looking at the messy environment in front of him, which was covered with sand and gravel because of his attack, proudly whispered. If it's just this level, it's really disappointing, Humamaru. A click sounded in the smoke. Humamaru walked out unscathed except for his clothes. Sure enough, his body's hardness is simply unreasonable. Even the previous enemy, Wainosuke, could not withstand the blow just now. But he can. Uchiha Yuanming's eyes lit up, and he spoke seriously. The warm-up is over. If Humayun wants to save your beloved wife, use your real ability. I can feel that your pupil power is more than that. Having said that, he turned the ninja sword, and the blade was level with his eyebrows. The cold light illuminated his eyes. The tone like a venomous snake continued to sound. By the way, my pupil technique can save all living things. Show me the unfathomable pupil power of the blood dragon eye. Humayun lowered his eyelids, his eyes were covered by the shadow of his bangs. He whispered, if this is what you want, watch it. Ninjutsu True Fire Mage. Blood and fire descended on this forest, and the blood-red flames all over the sky ignited from Humayun's body. At this moment, he was like the god of blood and fire. The pupil of the eye has long disappeared, and the starlight like the cross blooms in its pupil. Hiss! Humayuan exhaled a breath of hot air. Let me use this power to conquer your arrogance. Let you tell me how to save you I. Uchiha Yuanming looked excited. Spiracy. Is this the realm above the ordinary blood dragon eye? Conquer my arrogance. If you can do it, come on. Chapter 10 Blood Dragon Eye, not bad. It's dawn. It's not really dawn. Instead, part of the sky in this forest lit up. The bright sun is shining in the sky. Fire, thunder, and blood light made the sky in this forest brighter from bottom to top. Of course the security team noticed something strange. Personnel have been dispatched to rush to the scene of the incident. In a small castle tower in Hell Valley. The leader of the Blood Pond clan is among them. Walk to the observation point. Looks gloomy. Somebody come. Immediately. The subordinates arrived. Go quickly and see what's going on. The retainer who knelt down on one knee hesitated and said. We can't hide this kind of movement from Uchiha. Lord Gosho, do we have to send someone there too? Hearing the hesitation of his subordinates, the Gosho bat fan covered his face. He said with a sneer. It's just a group of daimyo hired to guard our eagle dogs. As the lord of this place, I will send someone to inquire carefully. There must be no problem. The subordinates nodded and accepted the order. Hi! Looking at his subordinates getting up and leaving. The imperial palace looked ugly. That bloody light is the power of the blood dragon eye. Absolutely good. In such a huge scene, there is only Thrush Pill. Who is it? Who is fighting with Thrush Pill? It will be completed soon, and the power of true nature will soon come to our family. The demonic nature that could rival Uchiha's divinity was about to be completed, but something unexpected happened. Really hateful. Did Uchiha discover something? Hateful. 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 Hateful Uchiha. It seems that we need to prepare early. Cloud Hidden Village, Uchiha. Under the illumination of the lamp flame, the face of the Blood Pond Imperial Palace. Extremely ferocious. Uchiha Yuta and his men rushed towards the forest in a hurry. It's Master Yuanming's chakra. Who is he fighting against, and the movement is so loud? Union Village? Impossible. My family has lived with it on this mission for nearly 30 years. And that bloody light? Pool of blood? What do those defeated generals want to do? Think for a moment. Uchiha Yuta waved. Come here, prepare all the surveillance reports on the Blood Pool clan in recent years to the office. This is what happened. Master Yuanming and I want to watch it in detail. Yes. Lord Yuta. Immediately, a member of the guard team left the team. Mighty little sparks scattered in the air. A figure that looks like a god and a demon on the messy earth. He looked at the embarrassed white-haired boy who was kneeling on one knee in front of him with a stern expression. Blood Dragon Eye, not bad. Humiwan, who was breathing heavily. I just feel like life is gloomy. It was clear that the way to save Not was right in front of him. Obviously hope is right in front of you. But there is nothing I can do. I am too weak. Bang! Thrush Pill punched the ground hard. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Gods and Buddhas! Why does such suffering have to happen to you? Why did hope slip away from my hands again? Tick-tock, tick-tock. Tears fell mixed with sweat. Despair enveloped the white-haired boy. Why are you feeling sorry for yourself? Get up and lead the way. Thrush Wan raised his head with tears in his eyes. A whimper. What are you doing? Lead the way. Do you still want to save your wife? Is this a god or a Buddha? The Uchiha boy caught Thrush Maru's eyes. Uchiha Moto Aki's back was facing the sun, with light and shadow surrounding him. The scarlet Sharingan is extremely dazzling. This is God. Thrush Pill has regained hope and is extremely confident. Bang! Huameiwan knocks his head to the ground. I would like to ask you your royal name. Uchiha Moto Aki. When Uchiha Yuta arrived, all he saw was Uchiha Moto Aki leading a white-haired boy in an awkward shape. Walk slowly out of the forest. Somewhat surprised, Master Yuan Ming, what is this? Are you all here? Haha, I'm sorry, the noise here is due to me having a discussion with this young man. Hear the words. Uchiha Yuta and the surrounding guards all looked at the white-haired boy in surprise. Lord Yuan Ming, can he fight like this with you? Looking at the destroyed environment around him, Uchiha Yuta was a little in disbelief. Who is he? At this time. Don't wait for Yuan Ming to say anything. Thrushmaru took a step forward and said loudly, I'm here, Thrushmaru of Oya Castle. Oya Castle? The branch of Blood Pond. Uchiha Yuta exclaimed in surprise. His eyes quickly looked at Yuan Ming. Uchiha Motoaki understood what surprised him. Waving his hand, it's just like you thought, Yuta-san. They're dishonest. But I'm afraid that guy is going to miscalculate. Uchiha Motoaki said this. Sneered. Yute-san, ask people to surround Hell Valley. Don't let a fly escape. At the same time, post a notice saying that everyone must stay at home quietly for 3 days. Sir, what do you want? Yuta Uchiha raised his eyebrows. Hearing Yuta's doubts, Uchiha Motoaki walked forward with Thrushmaru without looking back. Whisper. Execute the order. I will take Huimei-wan to his house to handle some matters. Yes. After answering, Uchiha Yuta turned around to make arrangements. Ninjas have fast feet. In a moment. At the home of Huimei-maru. Yuan Ming looked at the beautiful yellow-haired girl lying on the bed, eyes closed, weak, and shriveled. Sighed, she was almost going to the Pure Land. Turned his head and stared at Huimei-maru. My pupil technique can indeed save your wife, but it requires the consumption of my pupil power. Our 2 clans are enemies, the information of the Mangekyo. I think you, as a genius of the Blood Pond, will definitely be indispensable. After all, your clan leader is ready to make a move. Huimei-maru bowed and said, yes, excessive use of the Mangekyo Sharingan will bring darkness. It's good that you understand, then I won't save your wife in vain. After that, Uchiha Yuan Ming stretched out his hand. Be my retainer. Huimei-wan. As long as you can save Yum, even if it means going through fire and water, even if I have to embark on the path of Shura, I will sell my life to Yum. No nonsense. Mangeki Sharingan opens. The 3 Megatama in Uchiha Yuan Ming's eye sockets instantly formed a complex pattern. The scarlet divine light illuminates the hollow room. Dujutsu Daimijin. This is a dujutsu that gives life to all things and gives healing light to all living things. The light of the immortal sun appears out of thin air. Illuminates the whole body of the yellow-haired girl. The girl's shriveled body plumped up again at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pale face quickly turned red. Huimei-wan's heart was shocked. Ignoring the brilliant Mangeki Sharingan next to him, he staggered to the bed and grabbed his wife's hand. He said in a trembling voice, Yum. That's great. It's really great. Tears fell like rain. It seemed to respond to her husband's expectations. The girl's other hand passed through the white bangs. Touching the tearful boy, he opened his eyes weakly. It's okay. Huimei-wan. I seem to have passed through the Pure Land and returned. Close the door gently. Yuan Ming stood outside the door and heard the boy's crying voice from inside the house. Welcome, back. He let out a long breath and strode towards the security headquarters. At the same time, Tutai was about to arrive at this land with his men. Chapter 11. Is it a god? Or a demon? Master, today, it's only half a day's journey from Hell Valley. Tutai nodded calmly. Very well, stay in formation. Turning to look to the side, he saw a purple-haired young man with a somewhat arrogant expression. He hesitated and said, Xingbu-san, is it really okay? Hear this. Seeing Buletin glanced sideways. No problem, I am invincible, even though that female cat is not very cooperative. But he won't cause trouble. Before the mission, he even got emotional when he heard that he was causing trouble for Uchiha. Thinking of the tailed beast in his body, he frowned and hesitated. When I heard that the kid who was just a kaleidoscope didn't arrive, he seemed to relax and fell asleep. Tutai breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. That's fine. Darkness falls in the sky. Inside the small castle tower, the Blood Pond Palace heard the report from his subordinates. Bang! The small table in front of him was kicked over. Damn Uchiha! Did they really say that? The resentful Gosho stared at his kneeling subordinates. Yes, the little one was ordered back by the Uchiha guards before he left the valley. They also issued a ban and no one was allowed to move around for 3 days. The subordinates who lowered their heads did not dare to express their anger. Take a deep breath. The Blood Pond Imperial Palace calmed down. He waved his hand. Go down, I want to be quiet. It seems that we really have to do that. I saw clearly what was coming. He is not stupid and understands that thrush pill has definitely been discovered. Controlled or killed, he didn't know. But he wanted to take a gamble. The Blood Pond Imperial Palace stood up directly. Go behind the castle tower. Came to a dark room. Turn on the mechanism. The mechanism turned, revealing a tunnel. Just wait, the demonic power of the Blood Dragon Eye will never fall into the hands of you Uchiha. Guard station. Yuan Ming's office is brightly lit. Bang! There was a puff of smoke. Meow meow meow. Uncle Quankanwan is here, meow. Does this boss need the express delivery service? A colorful kitten stepped out of the smoke. Quankanwan, please give this letter to Sister Ji. Quankanwan took the letter and a handful of silver coins. Licking his paw. Didn't move. Yuan Ming was a little surprised. What's wrong? I gave you the money. The little cat's fur is blowing. Meow meow meow. Idiot Yuan Ming, this is the country of thunder, meow. I am the only ninja cat, the lucky cat, the lucky cat. The power of my immortal clan is too far from the land of thunder to Konoha. Uchiha Aki looked at the cat going crazy. Unmoved. So what? Quankanwan put his hands on his hips and said proudly. I need more money, meow. Hey! Yuan Ming sighed helplessly. Quankanwan is good at everything, cute, efficient, and true to his word. But I just want money. Even masturbating costs money. As one of the few immortals among psychic beasts besides the 3 holy places, it would be even more expensive to ask for its services. Hateful. If it weren't for the fact that your immortal method is based on time and space, I will never be blackmailed by you. I was annoyed and gave him another handful of silver coins. There's plenty of money. Huan Chuanwan made an unclear pose. Meow, meow, meow. Thank you, boss, meow, Circle Express is activated, meow. Whoosh. The space is distorted and the cat disappears. Yuan Ming shook his head. Look serious. Since getting the assignment to leave the village, the management sister requested to write a letter every 3 days to communicate with her. This is just everyday behavior. But that inexplicable schedule has been filling my mind. After arriving in this area, you are within the influence of the enemy village. I always feel uneasy. In addition to the daily routine, the content of the letter also asked Sister Ji to help check the work status of the masters in the clan. I hope it won't be like what I think. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts. Please come in. Uchiha Yuta came in carrying a pile of documents. Put it on your desk. Sir Yuan Ming, this is all the intelligence the security team has monitored the Blood Pond clan over the years. Nodding, Yuan Ming gestured. Yute-san, sit down and take a look with me. What kind of tricks are they going to do? 2 hours later. Hey! Uchiha Yuta let out a long sigh of relief. His expression became solemn. Lord Yuan Ming, it seems that the power that the Blood Pool clan has developed over the years cannot be underestimated. Even if we report our name, the Blood Pond clan will not hold back. Uchiha Eki nodded, non-committal. I flipped through the information and pointed to one of them. That guy from the Imperial Palace has been doing a lot of hard work for strength. That boy. Well, I just rescued his wife and made her a retainer. Then do you need to tell him this? Yuan Ming looked confused. No need. Judging from the intelligence analysis, the royal palace will help me cut off all his bonds. After all, he didn't think that we didn't know that he had slipped out, right? Uchiha Yuta lowered his eyes. Really? Lord Yuan Ming is in danger. Waiting for reply. A member of the security team called outside the door. Lord Yuan Ming, Lord Yuta, Your Excellency Danayan, please see me. Yuan Ming and Yute looked at each other. Didn't he go to a nearby bustling town for fun? Not a moment. They were met by a lean middle-aged man in day clothes. The visitor didn't talk nonsense, you too. The Blood Pond clan is very dangerous, and the daimyo is very uneasy. After a pause, how powerful is Uchiha in Hell Valley? Your Majesty the Great Nyan has left, I will go to make arrangements. Thank you for your hard work, Yuta-san. In the silent office, Uchiha Eiki's eyes were cold. God helps me. The sixth sense feels a bit off right now. In the battle with Thrush Maru, both sides were within their capabilities. Emmanuel should have gained a lot. A thought came to my mind. Uchiha Eiki. Life form level, LV4, Strong Shadow. Talent, Sharingan LV4, Strong Shadow. Eye technique, right eye, Amaterasu, left eye, Omikami. Energy attributes, Fire, Yin. Thunder. Skill, Phantom Transparent Thunder Fire Chakra Mode, Fire and Thunder and Yin. Several conventional fire escape ninjutsu and illusion techniques. Uchiha style throwing technique. Psychicism, Meow Meow. Aura, 4 rays. 4 rays of spiritual light? It seems that fighting with consciousness is enough, even if the opponent is not killed. I also gained a lot of inspiration. Sharingan eye skills are still inferior to Suzanu's. I can feel the Uchiha patroness brewing. Use the magic sword aura to accelerate your growth. It's better to deal with the battle that may happen later. The divine sword trembled, and spiritual light shone down. The heaven-defying enlightenment comes again. This feeling is really omnipotent. The wisdom of the heavens told me that it takes 10 times the spiritual light to reach the eternal eye. But 4 rays of Susanoo are enough to induce and strengthen it. A little bit. Yuan Ming carefully looked at the Sharingan information on the panel. Talent, Sharingan LV4, Strong Shadow. Eye technique, right eye, Amaterasu, left eye, Omikami. Susanoo, spiritual weapons, Tumakari sword, divine sake gourd. Very good, the epiphany told myself. This Susanoo has been strengthened and can activate all 3 Megatama like Uchiha Madara. Very good. In this case, if you activate Susanoo yourself, you won't be afraid of having your light taken away. The spiritual weapons are all Mukai swords, there is nothing much to say. Only sharp and indestructible properties. The divine wine gourd is a gourd-shaped spiritual weapon like weasel. The functions are different. It was filled with divine wine. This divine wine is the wine of illusion. If you spill it, it will make you feel like you are drunk and your head will be dizzy. In large doses, you can get drunk directly to death. The point is, the gourd can recover the divine wine, and the chakra of the living body that has been touched by the divine wine will be completely absorbed by the gourd. Interesting. Isn't this the ability of the Otsutsuki family to control chakra? Right now. On Yuan Ming's desktop, Circle Pill suddenly appeared. Yuan Ming's thoughts were interrupted. So fast? Is the manager in a hurry? Meow meow meow. Circle pill appears again meow. Bring it to you. Uchihamoto Aki didn't want to wait for it to put on some strange posture. He grabbed the letter. What's the rush? Meow. Huan Chuanwan said angrily as he almost fell down. Let's go, you idiot you and Ming Jun. You are welcome to visit again next time, meow. The cat disappears. Uchiha finished reading the letter. The corners of his mouth widened. He showed an extremely cruel smile, blooming like a poisonous flower. Then let's have fun. The gloomy breath spurted out. Shrouded in dark murderous intent. Is it God? Or a demon? Chapter 12. Let the fight begin now. Other side. Sneak out of the Blood Pond Palace in Hell Valley. Make a simple disguise. I wanted to run directly to the location of Union Village. The family's spy who had been deployed for many years suddenly told him. There was a large group of Kumo ninjas circling outside Hell Valley. Blood Pond Imperial Palace just felt that God was helping me, ha ha ha. Unexpectedly, I fell asleep and came to the pillow. The subordinates on the side were a little confused and said hesitantly. Master Gosho, that group of Kumo ninjas has a lot of people. They should be carrying out important tasks. I'm afraid they won't be a help. Hearing this, the Blood Pond Imperial Palace shook his hand. Don't worry, I have a way. Just lead the way. Then he sneered. Humph. Those Uchiha who are getting more and more arrogant can't control their mouths. Every time the Uchiha shift changes, I will ask the new leader how he likes it. The bat fan shook, he looked contemptuous and arrogant, and continued to speak. During the month when Uchihamoto Aki was still on the road, they only boasted about the achievements of their own genius. The new police officer, they themselves said that he was a genius who killed the scheming hero. Hey hey! There was a pause. His sinister eyes flickered. Everyone knows the character of the famous Third Raikage. Ying Ying, who often cuts off his subordinates, is not an ordinary calf protector. I don't think it's an accident that this group of people passed by Hell Valley. After a cup of tea. In a small valley about 20 or 30 kilometers away from Hell Valley. Dode is having a battle meeting with the Jounin. Discuss how to deal with Uchihamoto Aki to minimize the damage. The companions looked at the lively discussion. Tutai had a headache. It was indeed a good thing to have the calf guard around. Everyone knew about this operation. Everyone's morale was high. They were getting comfortable, but his head was getting bigger. He was so clever and resourceful that he was promoted by the Raikage. After this incident, he was definitely the one quarreling with the daimyo. Right now. The messenger ninja walked in. My lords, would you like to see the Lord Keeper of Hell? Interrupted by the sudden news, the Jounin looked at each other. The Lord Keeper of Hell? Isn't that the leader of the Blood Pond clan? How did he get out under Uchiha's surveillance? Also, how dare he come out? Without a famous call, he couldn't take a step out of Hell Valley. Tutai thought for a moment and looked calm. Waving hands. Bring Master Gosho in. Not a moment. The Blood Pond Imperial Palace entered the temporary meeting room. He greeted them one by one without being disrespectful, and the Jounin didn't dare to ask him to return the greeting quickly. After all, the leader of the Blood Pool clan is still a noble of the Kingdom of Thunder, and is a potential sponsor of the entrusted mission. They exchanged pleasantries for a moment. Tutai said straight to the point. Please also explain the purpose of your visit, Lord Imperial Palace. We are still in the process of carrying out an important task. Yet, in the Blood Pond Imperial Palace, the butterfly fan covered his mouth with an expression on his face. He opened his mouth and said, I won't talk nonsense. You are here to take Uchihamoto Aki's life. Dode's expression remained unmoved, and the Jounin around him could also hold their own. The professionalism of ninjas would not let them show their weakness in such a simple test. Tai said expressionlessly, "It's not convenient for us to tell you what the mission is, so please tell us your purpose." "It's difficult." Seeing the unmoved platform, the Blood Pond Imperial Palace had a headache. "It seems that we can't do it without spending more money." He leaned forward slightly and said solemnly, "In that case, let me tell you straight to the point, I will hire you to kill all the Uchihas in Hell Valley. As a price, our family is willing to give up our official status and join Kumagakure village as ninjas. I am willing to contribute to Union Village after years of savings." The next day, inside the Garrison Department's resident office, Uchiha Eki looked at Thrushmaru and warned, "I won't say much more. I will accept you as a retainer. I will discuss the subsequent handover with the head of the Imperial Palace. The identity of a clan will not be a constraint, you don't have to worry." Huimeiwan frowned and bowed. "That's great, thank you, sir." Hearing this, Yuan Ming smiled slightly. "Huimeiwan, you should call me Lord." Huimeiwan, who had not yet raised his head, responded with a high voice. "Yes, my lord. By the way, take this amulet and take it home to your wife." Thrush Pill, who took the amulet, asked with some confusion. Wasn't it completely healed by the adults?" Uchiha Eki smiled slightly. "Open your mouth and explain." "I did bring your wife back from hell. This amulet contains my special secret medicine, which can stabilize the condition and prevent recurrence." "Thank you, my lord." The somewhat moved Thrushwan put away the amulet, walked out of the office and headed home. Saw Thrushwan leaving Uchiha Yuta, who had been observing for a long time. He spoke with some hesitation. "That amulet, I saw you make it in the office. It's not a so-called secret medicine, Master Yuan Ming." Uchiha Eki walked to the window, looking out the window at the boy who is returning home. "As I said before, the guy from the Imperial Palace will surprise Huimeiwan. This is just an insurance policy. Let's not talk about this anymore. In addition to yesterday's deployment, we also need to prepare to prevent Kumagakure and other foreign enemies from intruding." Hear the words. Uchiha Yuta opened his eyes wide. Somewhat horrified he said, "My lord, I am guessing that it is not good for us if the Imperial Palace wants to hire Union Village. This is illegal. How will the daimyo explain it in the future?" "You can do anything when you are pressed, Yuta-san." Yuan Ming glanced at him and responded, "Go down, I have to make some preparations." Late at night, the guards performed their duties and looked attentive. Sudden, in a forest in Hell Valley, a loud rumbling sound resounded throughout the world. Hundreds of huge lightning beams merged into one, and struck overwhelmingly at the garrison station. The huge movement had already alarmed the Uchihas. Uchiha Yuta faced this situation. He gave the order calmly. "Sure enough, there are rats. Are you ready?" The Uchihas of the security team responded in unison, "Ready, sir." Nodded. Uchiha Yuta said, "Start it." Uka fire formation. A crimson light descended into Hell Valley like an abyss. Boom boom boom. The earth shook. That light is like a crimson wall of size, towering above the earth and surrounding the entire Hell Valley. That is an invincible barrier composed of Shura's hellfire. The huge thunder light, in front of it, is like a weak child's fist that collapses at the touch. What? What is that? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. All the Kumagakure in the forest were extremely horrified. You must know that this is a combined ninjutsu that can only be used by more than 100 people during the war. To be so powerless in front of this interface. Of course you don't know, that is a barrier made of hellfire. Originally, only one person could activate it, but I was worried that something would go wrong, so I asked 3 jonin to activate it together. I never thought it was just you rotten fish and shrimps. I was too cautious. Who? All the clouds looked towards the place where the sound came from. Standing on a branch, with my back to the moonlight, I can't see my expression clearly. But those scarlet and coquettish Sharingan eyes. Extremely dazzling. Who is it? Isn't your original goal just for me? Uchihamoto Aki tilted his head. Are you Uchihamoto Aki? Dode looked at the young man in front of him and felt a little troubled. What a strong sense of oppression. Yes, let's start fighting now. Yuan Ming grinned and showed a cruel smile. Under the moonlight, the Scarlet Demon appears. Chapter 13. How is this possible? In the forest under the moonlight. It is a battlefield for ninja killing, a feast of blood and fire. Thunder and fire surged into the sky. Uchihamoto Aki was like a god of death. Tossing and turning. As far as the eye can see, all the enemies are crying blood. The platform shook, narrowly dodging the thunder and fire sword swung by Yuan Ming. So strong. How could he be so strong? We can't let him continue, morale will collapse. He yelled, the criminal department is quick to take action. I got it. You clearly asked me to ambush you, but you didn't expect it to be one-sided. A young man with purple hair, wrapped in blue demonic fire. Join the battlefield. He was approaching Uchihamoto Aki, who was in a no-man's land. Bang! Uchihamoto Aki, who noticed the intruder, killed a Kumagakuer Jounin in front of him with one blow. Raise your knife to parry. Uchiha Yuan Ming raised his eyebrows. Is this Chakra a Jinkra ki? You really worked so hard to kill me. The two criminals yelled, you bastard, watch me tear you apart. If you can do it, give it a try. Hearing Uchihamoto Aki's response, he took a deep breath. Fire Rat Jade. Huge rat-like flames attacked Uchihamoto Aki. The flames pierced the sky and came with terrifying momentum. Clang! The clear sword cry rang out from the god of thunder and fire, and the edge of the thunder and fire tore through the rat-like demonic fire. The scattered demonic fire did not disappear, but dispersed into a large number of blue fire bombs. Continue to attack the thunder and fire god. Uchihamoto Aki's expression condensed. The figure swayed and spread out quickly. What? So fast? Xingbu looked at Uchihamoto Aki, who suddenly appeared in front of him in disbelief. How is that possible? My uncle's eyes can't keep up with his figure? A touch of cool light passed by. Interrupted his thoughts. Secretly said. Not good. Boom. After a loud noise, huge thunder fire and demon fire flew everywhere. A figure flew out and hit the ground with a loud noise. Smoke and dust dispersed as far as the eye could see. Damn! I can't keep up with that Uchiha's speed. Too strong? If I'm not mistaken, it's Mr. Punishment who just flew out, right? Go and protect the Jinkra Ki. That evil spirit Uchihamoto Aki didn't act. What a good opportunity. The remaining dozens of ninjas, led by more than a dozen jounin, attacked Uchihamoto Aki. The light of thunder lit up between them. They were all experts in learning the thunder escape chakra mode of Union Village. The lead Chunin did not dare to release large-scale ninjutsu. Afraid of accidental injury, Uchihamoto Aki stood around the thunder and fire, with a stern look on his face. Is this the level of Jinchuriki? Is this the level of you? Take a deep breath. Roaring, you dare to kill me at this level? The terrifying chakra flame ignited. Thunder and fire roar. Secret technique type of 1 electrical flint. Boom boom boom. The lightning-fast flames dragged the light and shadow, the sword light cut off the head and penetrated the heart, and the thunder and fire doused the enemy's body. There is no enemy under his command. In a moment, corpses were everywhere. There was a click in the smoke, and the two criminals staggered out. Tutai jumped to his side and asked with an ugly expression, "How is it?" "Ahem. This kid is too strong, I'm going to use it." Xingbu covered his mouth and answered with difficulty. "Hear the words. Tutai nodded with difficulty. There was nothing he could do, the Uchiha Eki opposite him was like a god of death. We are no match at all. Hateful. If you don't agree to the Blood Pond Imperial Palace's suggestion, divide your forces. Why is this happening? Uchiha Yuta finished killing an enemy. Looking at it with a dark expression. The forest illuminated by the light of thunder and fire. It's really terrifying, Lord Yuan Ming. Cautious, spiritual, cruel, and powerful. You all in one. He is indeed a dangerous person. As an Uchiha, I will do my best this time when dealing with foreign enemies. No matter what you want to do this time, I will not stop you from planning whatever plans you have for the young man from the pool of blood. On the contrary, I will help you. Just consider it as compensation later. He ducked to an uninhabited place and placed seals on his hands on the ground. A burst of smoke flashed. A black ninja cat appears. Meow, what's the matter, meow? Uchiha Yuta handed over a scroll. He said calmly, as soon as possible, please give this to Master Setsuna. Ninja picked up the scroll without any nonsense and disappeared in the smoke with a bang. Don't blame me, my lord, your growth rate is really incomprehensible. Satsuna-sama's previous arrangements were not enough. Let me remind you this time. I hope the power will be stronger. For the sake of our clan and the position of Hokage, we will not be able to stand in the way of anyone, even if it is a clan member. Hey! Take a long breath. He lowered his eyes and dodged to the battlefield to continue fighting. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Master Goss-ho, what exactly do you want to do? The white-haired boy held a piece of paper with an anxious face, which read. The knot is already in my hands. If you want, come to the castle tower. Thrushwan originally bought its ingredients on the street. Preparing a sumptuous dinner for his wife who had recovered. Who would have thought that the Crimson Barrier would suddenly cover the Hell Valley? The thunder and fighting outside the barrier. Let him know that there was an invasion from an unknown foreign enemy. He rushed home, but his beloved wife was gone. The words on the note hurt him deeply. The castle tower. That is where only the local lord, the head of the Blood Pond clan, can live. Thinking of this, Hua Meiwan's expression froze. And he ran quickly to the castle tower. Anxious in his heart. Wait for me, G. Damu 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 damu. Ha 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 ha. What kind of shrimp soldiers and crab generals are these? You still want to kill me like this? Uchiha Yuanming's excited voice resounded throughout this gloomy forest of death. A majestic and cruel smile bloomed. Spreading death in this area. Wherever the thunder and fire passed, that is where death arrived. Boom boom boom. At this moment, the symphony of thunder, fire, and death resounded through the sky. Suddenly a buzzing sound came. Buzz buzz buzz. Don't get too complacent, Uchiha bastard. Look at me tearing you apart. The roar of the Ministry of Justice came. Uchiha Yuanming stopped killing. Turning his head to look at the source of the sound. He saw that the Ministry of Justice was running towards him like crazy. With a ferocious look. Something incredible happened in front of Uchiha Yuanming. The Ministry of Justice's body changed, turning into a huge and ferocious figure. It looked like a demonic cat, with blue fire eyes. The final form of Jinkraki. Tailed beast transformation. Leaping into the sky, towering into the sky. The bloody mouth condensed an ominous black ball, but it was only a few hundred meters away and arrived in an instant. Tailed beast ball. Boom. The world was eclipsed. Great, it hits. He struggled to resist the huge waves caused by the explosion of the tailed beast ball. Dode roared excitedly. The charming blue fire demon cat paced and focused on the smoke. The female cat reminded him not to be careless. But in this situation, even the Raikage would die. How could a mere Uchiha like him? Before he could figure it out, Boom boom boom. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The smoke raised by the tailed beast ball was quickly blown away by something. No way. The cat face of the Ministry of Justice tightened, a little unbelievable. Dode knelt directly on the ground and murmured, "Impossible. How could this be possible?" The smoke dissipated. The huge golden god stood on the earth, looking down on all living beings. Chapter 14 Dumu cuts the big sword and draws the sword. The mighty golden divine light illuminates the world. Nearly 100 meters tall, with red eyebrows and golden eyes, wearing armor, a sharp blade in his right hand, and a magical gourd in his left hand. Surrounded by golden divine light, Uchiha Eki resides in the skull of the god, and the complex pattern of the Sharingan shines with scarlet light. Some size. The first time I used the Susanoo, it turned out to be so huge, and I felt like it still had some power left. Is it because I used spiritual enlightenment to strengthen it? There was no pain in Sasuke and Ataka's body when they turned on. It was really dangerous just now. Although I said that because of cheating, the 3 Megatama can open Susanoo, but I am afraid it is not enough to defend the tailed beast Jade. Or Kaleidoscope status insurance. It's time to save your pupil energy, so make a quick decision. While Yuan Ming was still adjusting Susanoo, the tailed beast turned Xingbu looked at Uchiha Eki, who instantly transformed into a golden giant. With a troubled expression on his face, he spoke with difficulty, Tutai saying, "It's time for you to retreat. Do you want me to give up on you as a companion?" Mr. Xingbu. Tutai, who came back to his senses, was very frustrated. "Then what do you think we should do?" Master Tutai. "The enemy in front of you is no longer within your reach. Disappear quickly, don't hinder me." Hearing the angry roar of the Xingbu, Tutai lowered his head and couldn't see clearly. "Yes, I can't do anything in front of this power. No matter how clever you are, in the face of absolute power, everything is a joke and should be saved for later use." Uchiha. Konoha. "We're not done yet. Hidden Cloud Village definitely. Absolute. I will retaliate for my powerlessness at this moment." Turning around, his lips moved. The instantaneous body technique disappeared on the spot. "Xingbu-san, we must return to the village alive." The remaining words of Tutai reached the ears of the criminal department, and he grinned and sneered. "You don't need to tell me to do this kind of thing, I will definitely do it." My heart sank and I had to fight for my life. "Did that rat give up on you?" Jinhyuriki. Uchiha Eki didn't care when he saw Dode's escape. Looking at the Jinchuriki transformed into a tailed beast in front of him, he had a flash of inspiration. "Maybe so. That's all, you, the little kitten, are still interesting." Yuan Ming grinned cruelly and shouted loudly. At this moment, Susanoo's destiny comes again. The sword of 1,000 steels stands on the earth, holding it to slay demons and eliminate demons. Dumu Kao's sword, draw it. The giant golden god raised the divine sword in his hand. The earth is shaking. The huge sword light filled the sky, and the golden sword light reflected the world. Invincible. The invincible sword tears everything apart. The air, the earth, and even the cloud ninja who failed to escape in time. The light of the sword cuts through everything in the forest and rushes into the sky. A rough sword shattered everything. Ha 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 ha, everything is so fragile. Uchiha Eki laughed wildly. The sound of the earth shattering could not be drowned out. After a while, the world was silent. He looked at the Jinhyuriki who was lying on the ground and was very angry. The giant god raised the gourd in his left hand. The nectar and jade liquid poured into his body. "Let me see if it's what I think." The golden giant strode towards it. Uchiha Yuta and the security team took care of the last enemy. Unlock the Uchiha flame formation surrounding Hell Valley. The hellfire surrounding Hell Valley dissipated. The Uchihas gathered together. Kudu looked at the golden giant standing in that forest. His eyes were horrified. A guard captain walked up to Yuta. He trembled and said, "Master Yuta, that must be Susanoo. That is the ultimate divine power of our clan." Master Yuanming is only 15 years old. Uchiha Yuta's pupils trembled and he didn't reply. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak at this moment. Yes. That is the patron saint that can only be obtained by opening those eyes, Susanoo. The only adults in the clan who currently have these eyes are Naka, Lei, Balu, and Jing. Lord Yuanming actually. Thinking of the information I just sent. Obviously, I have already underestimated Lord Yuanming very much. Yuta shuddered. Will we really win? Other side. When Uchiha Eki was fighting with Kumo Ninja, before Susanoo was deployed, Thrushmaru rushed to the castle tower in a hurry. He was worried about his wife and ignored everything around him. Trap? That's for sure. Ambush? It doesn't matter. Will he die? Never thought about it. Standing in front of the Blood Pond Imperial Palace, Huimeiwan said in a cold voice, "Master Gosho, I have followed your words. Where's the knot?" Shuezishi looked at Huimeiwan, who had arrived as promised, and spread his hands. "Thrushmaru, come with me and leave here. Let's go to Cloud Hidden Village and once again make a name for our clan in the ninja world." "Where is the knot?" Turning a deaf ear to Yasuo's words, Huimeiwan stared at Yasuo ferociously. "Don't get excited, Huimeiwan, let's leave Hell Valley first. I ask you, where is the knot?" The Blood Pond Palace put down his spread hands and sighed helplessly. "Okay, bring that girl up." A ninja from Oya Castle came to the field carrying the unconscious beautiful girl. Looking at his unconscious wife, Huimeiwan said emotionally. "What happened to the knot?" "Nothing, just fainted, after all, she was too noisy along the way." Hearing the explanation of Blood Pond Gosho, Huimeiwan's brows relaxed. "Give me the knot." Just as he was about to step forward, Gosho waved his hand. Several ninjas immediately blocked him. With a gloomy look in his eyes, he stared at all this. Huimeiwan said coldly, "What does this mean?" "I said, you have to leave with us, and your wife will be given to you after we reach the destination. What if I say no? Then don't blame us for using brute force to make you surrender." Huimeiwan was confused. "What should I do? What should I do? The knot is in their hands, and they want me to leave with them? I am ready to repay my lord. But I won't agree. The knot is in their hands. What should I do?" At this moment, with a bang, smoke filled the air. The amulet in the arms of the yellow-haired girl broke. A figure emerged. With two clangs, the ninja who kidnapped the girl was killed. Holding the yellow-haired girl, he stared at everything in front of him with interest. "Yo! Good evening, everyone." Everyone in front of him opened their eyes wide. Huimeiwan said in surprise, "My lord." The man was Uchiha Yuanming. Blood Pond Palace roared in disbelief, "Uchiha Yuanming? How is it possible?" He glanced at this incompetent and furious guy. Playfully continued to speak to Huimeiwan. "How about it, my amulet is good, right? My lord. Is that a transformation technique?" Uchiha Yuanming jumped to the roof while holding the girl. The Sharingan opened and stared at Huimeiwan. His expression became serious and he said, "Based on the long-term data of the security team, I analyzed that the palace would cause a big event. The amulet was made by me using my own shadow clone and the transformation technique, just for this moment." Looking at Huimeiwan, who was a little hesitant, Yuanming continued to speak bluntly. "I will tell you everything without saying too much. Don't resist my eye power. Genjutsu Sharingan." In the blink of an eye, Huimeiwan understood everything in the world of Genjutsu. "So that's how it is. My life is so pathetic." A hoarse voice came out of his mouth. "My lord, take Yuki away. I'll understand everything." Chapter 15. The bloodthirsty red covers the sky and the earth. After all, my lord is just a shadow clone here, so please leave as soon as possible. How could Yasuo, who was furious at the sight, let them leave at will? It's just a shadow clone. Someone come and grab Miyajo Ui. Uchihamoto Aki glanced at him again. Call out. The figure disappears under the instant body technique. Gojuo was so anxious that he shouted, "Follow me! Bear bear!" A wave of heat came. Yasuo was startled and turned his head. The bloody fire was like thunder. Bang bang bang! Kill all the pursuing ninjas in the blink of an eye. Stand in the field. It's exactly Thrush Pill. Blood-red flames soared over his body, the whites of his eyes were blood-red, the ferocious cross pupils were visible, and the miserable blood-red murderous aura enveloped his whole body. Like a hellish Shura. Hey! Take a deep breath of hot breath. None of you can even think of leaving. Staring at the palace with gloomy eyes, he asked in a cold voice. Master Gosho, I have a question. Is it because of you that my parents got this strange disease? Looking into Huimei Wan's eyes, the Blood Pond Imperial Palace was fascinated by his divine light. Those eyes are not in the shape of one? Success? Really successful? Did our clan's demonic power successfully defeat Uchiha's divine eye? Ha 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 ha. Thrush Wan, those eyes of yours must be true blood dragon eyes. Sparacy. Leave with me, our Blood Pond clan will definitely reverberate throughout the ninja world. Facing the crazy-looking Blood Pond Palace, Huimei Wan was unmoved and said solemnly. Answer me, Lord Gosho. How can I tell you the truth, how can I still use the power of those eyes? Certainly. Just when Gojuo wanted to continue to win over Thrush Maru with lies. What's going on? Can't move your mouth? A pair of Sharingan eyes appeared in the bottom of my heart, then disappeared. Sharingan? Ah! There is no Sharingan, the true blood dragon eye in front of me is amazing. Of course I did it. Everything is for the purpose of reviving our clan. The moment you showed your unparalleled talent, Thrush Maru, without any stimulation of your emotions, you actually opened the blood dragon eye. Heaven sent son. This can open your eyes, so what will happen if you receive greater stimulation? So under my arrangement, your parents had an accident, and your wife was drugged by me and became sick with strange diseases. It's all about those eyes in your sockets. Tisk. Idiot. A sneer from the bottom of his heart woke up the gushing Yoshu. What did I say? Why do I tell these secrets? That sneer. Those Sharingan eyes that just appeared in my heart. It's that bastard. When did I fall under the illusion? Suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he remembered that Yuan Ming had glanced at him before. It's that time. Ah! Damn Uchihamoto Aki! You actually plotted against me. The Blood Pond Imperial Palace, which looked like a madman, roared a few times and took deep breaths to calm down. The matter is over. Everyone from Kumagakure should show up and kill Thrush Maru. We will leave and those eyes will be yours. Escape first, then, since you can cultivate Thrush Pill, follow the method to create another Thrush Pill. Give Union the benefits first, and then I can make a comeback in Union. Whoosh! More than 100 cloud ninjas appeared, and the leading ninja said bluntly. Master Hellguard, then we have to be more respectful than obey your orders. Kill this boy. Thrush Maru watched everything quietly, seeing all the enemies appearing, and seeing both his own ninja and Kumo ninja coming towards him. Close your eyes. Sighed. Is everyone here? I want to carve out a future for us and avenge my parents who love me. Open your eyes. The eyes that shed tears of blood are extremely terrifying. I hereby declare that all living beings are equal. No matter what kind of creature, they will be treated equally and turned into food for fire. Watch carefully, this fiery purgatory, the moment when the kingdom of blood is born. True blood long in karma fire blood refining. A little blood-red flame rose at his feet, seemingly a crumbling flame. Expand instantly. The blood-hungry blood covers the world. Hell appears again. When that blood-red light shines on the heaven and earth. Uchiha Motoaki walked with a relaxed pace and found a group of guards. Standing next to Uchiha Yuta, looking at the hellish scene with him. Uchiha Yuta was stunned for a moment, then turned to look at Yuan Ming. Sighing, is that a demonic power comparable to ours? Master Yuan Ming. Uchiha Motoaki nodded. Yes, it is different from the divine power of the Mangeki Sharingan. The true blood dragon eye of the blood pool focuses on blood and is attached to fire. It is the ultimate evil eye. Hearing this, Yuta was non-committal. I asked in confusion, how do you know, sir? Hearing Yuta's doubts, Uchiha took a step forward, his eyes dark. Just now, my shadow clone responded to me. Yes. Just now, his shadow clone rescued Not, placed him in the guard team, and called for people to take care of him. After dissolution, I realized that it was not only me who told Huimameru why he had such a miserable life. Huimameru also told me the relevant information about the Blood Dragon Eye. The Blood Dragon Eye is a powerful eye that is not inferior to the Sharingan. The powerful eye power is comparable to that of the 3 Megatama when the eyes are opened. In addition to the illusion ability of the same strength, it can also control the enemy's blood and use it as a bomb. Except that the insight is weaker than the Sharingan, the above abilities are really not weak at all. After reaching another realm, the Blood Dragon Eye is directly in its complete form. There is no side effect of losing light, and the eye technique is very straightforward. Completely manipulate blood. Combined with the fire ninjutsu derived by the Blood Pond clan for hundreds of years, the lethality is extremely powerful. This is nothing. The terrifying thing is that the eyes are cannibalistic. Turn others into blood, use it as nutrients, and strengthen yourself. Hey? Master Yuan Ming, where did this strange cat on your shoulder come from? Hearing Uchiha Yuta's question. Cute. Look, isn't it super cute? Excited Uchiha Yuan Ming lifted the blue kitten on his shoulder with tears in his eyes. Look at this black pattern, how beautiful it is on its blue body. And this head feels so comfortable to touch. The important thing is. Looking at the shivering blue kitten, with tears in her eyes, she resisted Yuan Ming's action of lifting her up and exposing her abdomen. Uchiha Yuta's eyes were dead. What's important? It's a female cat. Excited Yuan Ming responded. Yuta looked dead. Am I wrong to regard Master Yuan Ming as a threat? More than 10 minutes ago. The golden giant god walked in front of the dying Jinkraki. Very good, he was seriously injured, but the tailed beast's chakra saved his life. Being covered with divine wine, this individual's chakra will be marked with the divine wine mark. After saying that, he shrunk Susanoo to the form of a crow tengu holding a spiritual weapon. Uchiha Yuan Ming squatted down and flipped open the eyes of the Ministry of Justice. Genjutsu Sharingan. Instantly, Yuan Ming arrived at a dark area. Scanning around. Speaking with interest. Is this the spiritual world of the Ministry of Justice? The man is dying, and he should not be able to see him. Let's take a look at the cat. Turning his head, he looked behind him with a cold look. The one that was blocked was a blue demon fire giant with 2 tails. The mysterious black runes on its body. It was the 2-tailed beast. Uchiha Yuan Ming's eyes lit up and he shook his hand. Nice to meet you again, and we are traveling again. Chapter 16 How many people were killed? A giant beast with blue demonic fire burning all over its body. Looking at the uninvited guest in front of him, he bent his body and was extremely alert. After hesitating for a moment, he asked. What are you doing here, Uchiha boy? Also, how did you know my name? Yuta's gentle voice made Uchiha Yuan Ming stunned. Female cat? In my previous life, I stopped watching the Naruto anime after Nagato's death. I finished reading the comics with a lot of bumps, and I can't remember the gender of the tailed beasts. Yuta is actually a gentle female cat? Doesn't he have the same attitude towards Uchiha as the Nine Tails? How do I know your name? You don't need to know it. Also, don't you hate Uchiha? A question mark of doubt floated on Yuanming's head. Why should I hate Uchiha? The damn Senju is hateful. Uchiha Yuanming tapped his palms and understood. So you were caught by the first generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Yuta remained silent. Buzz. Uchiha Yuanming's body manifested the giant arms of Susanoo, holding a magic sword and a wine gourd. What are you going to do, kid? Seeing such a change, Yalo looked alert. What? Of course I'm going to let you out. Hearing this, Yalo sneered. I haven't heard of Uchiha who knows the seal technique. You can't break this seal. Uchiha Yuanming was not angry, and said excitedly. Really? You'll know if it works or not after trying it. He pondered in his heart, and the judgment of the wine god gourd was a conceptual individual. All the chakras in the body, whether external or self-owned, as long as they are in the separate consciousness in this body, are considered a person. It's really a very powerful spiritual weapon. Let me see if I can do what I want. The mind moved. Gourd, all this earth god wine is here, turn it into my sharp blade, and penetrate all obstacles. Tear it. In this spiritual space of the Ministry of Justice, the chakra representing the sealing technique, the chakra that maintains the sealed Jinkra key, transformed into waves of divine light with the aroma of wine, it rushed to the sacred wine gourd like a young swallow flying into the forest. Seeing this wonder, Yolo opened his eyes wide. He said in horror, Uchiha boy, what is your spiritual weapon? Seeing the materialized chain of the seal become illusory, the Tsumokariya sword in his right hand swung out a sword light. Clang! The chains broke. Something that can save you out. The voice of the Uchiha boy who looked down on the world reached Yolo's ears. In reality, after doing all that, Yuanming took a step back. Here it comes. Huge chakra flowed out of the Ministry of Justice's body, and the huge evil cat appeared again. Yuanming was a little disappointed. He didn't completely swallow the tailed beast. Did he judge that the tailed beast was not one with the Jinkra key? It seems that the future enhancement can be developed in this direction. This spiritual weapon is very convenient to deal with the tailed beasts. Finally it came out. The hateful seal. The giant beast sighed and looked down at the boy who surprised her. She said gently, "Thank you, boy. If you really want to thank me, say it now." Divine wine. Before she finished speaking, she was interrupted by Yuanming's excited words. A stream of golden liquid poured down on her head. Very good, divine wine locked. Little ghost, what are you doing, meow? After being drenched in nectar, Yada was furious, and the cat tongue habit that had been corrected for many years came out of her mouth. Before she could find trouble with Uchiha Yuanming, a suction came. It was the giant god's huge wine gourd. What is that, my chakra? A huge stream of blue chakra rushed to the mouth of the huge gourd. Yuanming felt that the gourd had not changed much, like a huge abyss, swallowing all the chakra of a tailed beast. In an instant, the giant beast disappeared. Yuanming was a little surprised and put away Susanoo. Where's the cat? Where's a cat as big as me? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hey? What's going on? A blue kitten jumped out of the bushes. With tears in his eyes, he was furious at Yuanming. An angry voice sounded, "Where's my chakra? So much chakra! Evil Uchiha kid, give it back to me meow." The angry little female cat pounced on Yuanming. Then she was grabbed by the back of her neck. After a burst of meowing screams that made people cry, it became quiet. The blood-red crimson descended on this land, and after a while, the Jigakudani castle tower fell into hell completely. Uchiha Yuta didn't talk nonsense with Yuan Ming anymore, and directed the guards to do the comfort work. Yuan Ming put Yalu on his shoulders again, looking at the land of blood and fire, as if he saw through everything. After a while, everything became calm. The blood color of Hell Valley faded, and a handsome young man with white hair walked slowly. He came to his master. The master seemed to have exhausted his enthusiasm in the previous battle. He asked softly, "How many did you kill?" "Hundreds of enemies." Huimuan answered the master's doubts lightly. "Where is the castle tower?" "It has been burned." "Where is the palace?" "It has been devoured." The master laughed, and laughed heartily. "My sharp blade is ready." The next day, the morning sun was rising, and everything was flourishing. Uchiha Yuanming's office. The Uchiha who have cooperated for more than 100 years are reliable, efficient, and have no stigma. The ninja power of the Blood Pond clan has been annihilated. I will set off to report this good news to the daimyo, and the mission fee will be fully compensated. The tone of the Grand Counselor was relaxed. "Thank you, sir." During the mission, a large number of Kumagakure came to hinder the work. I killed a large number of them. I am afraid that the Kumagakure village will hold them accountable. Hearing Uchiha Yuanming's complaints, the Grand Counselor's bat fan swayed gently. Not caring. "I will take care of this matter, Yuanming Jun, don't worry." At this point, he raised the bat fan to cover his face. To the powerful ninja in front of him, he spoke bluntly. "Besides, the Kumagakure village is so bold to want to take over the Blood Pond clan. This is the business of our nobles. They are stretching their hands too far. Then I'll trouble you, sir." After Uchiha Yuanming sent him away, he felt annoyed. This world is really inexplicable. Zabuza doesn't dare to take action against the rich businessman. The Hidden Cloud village is afraid of the pressure from the daimyo. Or all the ninja villages are afraid. After all, the money bags are held in the hands of others. What a bullshit ninja village era. It's still the routine of the Warring States period. Ninjas do dirty work of the lower 9 classes. Even if they become a group, what does it matter? The work is still the same. The son of the daimyo is the daimyo, the son of the ninja is the ninja, the son of the businessman is the businessman, and so on. In a world where extraordinary powers exist, mortals are oppressing supermen, and Uchiha Yuanming only feels magical. Forget it. Now I am not at the level of overwhelming the world alone, and I will make plans later. It's more important to count the gains. With a thought, he looked at the panel. Chapter 17 I Believe in You. Uchiha Motoaki. Life form level, LV4, Strong Shadow. Talent, Sharingan LV4, Strong Shadow. Eye technique, right eye, Amaterasu, left eye, Omikami. Susanoo, spiritual weapons, Tomakari sword, divine sake gourd. Energy attributes, fire, yin. Thunder. Skill, phantom transparent thunder fire chakra mode, fire and thunder and yin. Several conventional fire escape ninjutsu and illusion techniques. Uchiha style throwing technique. Psychicism, meow meow. Aura, 139 rays. Keep an eye on the number of auras. Wrong harvest. He killed more than a dozen jounin on the spot, and also defeated Jinkriki and tailed beasts. Countless genin were killed, so why did they gain so little? What's going on? Something unexpected happened to Uchiha Motoaki. In the past, Shendao would not explain anything to him. This time he seemed to feel his doubts, and the magic sword in the sea of consciousness trembled. A sudden realization came to my mind. The magic sword encourages struggle but rejects meaningless killing. The life levels of the genin were too different from mine, so killing them would not count. I see. Uchiha Motoaki touched his chin, his eyes flashed, and he thought carefully. But does rejecting senseless killing mean moving towards justice? Encourage struggle, reward the victor with inspiration, and grant wisdom that defies heaven and enlightenment. It seems that the golden finger from the previous life is probably related to Bahram of Manichaeism. Since it is the magic sword of the good God, it seems that I will have to restrain myself in future wars. You cannot massacre the weak for the sake of aura. The aura has exceeded 100. In the previous battle, he used such a large amount of pupil power to build Susanoo. This morning I discovered that my vision was a little affected, so I decided to upgrade to the eternal eye first. Close your eyes and think. Heavenly wisdom surged into my heart. After a moment of enlightenment, Yuan Ming opened his eyes, and more complex patterns bloomed on his Sharingan. It is the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. The surging power fills the eyes. Hey 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 hey! This power! Who dares to compete with it? This eye power is too strong. Ha 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 ha! Happy! Happy! Take a while and calm down. Feel the afterglow of spiritual light. The information in it made Yuan Ming feel shocked. The next evolution of the eye is a complete metamorphosis of the essence of life, from mortal to divine. It is the domain of the gods and requires 5,000 points. Is demand 100-fold increase. On second thought, that's right. Those Otsutsukis, despite fighting, can actually achieve immortality, control time, travel through parallel worlds, and create multiple small worlds. Even if you die, you can turn into a digital life form and slowly resurrect. And the most outrageous movement of a single star in the sky, which is a starry sky in light-year units. What is this if not the domain of gods? Uchihamoto Eki. Life form level, LV5, Super Shadow. Sharingan, LV5, Super Shadow. Eye technique. Slightly. Aura, 89. Looking at the panel, the remaining value of the aura is 89. Keep it for now in case of any changes. The evolution of Sharingan drives one's life level to rise. The changes in the body will gradually increase over time. Consolidate first and then talk. The next month was uneventful. Yuan Ming and Yuta went to the capital of the Land of Thunder to meet with the daimyo. He nominated Huimei-maru as the Lord of Hell Valley and received the money for this mission. Back to Hell Valley. Inside the garrison station office. Is it really okay, my lord? Will you be the lord? Of course it's no problem. Just accept the daimyo's appointment certificate. Looking at Thrush-maru who looked reserved, Uchihamoto Eki comforted him. Hearing this, Huimei-wan bowed deeply. He said loudly, "Thank you very much, Your Majesty. I will protect this land for Your Majesty." After waving his hand, Yuan Ming said bluntly, "If you are serious, be your lord properly. I will call the ninja cat to inform you if there is any matter. The daimyo doesn't want you to continue to develop the power of ninjas. Just settle down and be a noble. Go home and tell your wife the good news." Huimei-wan bowed and accepted the order. Hi! Seeing Huimei-wan closing the door and going out, Yuan Ming pondered. He figured out Huimei-wan clearly, and he only saw a small life with his wife. He values love and justice, and he saved the most important person in his life. There is no problem with his loyalty. After accepting him, he became a lord, and his financial pressure was relieved. 50,000 stones in Hell Valley, don't think it's small, considering the situation of Hokage's ancient society. The output is completely enough to support thrush pills and yourself. Boom, boom, boom. A knock on the door interrupted Yuan Ming's thoughts. Please come in. Uchiha Yuta pushed open the door and entered. He walked to the table and said bluntly, "Lord Yuan Ming, is it inappropriate to let Huimei-wan become the lord like this?" I heard Uchiha Yuta ask this. This is the safest thing. A lord who is pro-Uchiha will make guarding tasks much easier in the future. Uchihamoto Eki nodded and responded to his doubts. Okay, just be safe, everything depends on the adults' arrangements. After hesitating for a moment, Uchiha Yuta took out a scroll. "Sir, the family asked us to go back and explain the turmoil in Hell Valley." Took the scroll from Uchiha Yuta's hand. He glanced at it quickly. Yuanming's calm voice sounded. "Do you want Yuta-san and I to complete the task ahead of time and change shifts?" He tapped the table with his fingers and raised his eyebrows. "That makes sense. Although the task report has been handed over to the clan a month ago, it seems that we still need to talk to the person in charge." Uchiha Yuta bowed slightly. "If the Lord has no other instructions, I will go to prepare for the return to the village first." "Go." "Yes. By the way, Yuta-san, remember to arrange the route back to the village this time." "I believe you." Walking to the door and opening it, Uchiha Yuta's hand holding the door handle tightened slightly. Turning his head, he smiled and said, "I understand, Lord Yuanming." Seeing Yuanming nodded, indicating that he understood, he walked away and closed the door. In the silent office. After a while, the dark murderous intent surrounded Uchiha Yuanming. The scarlet Sharingan looked like a sea of blood. "Yes, you have made your arrangements, Yuta-san. Say. I look forward to your clown show on stage, I hope it will please me." The chilling whispers were only heard by Yuanming himself. Is this the whisper of a demon? Or is it the chant of a god? At the border between the land of fire and the land of lightning. In a quiet valley. A handsome young man with grey hair in a black robe looked into the distance. Whoosh! A young ninja appeared. He walked to his side and bowed slightly. He said, "Lord Naka, the information about Lord Yuta has arrived, and he will probably pass through this valley tomorrow." Uchiha Naka nodded and remained silent. The Uchiha was a little confused. "Lord Naka?" Hearing the question of his subordinates, Uchiha Naka sighed helplessly. "Yuanming and I are both holders of the Mangekyo, and we should have contributed to the family. Who would have thought that we would have to fight here?" Hearing this, the subordinates hesitated and said, "Lord Yuanming's beliefs are inconsistent with ours, and Lord Setsuna will get in the way later. We have been very cautious about Lord Yuta's letter. Lord Setsuna arranged 10 elites, and we thought it was enough. Who would have thought that Lord Yuanming actually opened those eyes, and Lord Setsuna asked Lord Naka to come over in the follow-up support." Hearing the words of the subordinates, Uchiha Naka did not comment. Thinking for a moment, he blurted out in a heavy tone, "Go, set up all the traps." "Yes, Lord Naka." Chapter 18 Praise my name, Uchiha. The next day, when the sun was shining brightly, "Go past that valley ahead and you'll reach the land of fire, Master Yuanming." "Very good, keep going." The two people running were Yuanming and Yuta. Uchiha Yuta had mixed feelings. Is it really right to betray my clan members, even if it's for the sake of our clan's righteousness? Is it right for the sake of the position of Hokage? Gods and Buddhas! Why did our clan suffer such a fate? Yuta-san, do you have anything to say to me? At this time, Uchiha Yuanming's calm voice reached Yuta's ears, interrupting his thoughts. He was stunned. He didn't know how to start. So he remained silent. "Really? I know your attitude." Uchiha Yuanming stopped. Clang! Before the clear sound of drawing the sword reached Yuta's ears, a cold edge cut off his body. Bang! Yuta's figure turned into a puff of smoke. Is it really a shadow clone? Uchiha Yuanming, who didn't care, stood with a knife in his hand, and looked around with his scarlet 3-Magatama Sharingan. He shouted, "Everyone! Come out!" Swish, swish, swish. In the eyes of the crowd, the figure with the blood-red Sharingan flashed and surrounded Uchiha Yuanming. The leader was a handsome young man with grey hair, and Yuta was standing next to him. Clap, clap, clap. The grey-haired young man in the lead clapped his hands and praised. "You are so smart that you didn't completely step into the valley full of traps. It seems that you exposed Yuta-kun. Uchiha Yuta looked obscure, lowered his head and said. I'm sorry, Lord Naka, I didn't complete the task perfectly. Uchiha Naka drew out the ninja tool without caring. Responded. It's okay, you. Before he finished speaking, a wave of overwhelming sound came. Blazing, blazing. Lightning flashed, and a thunder and fire slash was met head-on. It was Uchiha Yuanming who fully activated the phantom body transparent chakra mode. Clang. Ping. Uchiha Naka quickly opened the Sharingan and drew out the ninja sword to parry. So strong. So heavy. How is it possible? The power is completely above mine. What are you talking about? Since everyone knows it, let's fight happily. Uchiha Naka opened his Sharingan and looked at Uchiha Yuanming in front of him, breathing out hot air, and his eyes full of murderous intent bloomed in red light. The grinning corners of his mouth, the extremely cruel smile. Like a vicious flower blooming in the south. Thunder and fire illuminated Uchiha Yuanming's face. He was so handsome, but he looked as hideous as Shura. This sense of oppression. Trouble. Damn kid. Uchiha Naka gritted his teeth and used the ninja sword to push. Use the force to retreat and get ready. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Yuanming's figure disappeared. Naka was shocked. Not good. He shouted hurriedly. Keep your distance from him and use ninjutsu from a distance. As soon as he finished shouting, Uchiha Yuanming's figure appeared behind an Uchiha Jonin. A thunderous punch instantly broke his spine and made him fall to the ground. Yuanming stood still and looked around. With a look of disdain, he raised his hand that was not holding the knife and bent his fingers a few times. Damn it! How dare you look down on us? Humph! How dare you be so arrogant? Tonight will be your last day. The Uchiha around were all elites, how could they stand such a provocation? But the guy who fell to the ground showed that it was definitely not a good idea to fight him in close combat. They all dispersed and formed a circle. Fire style, great fire extinction. The powerful fire style of more than a dozen Uchiha Jonins pressed towards Yuanming. Seeing this, Uchiha Naka quickly formed a seal. Wind style, great breakthrough. The powerful output of chakra made the storm from his mouth even bigger. Wind and fire met. Dancing together. Blazing. The overwhelming heat wave came. Uchiha Yuanming, his lips moved slightly. Susanoo. Whispered softly. Unable to stop the golden light from breaking apart. Tearing the sky apart. Boom. The huge flame hit the golden light. Before the surrounding Uchiha could see clearly what the golden light was. A loud chant came. Intoxicate yourself with the wine of the god of madness, worship my divine wine. A huge golden nectar extinguished the flame. It was not over yet, the golden liquid seemed to have consciousness. It grew into a long snake shape, hitting all the Uchiha Jonin at lightning speed. What is this? I feel dizzy. The smell of wine. What's going on? I feel. I'm drunk. Plop. In a moment. Except for Uchiha Naka, and Uchiha Yuta who had been on the periphery without taking action. All the enemies fell. Uchiha Naka stared at the golden giant god who became clear in the field with an ugly look. It was about 50 meters high, but fortunately, it could still be dealt with. He made a difficult sound, Susanoo. The giant god moved. Getting closer and closer. Stopped about 20 meters in front of Naka. How is it possible? Your eyes are still 3 Megatama. The golden giant god walked in. Let Uchiha Naka see clearly. The Sharingan in Yuanming's eye sockets. The 3 Megatama slowly rotated. Hearing Uchiha Naka's incredulous shout, Yuanming turned his head. He said lightly. Is it difficult? Hearing this, Uchiha Naka was in a trance. This is no longer a question of whether it is difficult or not, it is a question that fundamentally destroys his three views. He said in a hoarse voice, "It seems that I have to fight hard." After that, the pupils changed drastically. Buzz. The blood-red pupils were printed with complex patterns. Manjiki Sharingan. I technique Maris Hiten. Uchiha Yuanming only saw that Uchiha Naka's Sharingan in front of him turned into a Manjiki. The light of golden fire flashed. Hey? Ah? Why am I flying? Boom! The golden fire bursting out of Naka's eyes suddenly attacked Yuanming with lightning speed. Knock him away and crash into the mountain. Smoke, flying sand, and rocks are all in a mess. Uchiha Yuanming, under the protection of Susanoo, slowly walked out of the mountain. My heart sank. What a fast eye technique! Look at the immortal flames that are still entangled in Susanoo even when the golden light dissipates. The attack power is also very strong. Does it have both the characteristics of Amaterasu and the speed of thunder? Troublesome eye technique. Fortunately the impact force is not good, and it did not break through Susanoo. Otherwise, it would hit the head. I can't imagine what else I can do except using Izanagi. It seems that every Mangekyo cannot be underestimated. Buzz buzz buzz. There was a high roar of chakra in front. Uchiha Yuanming looked closely. A red light rose in front, and a huge, red giant stood on the spot. Holding a red knife, it was like a weeping blood Ming Wang. Wow! Is this your Susanoo? Boom boom boom! The red giant moved like thunder, and soon arrived in front of Yuanming. Uchiha Naka, in Susanoo, looked at the unprecedented enemy in front of him seriously. He shouted loudly, "For Uchiha, for Konoha, I will kill you here today." Crash! Uchiha Yuanming put away the ninja sword and made seals with both hands. In the Scarlet Sharingan, the three Megatama changed instantly. The Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan opened. Don't speak arrogantly easily, it will only reveal your weakness. After saying that, his eyes condensed. Accompanied by the dazzling golden divine light, a huge god of more than 200 meters stood in this valley. Red eyebrows and golden pupils, wearing armor, a sharp blade in the right hand, and a magic gourd in the left hand. The chakra with a sacred color rose, and the atmosphere in the sky let out bursts of wailing. Uchiha Yuta in the distance slowly knelt down and shouted in despair, "What is this?" Uchiha Naka looked horrified. The incomparable shock filled his heart, his throat surged, but he couldn't say anything. The weak groan in his heart. What kind of monster is Naka fighting with? The giant god red eyebrows. A clear chant came. I swear here. I will smash all obstacles in the world. Praise my name, Uchiha. The sword flashed. The end of all things. The world is destroyed. At this time, 100 miles away from here, Uchiha Chiji was running quickly towards the valley with his subordinates. Suddenly a cold voice came. Woman, where do you want to go? Chapter 19 The Sun Shines. Who? Uchiha was startled and looked in the direction of the cold voice. A handsome young man with black hair wearing an Uchiha black robe slowly walked over. Ta 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 ta. Every step seems to be filled with indescribable awareness. The several subordinates behind him were all silent. It's me. The young ninja responded to Uchiha's doubts with a frosty face. Seeing the person clearly, Ji opened his eyes wide. It's actually you. Thunder. Trouble is, it's Lei. Why is he here? Could it be? The speculation in her mind made her feel extremely annoyed. Not long ago, received a request from Yuanming to investigate the status of the masters in the clan. At that time, I felt something was wrong and reminded Yuanming. Since this month, she has been in constant contact with Uchiha Motoaki, and she feels at ease. But there is still necessary caution. She has always known about the hawks in the clan, and all the three Megatama Jounin in Uchiha have Izanagi. Their styles are quite radical and they dare not be careless. Just a few days ago, I discovered that Naka was missing, and I felt bad at the time. Through certain means, he obtained the information about the ambush of Yuan Ming and immediately came with his subordinates. Who would have thought? Cut off thoughts. He pulled out his kunao and made a warning gesture to his subordinates. His eyes trembled slightly, and in the scarlet pupils, the Megatama rotated gloomily. Uchihale saw such a situation. Sneered, "It seems you already understand the situation, woman." Buzz. A coquettish red light bloomed in her eyes. There was a murderous smile on his lips. "You can't go anywhere without crossing me." Eyes facing each other. The scarlet murderous intent of dragon and tiger merged. In the valley. Looking at the mess around him. Uchiha Motoaki, who had relieved Susanoo, glanced around. The remains of Uchiha Naka were discovered. "Didn't you activate Izanagi?" Uchiha Motoaki was a little confused, not daring to underestimate the heaven-defying technique that deceived the world and reversed various unfavorable situations. He looked at the corpse for a few times and waited for a while, but saw no changes. He walked over with confidence. "It seems like you are really dead. Are you reluctant to part with the Mangekyo Sharingan?" He shook his head and looked at Yuta Uchiha, who was kneeling on the ground in the distance. "Move in front of him." He lowered his eyes and asked coldly. "Do you have anything else to say?" After hearing Uchiha Motoaki's question, Uchiha Yuta, who was in a state of collapse, shook his body and came back to his senses. He calmed down his expression. "There's nothing to say. If you beat Master Yuan Ming, just kill me." Pale words came out of his mouth, and he lowered his head as if he had accepted his fate. "Nothing to say, just move and bring Naka's body over. By the way, there are also those Jounin, I kept my hand, they were just stunned by my pupil technique. He's not dead yet, so he can move here too." Hear the words. Uchiha Yuta was stunned for a moment and opened his eyes wide. "Lift your head," he said in disbelief. "Why? Master Yuan Ming." Before he could finish his shocked words, he was interrupted by Uchiha Motoaki waving his hand. He shouted impatiently, "There are so many reasons, why don't you hurry up and do it?" "Hi!" Uchiha Yuta responded excitedly, staggering to carry out the order. Universe Yuan Ming sat cross-legged on the ground while Uchiha Yuta was busy. "Think carefully. I need a team, and this group of people is the best target." After witnessing their own power, they had no problem surrendering after being defeated. After all, Uchiha were always like this. If you want to convince them and win over them, you have to convince them first. This is true for Uchiha Suzuki, and so is Uchiha Madara. There was a pause. Except for Uchiha Itachi, he would brainwash himself and take the initiative to eat cakes that looked sweet. In short, it would be basically no problem to let them see his miraculous eye skills. As for those who are stubborn, don't blame me for being cruel. Get rid of your thoughts, close your eyes and relax. Adjust status. After waiting quietly for a while, Uchiha Yuta's somewhat cautious voice came. "Sir Yuan Ming, the bodies of the brothers who fainted and Lord Naka have been placed below." Uchiha Motoaki opened his eyes and glanced around. He nodded, "Feed them military food pills and wake them up one by one." Not a moment. Under Yuta Uchiha's manipulation, all the Uchiha who fell on the ground woke up. After seeing the situation clearly. Lost, completely lost. That's Lord Naka's body. Has the pillar that unlocked the power of God also fallen? Uchiha Motoaki, he is too powerful, that unrivaled divine power is too chaotic. Damn it, why are you so discouraged? Do you want to surrender? Hey, hey, hey! Look at this valley, the terrain has changed. Hearing the waked-up Uchiha's chirping, the somewhat impatient Uchiha Motoaki spoke. "Shut up, you guys are defeated." Hearing this, the Uchihas looked at Motoaki. There is only one fact before you now: surrender to me, or go to the land of hell. Hearing this, the Uchiha were furious. Why? I can be killed but not humiliated, and I will never humiliate the pride of the Uchiha. Buzz. The powerful chakra arrogance ignited in Yuan Ming, and the indomitable momentum overwhelmed him. Why? Because I am invincible. Can you calm down and listen to me in detail? The incomparable sense of oppression made the Uchiha present quiet down. Nodding, Yuan Ming was very satisfied. He analyzed the strengths and weaknesses of the security team, the evil intentions of the second generation of Hokage, and what would happen if he stepped into the front. Uchiha Yuan Ming spoke freely, looking at the Uchiha around him who were in a daze. He was very satisfied and looked around at the people who were paying attention to him. Spreading his hands. To make everyone's dreams come true, for justice, and to make Uchiha great again. Everyone, take me as the master, unite together, and knock down all obstacles. Oh! We believe in you, Master Yuan Ming. Looking at the Uchiha who were completely submissive around him. Pressed his palms. The scene suddenly became quiet. His eyes caught sight of Uchiha Naka's body. Now I will wake up Naka-kun and let him join our cause. Hearing this, the Uchiha present were shocked and had no time to speak. Uchiha Yuan Ming's eye sockets changed rapidly, staring at Uchiha Naka's body. Son! Give us the destiny of immortality. Dojutsu Daimikami. Maximum output. The light of the sun shines. A miracle is coming. Huff, huff. Uchiha Chiji kneeled on one knee. I looked anxiously at my subordinates who were lying on the ground. I bit my lips. Everyone! I shouted in my heart. I looked up at the arrogant orange giant in front of me. So powerful! This is the Manjiki Sharingan. This is Susanoo. What should I do? Chapter 20 Hateful Izanagi. The scene was extremely tragic, and all the subordinates who were in charge fell down. The Uchihale were not much better, with only 2 people with single Sharingan left scanning the formation. Hey! It looked like only Uchiha was left. Uchihale exhaled and his expression relaxed. Susanoo was disbanded. Looking at the Uchiha governance in front of him. To put it bluntly, I was the one who defeated Ji-sang. Without kaleidoscope, you wouldn't have been able to resist me. The Uchiha ruler stood up and took a stance without saying a word. Sighing, aren't you going to give up? Then go die. The right eye opened and shed tears of blood. Pupillary technique martial Erng hammer. Thunder. The thunder of destruction resounded throughout the world, instantly hitting Uchiha governance. In an instant, various images flashed through Uchiha governance's mind. That was in the spring. In a sea of flowers. A handsome little man. A smile as bright as the sun. Said to her. It smells so good, spring is here. The excited little man flew across the sea of flowers. Open your hands. Said enthusiastically. By the way, I can make a bouquet and give it to the governor as a gift. The beautiful girl looked at the villain tenderly. A bouquet of flowers was placed in front of her. Give, govern. This is a gift for you. The girl took the bouquet with a smile on her face. Thank you, it's really full of spring. A series of experiences rolled through my mind. Summer festivals, firework displays, Hanami, New Year. Those are precious memories with the villain. The breath of destruction invades. Everything is stained grey. Buzz. That was the sound of the air waves caused by the violent chakra. Hey? Not dead yet. Uchihale was a little surprised and stared at it. Sudden. Malice strikes. Overflowing malice stings the skin. A beautiful girl suddenly appeared on the scene. The blue light of chakra illuminated that beautiful face. It was so beautiful, but now it looked like an evil ghost and made people shudder. Those eyes. Kaleidoscope. When Uchihale saw complex patterns appearing in the girl's eyes. Shocked. The girl's red eyes made him feel the terror of death. Those eyes revealed only death. The girl's wail sounded. If Yuan Mingjun can't smile at me, what's the difference between me and death? Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming. Yuan Ming. My Yuan Mingjun. I will definitely take you back. His eyes shed tears of blood. Tongshuhuangkan Jin. O death! Please use the power of the waves to destroy the enemy in front of you and plunder his life. The yellow water of death rolled up in front of Uchiha's eyes across an incredible realm. The terrifying water of death rose in the whirlpool, turning into an all-devouring dragon and snake and swallowing Uchihale. The girl jumped into the air. He glanced at the one-eyed Uchiha who had already run away. The hateful Izanagi is devouring the fate of the people. The left eye trembled. Eye technique Izanami Nobi. The blue starry butterfly emerges from the yellow water of death. 2 in 1 life, 3 in 2, thousands of people in the blink of an eye. The densely packed hell butterflies spread their wings like a dream. The overwhelming force attacks everything in sight. Hey, hey, hey. Uchiha Naka opened his eyes suddenly and took a big breath. He pushed himself up, looking confused. Am I not dead? Yonaka. How does it feel to come back from the Pure Land? Uchiha Aki's teasing voice came. Uchiha Naka looked confused. Resurrection. You resurrect me? Yes, my eye skills are pretty good. Looking around, Uchiha Aki opened his eyes wide and was so shocked that everyone was speechless. He raised his eyebrows. Why don't you say anything? Hearing this ridicule, Uchiha Yuta trembled suddenly and came to his senses. Lord Yuan Ming. That is resurrection. A miracle that brings people back from death. The extremely shocking words woke up the Uchiha present. Gods and Buddhas, what did I see? A miracle. An absolute miracle. Long live Lord Yuan Ming. Uchiha Aki looked at the frightened people around him and felt calm in his heart. This group of people has been completely conquered. Who wouldn't want to follow me who can defeat death? He glanced at Uchiha Naka who was still confused. He waved his hand to Uchiha Yuta to explain the situation to him. Not a moment. After explanations from everyone present, Uchiha Naka, who understood the situation, came to Uchiha Aki. Get down on one knee. My lord, I'm sorry. What are you talking about? You came to fight me to the death just because of old guy Setsuna's order. It's all over. Just follow me from now on. Looking at Uchiha Aki's outstretched hand, he took it heavily. Half an hour later. After finishing repairs, everyone set off again. Out of the valley of disillusionment. Hateful Izanagi. Looking at the escaping Uchihale. Uchiha governance put away the Manjiki Sharingan. That's all, Yuan Mingjun is still important. Take the 2 tribesmen who are still lost in reincarnation. The psychic ninja cat asked him to take care of it and helped his subordinates collect the corpse. Continue to run forward. The vague figure in front of him cast a shadow in Zhili's heart. It was the large army that attacked Yuan Mingjun. Impossible. Impossible. Absolutely not. He kept wailing in his heart, and kept sliding into the abyss. The 2 sides were getting closer and closer. The leader in front was clear. Yuan Mingjun. The girl was very surprised. She ran straight to him. The other party also found her. He opened his arms and hugged the girl who ran into his arms. After a burst of crying, Uchiha Yuan Ming stroked the girl's head. Comforted, it's okay, let's go home. Yet. Yuan Ming responded with a barely audible cry. The sunset fell, infinitely beautiful. A few days later. Konoha village, Uchiha clan land. Arrange the 2 one-eyed dragons who had returned from their mistakes to recuperate in the hospital. Disband the troops and ask them to report to the person behind the scenes. False information that he had escaped by force. Sent Uchiha Chiji home to rest. Uchiha Yuanming returned home. He fell on the bed and buried his head in counting his gains. Defeated Naka, a cage-level strongman, and 11 Uchiha Jonins. The panel's spiritual light value has become 126. The spiritual light value is very good, one step closer to the divine realm of 5000. Gained a powerful noble subordinate, Miyashiro Humameru, and a territory of 50,000 stones. He does not need to support a bunch of ninja soldiers, but only uses it to support himself and Humameru. More than enough. One Manjiki in the Uchiha clan. Including Yuta, there are 2 more who have become one-eyed and have the strength of Jonin after using Izanagi. 14 Jonins, the core team is initially established. The history class in the previous life made me know that the power of the clan is extremely important. Except for Liu Bang and Zhu Yuanzhang. The kings who started to dominate all relied on the power of the clan at the beginning. As soon as the clan power of CAO boss's team weakened, Sima took away the fruit. He wanted to control Uchiha and strengthen Uchiha. For a better life. With chaotic thoughts, Yuanming slowly fell asleep. In the middle of the night. On the other side. The root base. Chapter 21 Hungmen Banquet. Executioners. Danzo heard his subordinates. Informed him that Uchiha Yuanming had returned to the village safely. He took the written information that the Hidden Cloud village had told him more than half a month ago, and the notice that Uchiha Setsuna had given him. He waved his hand and told his subordinates to retreat. After a while. Bang! He pounded the table hard. He roared with a ferocious face. How is it possible? The failure of the Hidden Cloud village is fine, but the subsequent accountability of the daimyo makes the Raikage dare not move. What kind of waste is Uchiha Setsuna? The route is clear and the arrangement is clear. How could he fail? That evil brat! What about the Manjiki? He took a few deep breaths. Calm down. His heart was extremely gloomy. Sharingan. Manjiki. Mirror. Be patient for now, brat, we'll see. Meanwhile. Uchiha clan land, Setsuna's mansion. Uchiha Setsuna knelt in the main hall and listened to Uchiha Lei's report. He took out Naka's report scroll. He was silent for a long time. He said. That kid has some skills. He was lucky that he was not killed by Naka-kun. Now the trouble is that woman. She actually awakened the Manjiki Sharingan. At this point, Setsuna paused. Looking at the grey eyeball in Uchiha Lei's left eye socket. He said in a hoarse voice. It's really scary that you lost an eye before you could run away. Touching his left eye, Uchiha Lei said with lingering fear. Yes, that woman's pupil technique is too domineering. The rushing water of the underworld will kill you if you touch it. Susanoo is useless. The place it touches is like death. It directly breaks through my defense. At this point, he took a sip of tea to ease the fear in his heart. Slowly put down the tea, and continued. Fortunately, when I touched the water of death, I felt something was wrong and activated Izanagi immediately. Otherwise, Lord Setsuna would not see me tonight. Thinking of his left eye, Uchiha looked gloomy. Uchiha Naka, who had been listening for a long time, suddenly spoke. He said a little depressed. Lord Setsuna, what should we do next? We have already suffered casualties, which is equivalent to tearing our faces with the neutral faction. We were originally at odds with Lord Jing's faction, and now it is like this. Will the civil war start directly? Hearing this, Uchiha Setsuna put down the report in his hand. He said calmly. Don't worry, that guy Huohi is no longer the evil spirit of the Warring States period. After Lord Madara left, he became the clan leader. Uchiha Setsuna paused and continued to sound contemptuous. He has lost his backbone and only wants to live his peaceful life. He will try to smooth things over at the clan meeting in 5 days. Not to mention now, he will definitely find a way to provide relief to his dead subordinates. After that, he raised his eyes and blurted out words like a poisonous snake's breath. After the clan meeting, I will find a time to meet that little devil, and then Naka-kun, you will directly use the pupil technique to kill him. Uchiha lay on the side said in surprise. Don't you need me to hold you back? Lord Setsuna. Uchiha Setsuna stared into his eyes. Shaking her head. Lay, I will give you a new eye. After you install it, it will probably take some time to adapt to form a stable combat power. By then, Naka will hide aside, and the pupil technique that seems to be at the speed of light will be enough. Hi. The next day. Morning. At Uchiha Yuanming's house. The handsome guy who finished washing up walked to the dining table. Looking at the busy figure in the kitchen, I couldn't help but ponder. How did it become like this? Hilly directly woke me up early in the morning, and naturally went to the kitchen to cook. I also nodded and went to wash up naturally. Clang clang. Here is the morning lunch box that will fill you with energy after eating. Uchiha's Hilly brought the dishes and prepared the bowls and chopsticks. Putting her hands together, she was about to say I'm going to start, but Yuanming's voice interrupted the process. Wait a minute, Hilly, prepare a plate. Putting down her folded hands, the girl tilted her head. Some confusion. Add a plate. Uchiha Yuanming didn't say anything more and waved to the beam. Yalu, come down to eat. Hearing that. Yalu? Who is it? The girl looked at the beam in confusion. A blue and black patterned kitten stretched. Jumped down lightly. Looking at Yuanming, the kitten frowned and jumped onto the dining table. The girl looked at the kitten and then at Uchiha Yuanming. Somewhat helpless. Mo. Yuanming Jun, although everyone in the clan likes cats, it is not okay to ask cats to eat at the table. Such a beautiful cat cannot eat human food casually, and must use special cat food. Uchiha Yuanming heard the girl's complaint and smiled slightly. She said with a proud look on her face, this is not an ordinary cat. An unusual cat. She is the two-tailed one, right, Yalu? Looking at Uchiha Yuanming taking the lead and looking at the blue cat with a proud look on his face. The girl opened her eyes wide. Two-tail? She is the two-tail? Wait, she? Tailed beasts are divided into male and female. Yataru heard what they said. He snorted coldly. Humph! Impolite boy! He jumped in front of Yuanming angrily, stretched his neck and grabbed the miso soup on the table. He drank a big mouthful with a slurp. Ah! What did you do, Yalu? After a warm and happy breakfast. The boy and the girl were inseparable and went to work at the guard team together. 5 days later. Because the atmosphere in the clan was becoming more and more tense, the clan meeting of Nanga Shrine today was unusual. Everyone seemed to be enduring something, and after listening to the nonsense of Uchiha Huohi and the mud, it ended uneventfully. Uchiha Yuanming walked slowly into the village, to an ordinary barbecue restaurant. He ordered barbecue. He found a private room and just sat down. Someone also sat down next to him. Master Yuanming, the old man Setsuna will probably invite you to his home tomorrow to discuss clan affairs. He is going to ask me to raid the banquet and kill you, master. Hearing Uchiha Naka's information, Uchiha Yuanming sneered in his heart. Hungmen banquet? The axeman? If I didn't have your information, I would basically not go to meet him. But after hearing this, I will go tomorrow. Please arrange it so that more than half of the brothers will be in the field tomorrow. After thinking for a while, Uchiha Yuanming waved his hand. By the way, I will arrange a task for you. Do it well and come closer. After a whisper, Uchiha Naka took the order and left. The next day, at the time of the devil, the setting sun was like blood. Uchiha Yuanming was on the way to Uchiha Setsuna's mansion. Turning into a small alley, The figure of Uchiha Naka emerged. Shadow clone? Very good, no clues. Are the things ready? Uchiha Naka's shadow clone took a pottery jar and handed it to Uchiha Yuanming. Hesitantly said. Sir, do you really want to do this? Don't worry, I will take care of the aftermath. Watch my gestures later. Thinking of the godlike and devil-like abilities in front of him, he released the shadow clone with peace of mind. Uchiha Yuanming took the pottery jar and swaggered into Uchiha Setsuna's mansion. After being guided, he pushed the door open and entered. He scanned the area. Ignoring the ninjas surrounding him, he strode to the sofa in front of Uchiha Setsuna. He sat down with a big horse and a golden sword. With a calm face. Shh, old man. What do you want to say when you call me over? Chapter 22, the so-called necessary evil. What a rude brat. I asked you to come here for nothing else. I just said it bluntly. Come join us, Yuanming Jun. Hear this. Uchiha Motoaki. I just felt that this old man was so thick-skinned. It's okay to arrange for your subordinates to attack and kill me. I'm still alive and well. What do you think about the dead tribesmen and their families? Uchiha instantly scoffed. He said loudly, innocent brat, for Uchiha and for the position of Hokage. Sacrifice is inevitable, it is a necessary evil. With a cold face. After listening to Uchiha Setsuna's words, Uchiha Motoaki took out a piece of white paper from his arms and held up the paper. An indifferent voice sounded. I don't want to hear your nonsense anymore. Please write down a list of all your subordinates. Without waiting for Setsuna Uchiha's reaction, the old guy put the paper on the table. Take out the clay pot on the side. Calm words continued to blurt out. This is a little bit of my thoughts. Uchiha Setsuna sneered. What do you mean, kid? You want me to betray my subordinates with this? Do you think it's possible? Uchiha Motoaki didn't care about the ridicule of the old guy in front of him and continued to put the clay pot on the table. This is not a gift. This is for everyone present. Father, mother, grandma, grandpa, brothers and sisters, lovers. Eyes, yes. Calm words without mercy. Like the cruel and vicious breath of Shura, it took away the warmth of everyone present. This ominous and plain sound. Like the whisper of an evil god. It made everyone present break into a cold sweat. Uchiha lowered his eyes and couldn't see his expression clearly. The hand that touched the pot trembled slightly as he opened the mouth of the pot. Bang! When Uchiha opened the clay pot, he was shocked by the pile of eyes soaked in saline inside the pot. The clay pot fell from his hands on the table, and he sat back, as if his energy had been drained away. The body that was always on guard at that moment, let go of everything at this moment. A middle-aged Uchiha ninja who was present couldn't help himself on the spot. Stand up and pace. Holding Uchiha Motoaki's shoulders. Roared, your family. Before the last word could escape his lips, Uchiha Motoaki was turned around by him. Looked at him indifferently. There are eyes with complicated patterns in the eye sockets. The surging eye power overwhelmed the entire audience. The terrifying oppression was transmitted to everyone. This Uchiha's eyes were dull and blood was flowing from his nostrils. Thump! His knees weakened and he fell to his knees. Uchiha Motoaki patted his shoulder and stood up. The divine eyes in his eyes looked down at Setsuna Uchiha calmly like a god or Buddha. The unsympathetic tone continued, what you call necessary evil, in my opinion, is just an excuse for your own evil deeds. He raised his hand. Naka, let's go. On the spot, under the leadership of Uchiha Naka, more than a dozen Uchiha walked behind Yuanming. The Uchihas present were shaken by Yuanming's cruel and extremely oppressive feeling, and his eye power that was not in the same dimension. They didn't even dare to say a word if a traitor appeared. Watching helplessly, Uchiha Motoaki and others strutted towards the door. The last moment of closing. Turn around. Uchiha Setsuna looked trembling but silent. The cruel breath continues. Old guy, if you want them to return safely, I'll give you half a month to think clearly. If you still want to struggle, I'm looking forward to it. Bang. Silent interior. I don't know how much time passed. There were waves of angry and crazy roars. Uchiha Motoaki took the lead. A group of elites wearing Uchiha's traditional black robes followed behind. Walk out of the mansion. Walk all the way to the security department entrance. The staff who were changing shifts on the way were shocked when they saw this situation. Is that Master Naka? Isn't he the same as Mr. Lei, the arms of Mr. Setsuna? How come he is following Mr. Yuan Ming? Yuan Ming-jun, did you come out of Setsuna-sama's mansion? Are those people all Setsuna-sama's staff? They all seem to follow his lead. It seems something earth-shattering has happened. I remember that Lord Naka is the holder of the Mangekyo Sharingan, headed by Yuan Ming-jun, so Yuan Ming-jun has also opened the power of God. The world of Uchiha is about to change. The two Mangeki and a group of elite ninjas have become another mountain. Ignoring the shock of the surrounding tribesmen, Uchiha Motoaki led his subordinates into the huge conference room in the security department. Uchiha Motoaki nodded. Very satisfied with no one. Make a seal with your hands. Silent Dharma Realm. If you're not proficient in barrier magic, you can still do it for the purpose of stealing information. Turn your head. Looking at the silent subordinates, he said quietly. I know you think I'm cruel, especially Naka-kun. But I said I have a sure way to deal with the aftermath. He waved to Uchiha Naka. Come here, Naka-kun. Uchiha Naka paced forward. Silence. Seeing this, Uchiha Motoaki sighed helplessly. Naka-kun, are your eyes gradually blurring with the use of the kaleidoscope? Yes, Lord Yuan Ming. Buzz. Uchiha Motoaki unfolded the eternal kaleidoscope. The left eye trembled slightly. Don't resist my eye power, Mr. Naka, feel the miraculous power. It has even more wonderful uses. Eye technique Great God. A burst of divine light enveloped Uchiha Naka. He raised his hand in surprise. Have the palm prints on your hands become clearer? No, they must have recovered. He was inexplicably excited. He had turned on the kaleidoscope very early, and with the use of his pupil power, his vision gradually became blurred. I was very worried early on about what to do after losing my light. Lord Yuan Ming, I understand. This healing power is so amazing. Uchiha Motoaki heard this. Nodded. You should have more confidence in me. You have even experienced the resurrection of the dead, so don't worry about the follow-up. There was a sigh in my heart. After arranging Uchiha Naka to do this that day, he thought about how to deal with the aftermath. As the eyes ascend to eternity, the conditions for using the Great God have been reduced. The cooldown of resurrection has been reduced from 10 years to 1 week, and only half of the chakra is consumed. Don't think it's missing even if it's half, this is the amount of chakra you have after opening the eternal eye. Look at Uchiha Madara after opening the eternal eye. He can fight with Senju Hashirama for several days. You know that when Uchiha reaches the realm of the eternal eye, the amount of chakra must not be underestimated. Considered. That night, in order to save himself, he activated the Mangeki Sharingan during the battle with Uchiha Rai. There are also kaleidoscope holders under his command, and they will all use this power in the future. He spent 50 points of inspiration and had an epiphany. The pupil technique of the Great God has been strengthened. Now that the cooldown time of the Great God is gone, he can activate it at will by consuming only 2/3 of his chakra. It also has the ability to heal everything. Includes kaleidoscopic blurred vision. This power can continue to win over people's hearts after he reveals his thunderbolt methods. He can also tell the truth about this incident. As long as Setsuna Uchiha obeys from now on, I will let those people go. If you don't obey, don't worry, I will use thunderous means only on those who don't surrender and the culprit." Hearing the words of their boss, the Uchiha present were relieved. "Bow. Hi. I'm following your orders." Uchiha Mirror held the information in his hand. He glanced at the subordinate who brought the information. The tone was very complicated. "Have you grown to this point? Lead the way, I'm going to see you and Ming-jun." Chapter 23 Yasakani no Megatama. Calm down the subordinates. After leaving the meeting room and preparing to go home, Uchiha Yuanming was stopped by an uninvited guest before he left the security department. "What do you mean? Elder Jing is already waiting for him in his office and has something to discuss." "It's really troublesome. I see, you can leave." After saying that, he turned and walked towards Uchiha Jing's office. Not long. Looking at the familiar door in front of him, he felt a little emotional. He came here once before and came again this time. Uchiha Jing really likes to talk about things in the office. He is worthy of being a classmate of the third-generation Hokage. He likes to do this. Pushing the door in and taking a glance, Uchiha said with some surprise. "The Fire Corps clan leader is here too? I'm curious, what did I do to make you so serious?" A handsome middle-aged man with brown hair nodded to Uchiha Yuanming. He said, "Yuanming-jun has done such a big thing. I heard that you returned to the security department. As the minister, it is not time for me to go home yet. I saw Jing wanted to summon Yuanming-jun. I was curious and came to see him." Uchiha Jing, who was standing by, shook his head when he heard Uchiha Huohi's words. He explained helplessly. "Yuanming-jun, did Senior Setsuna suffer a great loss from you?" Hearing this, raised his eyebrows. Uchiha Yuanming said directly. "Just say what you want to say, and don't say anything irrelevant." Hearing Yuanming's words, Uchiha Jing twisted his fingers and thought for a moment as if he had made up his mind. Looked up. With a serious face. "Yuanming-jun is really straightforward, so I will speak frankly, stop it." The scene was cold and silent. The lights in the room flickered, and the tense atmosphere was like a poisonous snake. It tightly wrapped around everyone present. Uchiha Kagami and Uchiha Hijin. They stood in front of the window, looking at Uchiha Yuanming's figure going away. "Hijin, let's join forces." "Join forces? Do you know what you are talking about?" Kagami. Thinking of the conversation with Uchiha Yuanming just now, Uchiha Kagami shuddered. No one in this world has ever explained the nature of war so thoroughly. Even his teacher. That scary kid is right. The essence of war is the continuation of politics, and the ultimate goal is to gain political status and economic benefits. Unlike the hatred theory that ninjas have always regarded as the truth, these words seemed to open up a new horizon for him. What made him sad was that a person with such foresight actually only focused on one clan. Look at that hateful kid. What did he say? Working only for the development of the family? Family, country, and the world, family first, country second? How can this be? What is family management, country governance, and world peace? First, make the family prosperous and then consider the village? And finally consider the ninja world? It makes sense. To be honest, he feels that this theory is more advanced than any other theory. But if he admits this, how can the will of fire that has been passed down for 3 generations deal with it? That kid is too dangerous. Thinking of this, he stared at Uchiha Hunye with a ferocious look. He said coldly, "Yuanming-jun's thoughts are too dangerous, clan leader." Uchiha Hunye stood still for a moment, thinking that if he always followed Yuanming-jun's thoughts, will the family become stronger? He didn't know. But the balance of Konoha would definitely be broken. Now think of the terrible thoughts of that kid. It is indeed correct. But does correctness need to be followed up? Not necessarily. Peaceful and stable days are what he needs after going through the Warring States period and experiencing the Ninja World War. He doesn't like changes. The unparalleled man in the world flashed in his mind. A long sigh. Why is it so? Facing the last afterglow of the sunset, Uchiha Yuanming walked on the way home, looking at the sky for a moment, until the last trace of blood-red light disappeared. He sighed in his heart. He was already so powerful, so there was no need to hide it from Senior Jing and Senior Huohe at that time. He spoke his thoughts freely and saw the change of their faces from horror to calmness on the spot. He knew that the other party would basically stand on the opposite side of him. Uchiha Jing. In the previous life, there was no sound in the original work, just a mediocre villain. Uchiha Huohe. The dog ears of the guarding house are not worth discussing. The rampant Izanagi in the clan is really troublesome. I don't want all the senior ninjas to become one-eyed dragons. What should I do? Standing on the spot, thinking for a moment. Sigh. It would be great if I could brainwash them instantly. A flash of inspiration came. Brainwash instantly? Got it. The next morning. The atmosphere at the table in the morning was a bit dull. Put down the bowl and chopsticks. Uchiha's Hizi spoke frankly. Yuanming Jun, I will always stand behind you, no matter what the situation is ahead. Swallowed the food in his mouth. Uchiha Yuanming looked at the determined eyes of the girl in front of him. Smiled slightly. Thank you Hizi, it was Lord Huohe who said something to you last night. Yet. He saw the worry between the girl's eyebrows. Comforted. It's okay, believe me, Hizi. After breakfast. Walked to Konoha Tajuku Pavilion. Checked for a long time. In the historical information of the Sarutobi clan. Found the scroll he needed. I knew that the Senju clan, who control the position of Hokage, would not let their disgraceful experiences go here. But the Sarutobi clan who joined forces are probably just using them as storybooks to fill the library. Tisk tisk, the writing is really mysterious. No wonder, the Chiyunobu who makes sand sculpture games, and the scientist who didn't get funding. Being able to obtain information so easily is like putting it in a storybook in the library, and you will be damned if you can't find it. These two players who played games with their feet took a gamble and succeeded. Put away the scroll. On the way back, Uchiha Motoaki mused. Uchiha Hikari was deprived of his name by his clan because his ability of the 8,000 spears was so incredible that he was trained as a decisive weapon. Tisk tisk. The Uchiha at that time was crazy enough to treat his own kaleidoscope like this, and he was still a young girl. Nowadays, the Uchihas are also so arrogant because of Izanagi. If Senju Tobirama could break through dimensions in his previous life. Here's a quick line, Hizi, speak. Get rid of chaotic thoughts. The 8,000 spears is really a tricky ability. The girl said it bluntly in the plot. When sealed. I hate Uchiha so much. I hate this world. It's still a bit troublesome to take advantage of her. He is an Uchiha, and I'm afraid he'll be hit hard when he breaks the seal. Looks like I need to spend some money. Back home. Sitting cross-legged on the bed. Uchiha Motoaki made up his mind. The magic sword helps me. His incredible understanding gave him an enlightenment. After a while. It's done. Looking at the new skills on the panel. He just felt extremely happy. Suzanu's information on the panel changed. Sharingan, LV5, Super Shadow. Suzanu, Spiritual Weapons Do Mugai Sword, Sacred Wine Gourd, 8-foot Megatama. Aura, 26. 8-foot Megatama. It is a spiritual weapon of protection, able to defend against any attack that attacks the mind and soul. It took 50 spiritual energy, and it felt a little painful, but I thought of Izanami, other gods, and 8,000 spears that can change the mind. Uchiha Motoaki still felt it was worth it. Everything is ready, all we need is the east wind. A few days later. In a cave going down. Master Yuanming, why does it feel like listening to a storybook? After hundreds of years, even if it is sealed, people should have turned into withered bones. Hearing Uchiha Naka's doubts, Uchiha Motoaki in front turned his head. Responded. Take a good look at it. Senju's seal learning spin vortex should not be underestimated. Runes were everywhere in the cave, and a seal core was revealed. We're here, get ready to unlock the seal. Chapter 24 Uchiha Hikaru. Looking at the complicated seals around him, Uchiha Naka was stunned for a moment. He was not proficient in sealing techniques, so he hesitated and said, Sir Yuan Ming, I don't know how to break the sealing technique. Wu, I have my own way. He responded to Uchiha Naka's doubts calmly. Buzz. Black Megatama swirls. The golden spirit appeared, and the arm of the huge god quickly took shape, holding a gourd filled with wine. He looked at the gourd and then at the seal. Uchiha Yuanming nodded with satisfaction. Uchiha Naka, who was shocked by the golden look on the side, opened his eyes wide. Appeared, Lord Motome's Susanoo. After taking a quick look, he looked like the god Uchiha Motoaki under the divine light. Master Yuanming is so strong. 3 Megatama can activate Susanoo. Master Ju said. As long as Susanoo is turned on, this Uchiha patron saint can always stay in the heart, as long as the yin escape practice is in place. There is no need to activate the Manjaki Sharingan and give enough chakra to summon it. The adults said this without understanding themselves. How could this be so easy to do? Sudden. The arm of the giant god changes. Interrupted his thoughts. The changes in the field made him exclaim, What is this? I saw the arm of the giant god turned into a burst of divine light and spiritual energy, like a long snake coiled around Uchiha Motoaki's arm. In the blink of an eye, Uchiha Motoaki's hand. The sleeves of the world, the hands of Xiao Kong, and the hand armor of the world. One by one, the arms of the golden divine armor took shape instantly. Uchiha Motoaki looked at the wine gourd on his left hand that had become smaller. I admired in my heart. After strengthening the 8-foot Megatama that day, Susanoo also changed and was able to change as he pleased. After he reduced the huge Susanoo into armor, the mass was compressed and the defense increased by at least 10 times. No wonder Uchiha Madara rarely uses the kaleidoscope eye technique, but Susanoo is really easy to use. The same goes for me. Apart from Omikami, Amaterasu has never used it once. Glanced at it. The inexplicably horrified Uchiha Naka warned, Naka, the person who is about to be released is a dangerous person, so be on guard. Hear the words. Uchiha Naka stepped aside. Open the Sharingan sweeping formation. Uchiha Motoaki shouted loudly. The wine of God comes across the storm, making everything in front of you intoxicated in madness. The huge flow of wine swept away all the seals here. Moment. The chakra within the sealing rune went berserk. A roll of divine wine turns into chakra and is rolled into the gourd. Without the support of chakra, the seal is lifted. In the dark, the girl's body was always in a dead silence. A flash of light appears. Light? Where does the light come from? The confused girl opened her eyes. That's the world. Compared to the dead darkness. What a vivid world it was. Staggeringly, he stood up. First glance. A handsome young man spreads his hands. What a nice view. He looked at her with a smile. Lips move slightly. Welcome back to the real world. A gentle voice entered my heart. Throbbing. I saw the round fan on the boy's clothing. Tribe? She originally hated the Uchiha clan, but for some reason, when she looked at the boy in front of her, she felt an inexplicable throb that made her unable to hate him. She staggered for 2 steps, her proficiency in decisive battle weapons allowed her to quickly control her body. He glanced around. Put aside the chaotic emotions. Staring at the handsome young man in the field. Speak bluntly. Did you save me? Ah! Does it really work? Looking at Uchiha Hikari, who did not attack in front of him, Uchiha Motoaki felt surprised. It was originally planned that when Uchiha Hikaru appeared, he would start a wave of courtesy and then attack. It would be nice if she ate soft food and calmed down. Not quiet, activated Uchiha traditional arts, went crazy. Hard again. Who would have thought that this girl is really weak? It's not because of my handsome face. Give me face. Right now. A gurgling sound came from the girl's belly. Smile slightly. It seems you need to eat something. Let's go up and I will explain the situation clearly to you. Looking at the wolfing girl in front of me, Uchiha Naka stopped talking. See this? Uchiha Motoaki said, just say what you want to say. Walking to Uchiha Motoaki's side, Uchiha Naka whispered. She is really the decisive weapon of the Uchiha clan. How can she look like an immature girl? The ears of the girl eating barbecue twitched slightly. Uchiha Motoaki watched all this. He said lightly, when she finishes eating, I will ask her directly and you will know. There is also Naka. What's wrong? The other party heard it. Ah! Uchiha Naka's face was red, and he, who cherished the glory of Uchiha, only felt so ashamed in this situation. Not a moment. Look at the girl who has finished cleaning up. Uchiha Motoaki said bluntly, my name is Uchiha Motoaki, and this next to me is my subordinate Uchiha Naka. Currently, I am a jounin of Konoha, under the watchful eye of the security department. My dream is to live freely. Hearing this, the girl tilted her head and asked in confusion. What is Konoha? What is the security department? Police officer. Thinking that this person lived in the Warring States period, which was longer than Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Motoaki sighed. Patiently explained everything. After listening to the explanation, girls only feel magic. Keep your eyes open. He said in disbelief. Uchiha and Senju stopped fighting? Joined forces to create a village? The Sarutobi clan is the current leader of the village. They are just Senju's followers. How did they become leaders? By riding on Hinata, Uchiha, and Senju? Uchiha Motoaki sighed. He explained helplessly. Due to the cruelty of the Warring States period, the leaders of Uchiha and Senju at that time put aside their disputes to create peace. Hence Konoha. After thinking for a while, he continued to speak. The Hokage, as you know, is not the leader who is the strongest. The reasons for this are very complicated, and you will gradually understand in the future. The handsome black-haired girl heard this. He whispered absent-mindedly, is it because of peace? Is there really peace? Hear the words. Uchiha Motoaki was non-committal. He opened his mouth and asked. Tell me about yourself. The girl was stunned for a moment. He looked a little lonely. After hesitating for a while, he said. I don't have a name, weapons don't need names. Seeing the girl's lonely expression, Uchiha Motoaki said in a helpless tone. Today is no longer the Warring States era, when etiquette was broken and music was broken. Although I intend to use your power to achieve certain goals. But, after you achieve your goal, you can live the life you want, so you still have to have a name. Just call you Light. Uchiha Hikari. The girl was stunned. Light? In mind. A gentle couple said. In this era of war, my children must be happy, as far as our expectations are concerned. Is that just your name? Those are my beloved parents. Light. Filled with inexplicable grief. Nodded. Good. After a period of self-introduction. How come there is such an outrageous pupil technique, 8,000 spears? Uchiha Naka exclaimed. I just felt like I was shocked by the Uchiha Light in front of me. Otherwise, why do you think she would be a decisive weapon? He glanced sideways at the fussing subordinates. In fact, I was surprised that I still underestimated the 8,000 spears. While this pupil technique absorbs chakra, it also absorbs life force. Uchiha Hikari has always been fighting Senju, and Senju's yang escape chakra has always kept her alive. My eyesight actually hasn't weakened at all. He shook his head helplessly. He stood up and patted his butt. Okay, let's go and see Granny Cat. Girl. Wrong. Now Uchiha Hikari should be asked to wonder, Mother Cat is still alive. I heard the girl's doubts. Uchiha Motoaki spoke calmly. That's not important. What's important is that I have a plan. Her statement is needed. Chapter 25 Great things can be done. In a hidden village among the ruins of a huge empty area. This is where the ninja cats gather. Uchiha Motoaki took Naka and Hikaru together. After Hina and Tianhui, the two guardian cats Granny Ninja agreed. Enter the house. An old woman with grey hair and cat ear jewelry. Looking at the three people entering the house, he squinted his eyes. Yuan Ming and the two boys from Naka are rare visitors. He sighed and continued to smoke. Put down the pipe. He glanced at Uchiha Hikaru, and this little girl, I always feel a little familiar. Long time no see Grandma Cat, I am the light. With a slight bow, the girl's clear voice responded to Grandma Cat's doubts. Light. Grandma Cat, who was becoming more and more confused, stuck out her head and opened her eyes to look at the girl's face carefully. This hairstyle, this face, this chakra, hey, who is it from? A flash of inspiration. Grandma Cat tapped her palms. I remembered it. That poor little girl who was used as a weapon by her tribe. Come to your senses. Granny now was horrified. It's been hundreds of years, where did you come from? Uchiha Motoaki frowned, took a step forward and explained. She was hidden by the Senju and Sarutobi seal. No time has passed in the unique seal. I recently found her and unlocked the seal. After hearing this, Granny Cat suppressed her surprise, sat back down, and looked at Uchiha Motoaki with squinted eyes. Boy Yuan Ming, you know the rules of ninja. Uchiha Yuan Ming nodded. I know, you won't take sides. Mother Cat also knows what the Uchiha clan is doing now, so I won't go into details. Speaking of this, Uchiha Motoaki clenched his fists. His face straightened. I want to bring order to the chaos. As it should be, I need the power of Chuan Chuan Wan. Hearing the heartfelt voice of the young man in front of her, Grandma Cat was unconvinced. Take a puff of cigarette. Hey! Exhaling smoke, he lowered his voice. I don't care what you do, the principles of Ninja Cat will not be broken. The young man sighed. Chakra gathered in his eyes. Buzz! The power of pupils as deep as the prison has arrived. The coquettish red light is as close as the cat mother-in-law. Boom! The strong chakra caused the ground to crack in the house. So, under these eyes, can you break your principles? Grandma Cat was extremely horrified. Swallowed his saliva. Yuan Ming boy, your eyes. Have you reached the same level as that man? The questions he blurted out were to cover up the panic in his heart. Incredible. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my perception. This eye power is as powerful as that man. Looking at the silent boy, as well as the two people in the field who had their Manjiki Sharingan activated. A pair of eternal eyes, two pairs of kaleidoscopes, and one of them is a decisive weapon. My heart felt astringent. He spoke with difficulty, I know, let the power of the circle pill be used by you. A few days later. Inside Konoha village. Is this Konoha? Looking at the street scene of people coming and going, such a large flow of people was unimaginable in the Warring States period except in the capital. Uchiha Hikaru felt dazzled. Feel the carefree play of children in this city. Extremely sighing. Is this peace? Uchiha Motoaki looked at Uchiha Hikari quietly. This is peace, and the clan is becoming more and more arrogant because of Izanagi. I need your power. He touched the girl's head. Keep talking. You don't have to worry too much. Our cause is just. Afterwards, you can live the life you want with peace of mind. Uchiha Hikari's ears are red. He nodded solemnly. He responded softly, yet. Place the Uchiha light. Uchiha Motoaki strode home. Thinking. The 8,000 spears are too convenient. It is best to start with Master Huohi. He'd better hand over the power to me smoothly. After all, the most feared thing about killing the previous leader and ascending to the throne is, does the person who created the figurines have no descendants? Especially in the Uchiha clan, which is full of obsessive demons. My mind is made up. Let's start tomorrow. A secret gathering place. Uchiha Motoaki looked at the people standing around. I was very satisfied. Plus the two one-eyed Uchiha who have recovered, plus Yuta and Yazu. Jing is after he recovers from his injury. I took the initiative to join because of the grace of saving my life. There are 15 jounin in total. Governance, Light, Naka. The powerful combat power of 3 pairs of Manjiki Sharingan. Especially Hikaru in governance, these 2 talents are extraordinary and cannot be regarded as ordinary shadows. Great things can be done. Bang bang bang. I clapped my hands. See the people paying attention. Uchiha Motoaki raised his chin. His face was gentle. Everyone, we have all introduced each other. Everyone knows about Hikari's pupil technique, and it has already marked many jounin in the clan. Uchiha Governance glanced at the girl standing beside him, staring blankly at Yuan Ming's face, unable to look away. I felt a little unhappy. Said awkwardly. Indeed, with 8,000 spears, it is possible to control all the people in the tribe without hurting anyone. So, Lord Yuan Ming, what are you going to do? Ignoring the girl's awkward demeanor today. With a wave of his hand. A stack of talismans with Xian printed in the middle appeared in his hand. Waving the talisman in his hand, he explained with a smile. This is the fairy treasure made by Quangkan Wan. Uchiha Naka was confused. Quangkan Wan's fairy treasure? Lord Yuan Ming, what's the use? Uchiha Yuan Ming looked aside at Uchiha Jing who had just been discharged from the hospital. Jing, you are most familiar with Quangkan Wan, you explain. Taking a step forward, Uchiha Jing said calmly. Quangkan Wan has the fairy method of time and space, everyone knows it. So? Jing, hurry up and tell me. Uchiha Naka was impatient. Raising his head and scanning the people around him who were listening. Sighed slightly. Somewhat helpless. Everyone, this fairy treasure talisman can form a time and space barrier, which can transfer people on a large scale. Uchiha Hilly's eyes lit up, so that's it. That's right, just as Hilly guessed. Uchiha Jing was very satisfied that someone had reacted. He continued to explain slowly. Even if a battle breaks out within the clan, it can be moved on a large scale. There is no need to worry about harming civilians, and there is no need to worry about the village's accountability. Ahem. Seeing that everyone understood, Uchiha Yuan Ming coughed and drew their attention. Grinning, his voice slightly raised, okay, everyone go and perform your respective tasks. Wave a big hand. Say loudly. There is no opponent in front of us. Time flies. It's time again. The day when all the ninjas of the Uchiha clan who have opened the Sharingan will go to Nanga Shrine for a meeting. Uchiha Setsuna is on the way. Feeling gloomy. It should be fine. Huohi and Jing have joined forces with me. That hateful, terrifying, respectable kid. It's still unknown who will win. It flashed through my mind that not long ago, after being threatened by Uchiha Yuan Ming, Uchiha Huohi and Uchiha Jing, these two annoying guys. The situation when they walked into his house together. That day. Chapter 26 Everyone, come with me. Spooky interior. Uchiha Setsuna was guarded by Uchiha Rai. Look at these uninvited guests in front of you. He choked unceremoniously, there is a fire core and a mirror. Are you here to watch my joke? Hearing Uchiha Setsuna's unceremonious question, Uchiha Mirror didn't take it seriously either. He rolled his eyes. His perennial political rival. With it between the eyebrows. Some frustration and fear have not dissipated. No nonsense either. Let me explain in detail what happened with that boy Uchiha Eki a few days ago. That's it, such a correct and terrifying thought. He touched his chin and stared at his old rival with interest. Keep talking. Maybe it doesn't match what the second Hokage taught you about the will of fire. Seeing that Uchiha Mirror wanted to say something else, he waved his hand to interrupt his next words. Let's talk first. I'm ready to surrender to that brat. His eyes have reached Madara-sama's realm. This is a lie. He obviously planned. The current clan will fight to the death with that little ghost fish. But the two people in front of him gave him a little hope. He wants to cheat. Get some benefits for yourself. Hearing Uchiha Setsuna's words, Uchiha Fire Core, who had been silent for a long time, exclaimed. How is that possible? Setsuna? You must have read that right, that kid is only 15 years old. Humph. Fire Core, do you think I'm dazzled? If it weren't for those eyes. Speaking of which, Uchiha clenched his fists instantly. Bang! Make a loud noise on the table. Lift your eyes. Inexplicable fear appeared in his eyes. He took a deep breath and spoke slowly, Don't I dare to cause trouble for that brat even if my subordinates' families are harmed. Let out a breath. Anyway, it has nothing to do with me and I don't know what plans you have. Let's just pretend that you two haven't been here today. Hearing Uchiha Setsuna. General words of surrender. Uchiha Mirror sneered, Don't be afraid, I have a way. What else can you do in front of those eyes? With a sneer, Uchiha was ready to see off the guest. Buzz. Uchiha Q opened his blood-red and strange eyes, and complex patterns bloomed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, Just rely on my eye skills. Thinking of Uchiha Mirror's pupil technique. Uchiha's steps were a little brisk in an instant, and he entered the shrine in a short time. Sit back and scan the weak. Fire Core and Mirror were both present. Seeing a young Uchiha sitting next to the mirror, he muttered silently, Is that Baloo-kun? He's back from a mission. He looked at the Uchiha lay next to him again and felt certain in his heart. Isn't that kid here yet? Thinking of those terrifying eyes, I couldn't help but tremble with coldness. Hope everything goes well with the plan. After a cup of tea, Uchiha Eki led a group of subordinates who followed him and walked into the shrine with high spirits. Take your seat safely. Uchiha Fire Core coughed lightly, Ahem, it's another clan meeting, and I see that everyone is in good spirits. I am very pleased. This time I have made a major decision and I want to inform everyone here. Uchiha Setsuna and Uchiha Mirror nodded. They winked at each other, stared at the Uchiha Fire Core, and as soon as the signal came, they would attack the brat on the spot. I plan to pass on the position of clan leader to Yuan Mingjun, and let him lead everyone into a new era. The Uchiha Fire Core finished speaking. Setsuna and Jing opened their eyes full of disbelief. Fire Core, what are you talking about? You are crazy. This is not in line with our plan, or... Looking at the two men with ugly faces, Uchiha Eki stood up slowly and took a step forward to the field. He looked sternly, Didn't you hear, old guys, Lord Huohi wants to pass on the position of patriarch to me? What are you wondering about? He sneered in his heart, the Fire Core had already been distorted by the 8,000 spears, and your plan had already gone bankrupt. Damn you brat! I want you to die. Mirror, just move. Before the ferocious-looking Setsuna could finish speaking, a huge golden divine sword penetrated his body. Looking at the sharp sword that appeared next to the hateful kid, the huge human-hungry arm appeared. Susan! No who? Motoaki, you damn brat! Setsuna Uchiha was seriously injured. After speaking with difficulty, he slowly formed a seal in his hand, and his figure disappeared like a dreamy bubble. Uchiha Kage was surprised by Uchiha Motoaki's unconventional moves. Roared angrily. Everyone, come with me! Uchiha Baloo on the side was at a loss. Hearing Mirror's roar, he thought that Master Hawahi's previous plan was obviously not like this. As for the position of clan leader, no matter how you abdicate, it will only come to him. It's an illusion. It's definitely an illusion. Immediately following Uchiha Lei, he unfolded the Mangeki Sharingan and attacked Uchiha Motoaki. Watching dozens of Jainin in the field rise up. Kill yourself! The corners of Yuan Ming's mouth curled up slightly. I thought in my heart, come on! The huge blue barrier enveloped the entire place with lightning speed. The terrifying distortion of time and space swallows everything up. After a crash in the sky, Uchiha Lei and Baloo watched as the two of them fell into the huge building below in free fall. Inexplicably horrified, where is this? Kagami and Setsuna, who were not far away in the air, shouted in shock, damn it, below is the clan's base in the Land of Fire. How did he do it? Damn! The other side of the field. Dozens of Uchiha Jounin looked at everything in front of them in confusion. Where is this? What's going on? The huge building complex on the side seems to be our base in the Land of Fire. Setsuna-sama and Kagami-sama are in danger. Damn it, it's Quankanwan's fairy treasure. I definitely remember that chakra correctly. Have the money-hungry ninja cats taken refuge in Yuan Ming? Standing aside were Uchiha Hikari, Naka, and Uchiha Motoaki's subordinates. Looking at the mess in front of me, Uchiha Yuta sighed and looked at the silent girl who lit up the kaleidoscope. I don't know what to call him. Ancestor? But she is still a young girl, which is really troublesome. He hesitated and persuaded, Master Guang, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, you should activate the pupil technique. Uchiha Hikaru heard this and took a step forward. The pupils trembled and turned scarlet. The terrifying pupil power dominates the world. For all the Uchiha Jounin present, the borders of the three Magatama's Sharingan pupils lit up with blue light. All fell silent. Seeing that everyone is under control, Yuta and Jing both breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Uchiha Naka, who looked bored. He spoke to comfort, Lord Naka, and Lord Guang. You don't have to worry about Mr. Yuan Ming's situation. Mr. Governance is still there. There will be no problem in taking down that group of people. Uchiha Naka was non-committal and glanced after hearing this. A girl with a puffed-up mouth and an unhappy face. Sighing inwardly. I am not worried that the eternal light will lose to those temporary lights. What I'm afraid of is, from now on, adults will be restless at home, which will affect us. Abnormal. Abnormal without a doubt. I was originally in the shrine, watching the Uchiha who were about to have civil strife because of their secret troubles. He would have been happy. There are so many contemporary Uchiha kaleidoscopes. In order not to affect subsequent plans. Secretly teaching Izanagi everywhere, the Uchihas became more arrogant and arrogant as he expected. Unexpectedly. Every clan meeting comes to monitor. They were just affected by that barrier and were teleported here together. Looking at the Uchihas in the field who were controlled by that terrifying girl, he was a little shocked. That eye power. Uchiha Madara is no longer weak. Who is this girl? Obviously Uchiha has been under his surveillance. And their leader. Let's go and take a look. We'll talk about this girl later, and we need to find out the situation over there. Think about it. A strange half-black, half-white figure. Toward that huge building. Sneak in and go. Chapter 27. Didn't I tell you? Many of you are the same. The few people who fell from the sky all possess the skills at the top of the ninja world. After adjusting his condition, he landed safely in an open space, being extremely vigilant and not daring to be careless. Sure enough, this is your fault. Yuan Ming. Looking at the man and woman slowly walking out of the shadow of the building, Uchiha Kagami looked serious. Needless to say, the people on the side quickly surrounded the two of them. Uchiha Motoaki sighed and faced the girl beside him. Open your mouth and say. Lei Jun has an unfinished battle with you, so I won't interfere. Turning around to look. Mirror, Setsuna and Baloo. As for these three, I'll just play with them. After hearing Uchiha Motoaki's words, the two battle-experienced old guys looked serious and said nothing. Wow! Uchiha Lei, who had drawn his ninja sword, had experienced the power of governance and did not dare to be careless while staring at her. Uchiha Baloo on the side. But he was extremely angry. Damn it! How dare you look down on us? In the field. The girl with a cold face. Ignoring Baloo's annoyed voice. The instantaneous body technique is activated and disappears instantly. A ping. Uchiha governance, blasting Uchiha Thunder out of this place in one move. Then he jumped into the air and quickly pursued him. Trouble. Do you want to divide us? For a moment, Uchiha gritted his teeth as he looked at his capable men who were blasted out. The steel wire ninja is wrapped around the fingertips. The Sharingan, which was opened early, rotated rapidly. Uchiha Motoaki looked at the three-man double-team formation. He sarcastically said. Split? You made a mistake. He raised his hand and smiled contemptuously. To me, it's the same for many people. Bang! The earth flipped and instantly formed two huge mountains, trapping the arrogant young man. Earth escaped the art of mountain earth. Uchiha Baloo, this is his sneak attack. Looking at the huge mountains formed by the attack. Sneered. Don't get too carried away, boy. Boom! With a flash of golden energy, the giant mountain burst apart. Uchiha Motoaki was unscathed. Show your body. The armor wrapped around his body with golden energy is the compressed and fitted Susanoo. Scarlet eyes looked at a few people, brows furrowed. Smiling contemptuously. Let me try out the effects of physical skills in this state. It's too late, it's too late. Uchiha Setsuna's figure instantly appeared behind Yuan Ming. A finger moves. Special steel wire wrapped around Uchiha Motoaki. Drink. Uchiha threw it hard in an instant, and then shouted. Mirror. The Uchiha mirror who was called had murderous intent on his face, and the seals in his hands were instantly formed. Fire escape dragon fire technique. A huge straight line of fire came out of his mouth, attached to the steel wire, and rushed towards Uchiha Motoaki. Seeing this, the trapped young man's golden aura on his armor trembled slightly. Hiss! Breaking wire ninja tool. The figure immediately disappeared from the eyes of Jinghe Setsuna. What? It's really not that simple. The two sighed. Looking at the flames exploding in the air, the Sharingan in his eyes rotated rapidly, looking for the missing figure. Bang! This way! The disappearing figure appeared behind Uchiha Baloo and kicked him away. After snorting coldly, the figure that was kicked away exploded instantly. Boom! A huge flaming snake formed, winding its way up. Quickly swallowing up Uchiha Motoaki wearing golden divine armor. Fire escape clone. Uchiha Motoaki sighed, ignoring the surrounding flames. Susanoo's body turned into armor, making him fearless. The body moves. Appeared next to Uchiha mirror. Reach out your hand. Said calmly. Gonna. Seeing that golden hand of death was about to touch the Uchiha mirror. Don't be too proud, boy. Uchiha Baloo reappeared, shouted, and spit out a huge spherical flame from his mouth. It's the art of fireball. Bang! The huge impact pushed Uchiha Motoaki, who refused to give way, back dozens of meters. Seeing the huge fireball attacking him trembling, it was about to explode. Uchiha Motoaki jumped up. "You've been fooled, kid. A steel wire hangs in the air." Uchiha Motoaki, who had nowhere to rely on, was tied up. Uchiha instantly jumped into the air, flicked hard, and threw the tied figure into the fireball. Boom! The huge fire engulfed everything, and the blast of air caused sand and rocks to fly in the field. Uchiha Setsuna's body had not yet landed in the air. "Cold sweat broke out on my face," he murmured. "Impossible. Why panic?" "Because." Right between the lightning and flint, Uchiha Motoaki appeared below him inexplicably. The stern young man enlarged the armor in his right hand and waved it lightly. A clang! Just like swatting a fly, he swatted Uchiha far away in an instant. "Turn around and take steps." Ping! Blocked the knife-wielding Uchiha Balu. Amidst the ping-ping-pong-pong sound, the two collided more than a dozen times in the blink of an eye. On top of a building, Uchiha Mirror's Sharingan rotated rapidly, trying to catch Uchiha Motoaki's flaw. "Damn it, they are so close to each other. If you activate the ninjutsu, you will be accidentally injured," he complained, but he didn't expect that the scene would change in an instant. Uchiha Balu was kicked away after a few parries. The man wearing the golden divine armor stepped forward and disappeared. Before he could react, "Aren't you going to attack?" a cold voice sounded from behind. Unable to react in time, he was choked by the figure behind him. The huge force prevented him from resisting, and his body was turned over. Bang! A powerful knee strike. It made him speechless in pain. As soon as the gripping hand was released, he covered his abdomen and lay weakly on the ground. The attacking figure gave him a merciless kick, causing him to roll off the high platform of the building. Sudden! The figure of Uchiha Balu emerged from Yuan Ming's feet and hugged his feet. "Got you." Uchiha Motoaki, expressionless, looked at the figure hugging him. Sigh. "Is Balu-kun good at earth escape? It's really rare in Uchiha." "No wait." Uchiha Motoaki fought back. A heat wave came quickly. The huge dragon opened its mouth with a bloody mouth, swallowing Uchiha Motoaki with the power of flying into the sky. The loud bang is deafening. Cloud-like air waves rise from the place engulfed by flames. The Uchiha in the distance exhaled a breath of turbid air. "Feeling proud? My dragon fire technique is not that simple." Sen smiled coldly. "Even if your Susanoo is ever-changing and has unparalleled defenses, in a place engulfed in flames and oxygen is instantly scarce, you will suffocate and die." It didn't take long for him to be proud. The sound of squeaking resounded throughout the world. The golden spirit blew out the flames. In the smoke and dust, Uchiha Motoaki's deep voice came. "It's no use trying to restrict me, your dragon fire is only at this level." At this moment, a faint light shone from behind Yuan Ming, and a cold and murderous blade flashed. It was the Uchiha mirror that was attacking again. He held a ninja sword and knelt on one knee in a chopping motion. But there was cold sweat on his face. He swung his sword with confidence and emptied it. "Didn't I tell you before? Many of you are the same." Uchiha Motoaki was stepping on his back and head. Let him not dare to move. Chapter 28. Is this your pupil technique? Uchiha Motoaki was very satisfied with Susanoo's changes. Compressed and fitted armor. Not only is the defense increased nearly 10 times, speed and attack power have also been greatly improved with the bonus. His current posture is as if he is playing. That's proof. The cooperation between these three people can be said to be tacit, but they also dealt with it very easily. Hey! He felt confused when he felt the Uchiha mirror under him changed. Green light lit up around the Uchiha mirror, an eerie and dark chakra gathered. Susanoo! Uchiha Eki frowned, jumped to the side, and watched the changes in the Uchiha mirror with interest. In an instant, a huge green giant appears on the spot. Holding 7 knives, he looked up to the sky and roared. Uchiha Baloo in the distance saw this, put away his ninja tool, and made a knot in his hand. Shouted, "Looks like we have to fight hard." Susanoo. Chakra materializes rapidly. The blue giant also stood on the spot. Looking at 2 giants threatening to double team. The young man showed a cruel smile. Whisper. "The warm-up is over, let's start the real fight." A huge amount of golden energy wrapped around his hand, and a steel divine sword extended from it. It's Du Mao Cao's sword. An arrogant young man, wearing divine armor, holding a divine sword, and carrying a gourd at his waist, the sacred Megatama snakes from behind to form a circle. Take him with his red eyes and golden body. It shines like a god. Neither Mirror nor Baloo spoke. Just use your own kaleidoscope riding wheel. Staring at everything about the boy in front of him. It's really scary. Uchiha Baloo sighed deeply. His expression tightened, and the giant clenched his naginata and made an attack gesture. "Baru-kun, do it!" Uchiha Kage yelled, and the 7 swords in the green giant's hand swung, and slashed out a slash that was like the beginning of the world. The blue giant followed up, swung the naginata in his hand, and danced with the power of Mount Tai. Looking at these 2 all-destroying attacks, the godly boy looked fierce. Shout loudly. Du Mao Cao's sword is the sword of Tien Kong Yun. Here you can show off the skill of 1 horse riding against 1,000. The figure flashed, and the sword light illuminated the world. The peerless brilliance brings with it the brutality that crushes the opponent to ashes. In an instant, a single blow that could destroy the world wiped out 2 flanking attacks. With overwhelming momentum, it rolled towards the 2 giants. How is it possible? Looking at everything in front of him, Uchiha Jing couldn't believe that this was true. But Uchiha Baloo, facing the reality, let out a cry of despair. "You're kidding!" Boom! The sword light led the 2 giants and rushed down to the ground following the inertia. The brutal slashes made it impossible for them to escape. At this time, Uchiha Setsuna had long been hiding aside, unable to participate in a battle of this level. Looking at the sword blade revealed from the chest, he turned around with difficulty. There is only 1 Sharingan left. Look at that handsome face. Spit out a mouthful of blood. He spoke in a harsh voice. Damn it, this is my ambition. He drew out the sword and kicked Uchiha Setsuna down, looking at his figure that was still struggling. Insert the sword blade hard into his palm. Uchiha raised his head with difficulty in an instant, and raised his left hand that was not injured by the sword tremblingly, trying to catch the cold boy in front of him. "You, this, brat!" He was vomiting blood and it was extremely difficult to speak. "Your life ends here." Uchiha Eki said lightly, but Uchiha was trembling and wanted to say something else. When a sharp edge bloomed, his body and head were separated, and he stopped talking. The young man raised his head, looked at the 2 fragmented giants, and slowly gathered them together. Sneered. "Sucker punch!" Uchiha Baloo looked tired and embarrassed, facing the elder next to him. Calmly said. "Kage Senpai, I will activate Tsukuyomi's pupil technique on my left eye in a moment. Use your pupil technique while he shows his flaw." He clenched his fists, took a long breath, and then continued, "Otherwise, we will go to hell together today." Uchiha Mirror nodded silently. At this point, he can only rely on his own eye skills to reverse the situation. Bloody tears flowed from Baloo's eyes, and a ferocious red light was released from Baloo's eyes. Pupillary Arts Tsukuyomi. A burst of eye power. Attack the boy who looks like a god and a devil on the opposite side. This eye power. Tsukuyomi. Uchiha Eki didn't avoid it. He had wanted to see what Tsukuyomi's power was for a long time. In an instant, When he reacted, he was already tied to a wooden stake. Looking at everything around him, there was no difference from what Ataka used in the original work. Lower your head. Looking at the tired Uchiha Balu in front of him, he spoke with some disappointment. Is this Tsukuyomi? That's it. That's it. The time in this space is controlled by me, so you can experience long-term torture here. Hearing Uchiha Aki's contemptuous tone, the furious Uchiha Baru responded. Just take the knife and ask for it. Stab the hateful enemy in front of you. The world is spinning. He was in a daze for a moment, and then he was horrified to find the man tied to the stake. Become yourself. He looked at the young man standing in front of him in disbelief. He couldn't believe it. He opened his mouth and asked. What happened? What did you do? Yuan Ming. Baru-kun, it's nothing, it's just that the competition of illusion eyes is the competition of eye power. He responded to his question calmly. Uchiha Aki. Staring with interest at the depressed and desperate Uchiha Balu in front of him. Continue to explain. And my eye power is superior to yours. The hand rises and the knife falls. The brutal roar echoed in this illusion space. In reality, after Uchibalu activated Tsukuyomi, Susanoo automatically disbanded within a few seconds and lay on the ground with his eyes rolled white. Uchiha Mirror, who was cooperating on the side, ignored the fallen Uchiha Naka and activated his eye technique. Both eyes were filled with blood and tears. Desperate, he goes all out. Pupillary technique, Mahakala. A dark ominous wave struck Uchiha Aki. Tongshiben Zayden. A burst of red light flashed, as if some power was blessing him. The dark curse came upon him, and before it even touched Uchiha Aki, it was completely consumed by the golden aura of the divine armor on his body. Seeing all this, he couldn't believe it. How is that possible? That's his invincible eye skill. A pupil technique that can consume the opponent's life. You can only use the pupil technique 3 times in your life, once to give it to your enemy, and once to save Danzo. This is his last time. Why did the armor transformed by Susanoo lose that golden aura in just one roll? Why? Why can't my pupil technique break through your Susanoo? Uchiha Aki's consciousness came out of the Tsukuyomi space and looked at Hitomitsu, which was consumed by the golden spirit. Sneered. You have no idea what a fully liberated Susanoo can do. I sneered in my heart. You must know that no matter whether it is the eternal kaleidoscope or not, Susanoo can be completely liberated. He can become a true patron saint. As long as it is not a time-space type pupil technique. He has the reincarnation Sharingan-I. The light of the infinite Tsukuyomi can be defended, let alone you, the cursed black light of the kaleidoscope realm. Uchiha Aki raised the divine sword. Point to the opposite side. That miserable guy who doesn't believe in reality. Set up your posture, tighten your nerves, and don't relax for a moment. The arrogant oppression spread around him, he jumped into the air, and the divine sword in his hand showed a slash like a twisting void. An accident happened. The slash he waved passed by Uchiha Mirror without hurting him at all. Ouch! Is this your pupil technique? Chapter 29 Everyone bows. Uchiha Mirror, facing Yuan Ming's questions. Silent. How could he tell him the details of the information with his Tongshu, who had made a comeback? To know the battle of ninja. Intelligence is vital. As long as you leak your own information, you will be able to find a way to deal with you among the ninjutsu in the sky. Unless you are terribly strong. Thinking of this, Uchiha Mirror's heart was filled with gloom. Isn't it like this on the opposite side? A terrifyingly strong ninja. Young. 15 years old. The eyes have reached such a state. You know. This is already a state comparable to that man. Cut off the random thoughts. Continue to dodge the terrifying attack from the boy on the other side. At this moment, Your eye skills are pretty good, the ability to control luck. Every attack I make is distorted by luck, and the slashes that go against you are inexplicably deflected. The boy's words reached his ears. Let Jing's pupil shrink. How is that possible? How is it possible? You can't figure out my abilities in a short battle. Blurt out words. Unconcealable panic. Looking at the opposite Uchiha Kagami, who stepped aside with a look of disbelief on his face. Uchiha Motoaki sighed. By the way, are your brains that rigid? An arrogant look flashed between his eyebrows. Said calmly. Let me remind you, I am now the clan leader. Uchiha Mirror. Suppressing the disbelief in my heart. Don't be lazy in the battle. Don't be careless. Carelessness means death. After hearing these words, an idea flashed in my mind. I see. The change in Fire Core's plan was caused by your illusion, right? No. Twisting a person's will is called pupil magic. Bang bang bang. Uchiha Motoaki clapped his hands. Praise. It seems that your brain is still not completely frozen. I already know the information about your eye skills. Speaking of which, the boy turned the handle of the knife. The spiritual weapon Divine Sword is level with the eyebrows. I haven't tried this move since Susanna turned into armor. His eyes narrowed. Chakra's arrogance enveloped the whole body. The light of thunder and fire. Shining in golden divine armor. Let me see how long your pupil technique can last in the thunder fire chakra mode. Boom boom boom. A deafening loud noise resounded throughout the world, and Uchiha's figure disappeared instantly. At the position just now, the ground cracked, heading straight towards the Uchiha mirror. Waves of sonic shock circles appeared. In an instant, he attacked the Uchiha mirror dozens of times. The fierce slash of the sword make a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Uchiha mirror struggled to avoid such overwhelming attacks. Seeing that the destruction slash, which did not hit him, was swung in the air, the aftermath cut huge ravines in the earth. My eyes are getting more and more uncomfortable. Juan's blood kept dripping. No. Tong Li can't hold on any longer. Ha 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 ha. Your eye skills are so interesting. With your strength, you would have fallen by my sword a long time ago, but you are able to persist until now. It's great. Excited laughter roared in this venue. Uchiha Motoaki was very excited. The old guy opposite is obviously so weak, but he can persist until now. Manipulating luck is really an excellent pupil technique. Sudden. Uchiha Mirror's figure paused. Unable to dodge, a divine sword edge with thunder and fire flashed across. One of his legs separated. General. Seeing the pupil technique, it is no longer possible to protect the Uchiha mirror. Take advantage of the moment when he fell to the ground and was unable to respond. I've put up with you for a long time. Old bastard. Every time we meet, you always act like you're guiding me. Uchiha Motoaki roared wildly. The sword light in the hand. With extremely violent will. Fiercely. Insert it into the head of the enemy in front of you. The hand holding the sword reaches upward. Uchiha Mirror's body was split into two parts from head to tail. On the other side, Uchiha Governance. Dragging the confused-eyed Uchiha lay. Come over slowly. Her battles are simpler. Didn't give much chance. The pupil technique Izanami's life is released. Uchiha Lei fell into infinite reincarnation. If you don't change your mind, he won't wake up. I arrived at Uchiha Motoaki's battlefield early in the morning to watch the battle. Is it over? After hearing the girl's question, Uchiha Motoaki had not yet lifted his guard. I don't know, the old guy's body has not disappeared, and I don't know if he is dying. Hearing this, the girl nodded to show understanding. The two were on guard for a while. Looking at the body that was chopped into two parts, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Uchiha Motoaki unlocked Susanoo and Chakra mode. Sneered. It seems that except for Lei, the other Uchihas who have kaleidoscopes still cherish their eyes. Go to Uchiha Kage's body and toggle his eyes off. Put it in the bottle that comes out of the channel. The pupil skills of the eyes are pretty good, please close them first. Seeing Uchiha Motoaki's operations, governance hesitated to speak. Still couldn't help but say, "Isn't this a bit of a desecration of a corpse?" Hearing this, Uchiha Yuanming also reacted. Uchiha is more concerned about this. The emphasis is on burying the whole body. Otherwise, the kaleidoscope of their generation. Even after the Civil War, more or less, one will remain and be passed down to the original era. Governance, thank you for the reminder. After saying that, he turned his head. His right eye trembled. A black eternal fire. Then the body of Uchiha Kage was burned to ashes. He closed his Sharingan and looked at the girl with her mouth wide open. Shrugged. Chuckled. That'll be fine. Hidden. A strange half-black and half-white figure. Watching the battle end. The black side chuckled. Amazing, really amazing. I didn't expect that such a character would appear in this generation of Uchiha. That pupil power is so surging, it is definitely the eternal Sharingan. The white side hears. Also said. Zetsu, this one has no brothers or sisters, why does he have the eternal Sharingan? Looking at the silly half-body, he said angrily. I didn't know. Anyway, this kid's appearance is really troublesome. It was somewhat helpless to think that Uchiha Madara was still brewing his reincarnation eyes. At this stage, this boy named Yuanming is the strongest ninja world today. I hope it won't have a bad impact on future plans. At this time, the white bust suddenly spoke. Ju, will he have a bowel movement? Should I ask him what it feels like to have a bowel movement? Don't cause trouble for me. A reprimand to the white bust. Staring and slowly leaving. Boys and girls on this battlefield. Let's go, let's report the current situation of Uchiha to Madara. Zetsu slowly dives into the ground. Left this place. Inside Nanga Shrine. Through the fairy treasure of Circle Pill. Repeat the old trick. All the people who participated in the war returned here. After a short rest, Uchiha Motoaki sat in the position representing the clan leader. Looking in front of me. All the ninjas bowed their heads. High-spirited. Chapter 30. If you give me any orders in the future, I will go through fire and water. Cough, cough. Uchiha Motoaki. He pretended to cough twice. Watching. The bowed Uchiha were very satisfied. There's no way I can be satisfied. The pupil technique of 8,000 spears has long been released. The reason why these Uchihas are still so quiet is simple. At present, all the Uchiha clan members and holders of the Manjiki Sharingan came to his side. That was 10 minutes ago. I haven't returned to Nanga Shrine yet. Yuanming and Ji dragged Uchiha Baloo and Uchiha Rai, and joined Hikari and the others. Looking at the controlled Uchihas around him, he nodded. Do you need to release control of them? Uchiha Hikaru asked doubtfully. No, I'll figure it out after I finish these guys. Uchiha Motoaki, who was squatting down, responded to Hikaru's doubts and raised his hand. 2 snaps. Uchiha Baloo was slapped awake. Covering his face. It hurts. Eye skin for a week. He lowered his head and said dejectedly. I lost. Baloo-kun, surrender after you see the reality clearly. If you still persist in your obsession, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Hearing the warning in Yuanming's gloomy tone, he was stunned for a moment. Uchiha are all realistic and worship power. He has seen this terrifying power before him. Slow down, stand up, and dust yourself off. Kneel down on one knee. If you are ordered to do so in the future, I will go through fire and water. I will do whatever it takes. Uchiha Yuanming was very satisfied. At this moment, Uchiha Lei woke up from the endless reincarnation. Nothing to say. Izanami's life. It's Izanami, the pupil technique that sacrifices eyes. Only. This is the kaleidoscope of governance. It should be the same in the original work, and as a prodigy, she used her pupil skills. Learn by analogy. It can also be used when adjusted to 3 megatama, but it is not a kaleidoscope. The price required is to sacrifice light. I hope she can simplify this eye technique in the future and deal with Izanagi in the future. No more headaches. After all, once the technique is targeted, people will no longer be arrogant because of its performance. Follow-up. The brainwashing control that 8,000 spears exerted on everyone present has been released. Return to Nanga Shrine. Nowadays, facing all the top combat powers, Uchiha Motoaki stands. Wrong. The clan leader should be called, the remaining Uchihas are very realistic. Very quiet and cooperative. Uchiha Motoaki waved his hand with satisfaction. He opened his mouth and smiled. Everyone has suffered today, go back and rest. Sister Ji, Hikaru, Lei, Baloo and Naka, please stay. After a while. These are the only ones in the shrine. Uchiha Lei didn't know why. He spoke with some confusion. Is there anything else? Master Yuanming. Touching his chin, Uchiha Motoaki's expression straightened. Shen Sheng said. I have a pupil technique that can restore everyone's eye problems. Naka-kun has already experienced it. Lei Jun, your other eye belongs to someone else now. Take it off. Hearing this, Uchiha Lei looked at Uchiha Naka with hesitation. Seeing him nod, I felt relieved. Cruelly, he dug into the eye that didn't belong to him. A tearing sound. The eye was already in his hand. Uchiha Lei was so determined, Yuanming nodded. Satisfied opening. Don't resist my power. After all. His eyes were focused, and scarlet patterns bloomed. Eye technique, great God. The golden light of healing enveloped them. Except for Naka, his eyes have not encountered any consumption at present. This is. As the light healed, Uchiha Lei's empty eye recovered. He was extremely shocked. Master Yuanming's eye skills are so incredible. Did your eyes recover out of nowhere? Will it only restore vision? The eye power has not recovered? Thinking of this, his chakra gathered in his eyes, feeling the intact pupils and clear vision of his eyes. He fell to the ground and shouted excitedly. Lord Yuanming! You are the undoubted leader of Uchiha, and no one is more suitable than you. Speaking of passion, the tone becomes higher. Lead the Uchiha to greatness. The few people behind felt the restored vision and looked at Uchiha Lei, whose eyes had recovered. Everyone nodded and admitted when they heard this. Indeed. Especially Uchiha Hikari, who does not have Senju Chakra battery life, so she has been using her pupil technique more frequently recently. Vision is slightly blurred. Now that his eyesight has recovered, he can look at the young man's handsome face. The little face is red. I noticed the management of light and saw this. I felt very unhappy. He raised his head and showed a strange smile to Yuanming. Uchiha Yuanming saw that Lei and Baloo's loyalty was unquestionable. I caught a glimpse of governance's inexplicable smile. Somewhat confused. Did you offend her? Forget it, let's talk about it later. A few days later. In the office of the Minister of Security. After working hard for a few days, I finally finished the matter. I sighed in my heart. When he was not in charge, he also wanted to expand the functions of the security department. Who would have thought? If he was really taken in, he would have a headache just after being busy these past few days. In my previous life, I was just Palu. I have never been a serious manager. It seems that we can only figure it out slowly. Don't mess around. Taking steps that are too big is not good either. Be calm. He took stock of what he had gained after taking the position this time. Did the aura change from 26 to 37? Lei Jun and Jing, two undoubted shadow-level powerhouses, added 8 points. He sneered. The remaining 3 points seemed to be contributed by Setsuna Uchiha. Without the power of Kaleidoscope, what big thing is he planning to do? It's not unjust that this guy has been in jail all the time in the original work. After laughing at the old guy, he carefully calculated how much power the Uchiha under his control currently had. Except for a few Uchiha ninjas. Just like Obito, he went to the village to show off and be something other than a regular ninja. 99% of them work in the security department. In the past, there were approximately 94 Megatama elites serving in the security department. After these few days he worked tirelessly. Use the great god to heal the Jonin who had been injured and retired and re-employ him. There are 108 currently employed San Magatama elites. Yuan Ming felt incredible. Is this the strength of the top 2 ninja clan in the ninja world? What do more than 100 Uchiha with 3 Megatama represent? Cho said in the original work. To deal with the Sharingan, escape 1-on-1. 2-on-1 sneak attack. That is to say, ninjas of the same level need to fight 3 against 1 to have a chance of winning. Now they are all under their own control. Hey hey hey! Ha 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 ha! No wonder, everyone likes power, being able to control such power. It's so exciting. This is a huge power that is really under my control and can be mobilized at will. No wonder he was so excited. More than 100 elites of San Magatama. And those Uchihas who have activated the first Megatama and the second Megatama. Cultivated by the ninjutsu resources of the Millennium Ninja Clan, this ninja clan in particular is one of the top 2 wealthy clans in the ninja world. Let these ninjas be in no way inferior to the regular jounin of the ninja village. There were about 200 to 300 of these. There are also countless Chunin and Genin who have not opened their eyes. And most importantly, among the 4 Manjiki Sharingan, governance and light are exceptional level experts. He. They are so afraid of Uchiha and want to weaken them. The reason has been found. This force, alone in the hands of a ninja, who is not afraid. At the same time, Uchiha Motoaki became the head of the security department. Information about the Uchiha clan leader. After he has dealt with most of the troublesome matters, someone was sent to notify the top management of Konoha. Let the Hokage's office at this time. So quiet. Chapter 31, Teach you a lesson. A long while passed. As the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi put the information in his hand back on the table. He took a puff of cigarette to relieve the surprise in his heart. Exhale the smoke. He looked at his friends sitting opposite, waiting for him to speak. He asked in a deep voice. Koharu, Menyan, and Danzo, what do you think? What can they think? Today, Sarutobi Hiruzen's Hokage has only been established for a few years. It was the time when everything needed to be stable. Although he was very unhappy with Uchiha. But for the stability of their team, everything is negotiable. After all, during this period, the Uchiha clan was not weak in strength, and the security department also had great power. There are also a group of younger ninjas in the village. Can't compare to the Senju series of the forest. It is also countless times stronger than the others, Hyaga and his ilk. Danzo is like this, no matter how unhappy he is with Uchiha. He didn't dare to say anything, if his good brother's butt was unstable. He's not much better. Now there is still some pretty girl sleeping in Xiaochun. He looked at Mito Kadoyan. Having made up her mind, she slowly spoke. The news about the mirror makes us sad, but Uchiha is now completely dominated by Uchiha Motoaki. Judging from my observations from childhood to now, the will of fire is somewhat lacking, but he is still a reasonable person. Speaking of this, she lowered her eyes and said. A positive word. Hiruzen, talk to him. Sarutobi Hiruzen made up his mind. The ANBU was summoned to give the order. Go to the security department and ask Minister Yuan Ming to come over and talk. Yes, Hokage-sama. The ANBU took the order and left. After a while, Uchiha Eki stood at the door of the Hokage's office. Knocked politely. After 3 dong 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 sounds, "A please come in" came from behind the door. Pushing the door open, Lord Hokage, and all the elders. He greeted Konoha's senior officials politely. Uchiha Eki said doubtfully. I wonder what I'm summoning you for. He was indeed confused. The security department was the exclusive domain of Uchiha, and whoever was the clan leader would be the minister. The top management of Konoha has no way to interfere with the change of ministers. The letter of appointment has been handed in here, and you still call me here? What's the meaning? Danzo and the other 3 remained silent. This is a special show for being a Hokage. When talking to the leaders of the village's powerful departments, they cannot interrupt at will in such situations. Except for Danzo, who has a shady roots. At present, they are only advisory elders, not actual elders. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked kind. Showed a smile and said. Minister Yuan Ming, I just want to ask you what you think of the village. Hearing this, Uchiha Eki understood. Within Uchiha, he has always taken a neutral stance. Now that I am in power, I will not change this attitude. As the Hokage, he knew that he couldn't win him over. Are you trying to stabilize yourself? Then don't blame me for being a lion. Uchiha Eki walked out of the Hokage building. Feel refreshed. In the conversation just now with the top management of Konoha, he demanded that the village be banned. Non-ninja civilian organizations are fully managed by the Ministry of Security. They actually agreed. Judging from their expressions, they felt that their request was not worth mentioning. Then don't blame me, I'll teach you a lesson. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the window. Look at this young man leaving. That boy is still a good person, but he is a bit younger. Hearing the words of the 3rd Hokage, Danzo sneered. That brat is stupid. Those are the functions of the security department. It was only because the security department was short of manpower that civilians spontaneously organized and managed it. At this time, Mito Enman answered. If he does this now, the ninjas in the security department will basically have no time to train themselves. The Uchiha ninjas, patrolling and managing the residents' trivial matters, are really stupid. After hearing this, I felt that there should be nothing else. Danzo stood up and walked towards the door. I'm going to take the first step. This kid has some strength, but his vision is too short-sighted to be worth mentioning. Bang! Looking at Danzo leaving, the 3 of them didn't say anything. He sat down with a relaxed expression and continued to handle official duties. 2 years flies by. In the office of the Minister of Security, Uchiha Eki. Listening to Uchiha Yuda's financial report. Sir Yuan Ming, this is the tribute money for villagers and entertainment venues this quarter, a total of 1.2 billion taels. Uchiha Eki on the document. Put away the corrected documents. He raised his head and said with a smile. Yes, you and the management will discuss how to allocate the funds. He reached out to take the financial report and looked at the red indicators on it. The smile on his face became increasingly difficult to hide. He flicked the table with his fingers. He sarcastically said. I bet the top management of the village will be absolutely furious right now. Uchiha Yuda also smiled. Echoed. Of course. They didn't pay attention to Master Yuan Ming's request back then, so we Uchiha took a big advantage. Hearing this, Uchiha waved his hand. Jokingly. Didn't you do the same thing back then, complaining that the clan leader was messing around and adding to your workload for no reason? Hearing the clan leader's joke, Uchiha Yuta touched his head and felt a little embarrassed. Okay, go down. I still have documents to approve. Yes, Minister. Watching his subordinates leave, Uchiha Yuanming took the financial report. He was ecstatic. Back then, he felt that there was a loophole here that he could exploit. And now it seems to be true. Naruto is an anime about daily life, and reflected in the comic world. The customs and habits are not much different from daily life. As we all know, the lack of effective management at the grassroots level of daily life gave birth to the Yakuza organization. It's the same here. The other day, when they said they would ban non-ninja civilian organizations, that's what happened. The fun is coming. The protection fee collected by the Yakuza, the guard team only collected half, and those villagers thought that Uchiha was the emperor. But this is just a small part. The big part of this considerable financial income comes from the entertainment venues in Konoha village. There is no problem for the security department to take money from casinos and entertainment industry here. Don't give? The security department will come to check every day, and if you don't give, it will be closed directly. The higher UPS can't say anything. These public security management regulations are only issued by the security department. With money, the security department will expand its personnel. Uchiha non-ninja civilians, what business are you still doing? Do you want the position given by the family? Do you want a stable job? All of them will be pulled into the security department to be cooperative members. In this way, ninjas provide armed support. Non-ninjas patrol and assist in supervision. A monster department with both a police system and legal Yakuza grassroots management, which combines officials and gangs, has appeared. It is still reasonable and very suitable for the local people in the ninja world. Small life. Contain the pride in your heart. Looking at yourself over the years. You have worked hard and got the inspiration from those mangekyo every day. Aura, 314. 4 manjakais, sparring once a day, 0.1 each time, the accumulation of 2 years is here. I have been accumulating in the past 2 years. With the development of the body, the chakra is no worse than Uchiha Madara. High-intensity battles for days and nights are absolutely no problem. Let's strengthen Amaterasu. Except for that time of destroying the corpse, I haven't used it much. With the thought, the wisdom sword trembled, and the aura filled my mind. Enlightenment. After a moment. Chapter 32, Tsunade is a done deal. The aftertaste of wisdom in his mind made Uchiha Eki no Amaterasu evolved. With the property of immortality, the temperature has been greatly increased. Can be freely controlled between 200–6000 degrees Celsius. At this time, Amaterasu was worthy of the name, Flame of the Sunday. Staring at the golden and red fire swimming in his hand, Uchiha Eki was stunned. When Amaterasu completes her evolution, he felt blessed for a moment, his eyes condensed on the spot, and the complex patterns in his eyes trembled. Controlled at a few hundred degrees, golden color mixed with a hint of red sun fire appeared in the hand. He didn't feel any burning sensation from the flames. Is this still eye surgery? And when he stared at the flames, he was stunned. A sealed alien space in the kingdom of ghosts. The unspeakable dark monster opened its eyes. His eyes shed tears of filthy blood. A loud roar resounded throughout this sealed land, that is, the Lord of Jace he. Is my lord still here? Hateful! 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 Hateful evil demon from outside the sky. After the huge roar. Boom! The evil black and purple light violently impacted everything around it. At the same time, inside a strange shrine in the country of Yu. Squirming bloody filth. Trembling all over. Whispering in a low voice. The Lord of Anquan. Anquan. Kill you. Kill you. I will definitely kill you. This filth. I don't know why I am so angry. Juan's filthy blood flow. Slowly gathering from incredible realms. In a palace. The beautiful Maiko wakes up from her dream. What is that? Huffing, breathing heavily. Relieve the cruel future that I saw when I suddenly fell into a dream just now. He muttered in confusion. In that future, I'm going to die. She held her chest tightly with her hands and frowned as she thought about it. No, there is another future, where a pair of bloody eyes solves the crisis. Swallowed his saliva. He said in a harsh voice. It's just that I'm dead. That sad future reflects in my mind. She couldn't sit still on the spot and hurriedly summoned the courtiers. I foresee a terrible future and need to hire ninjas, everyone. The ministers heard the words of their lord. Shocked. The lords of this country, as their subjects, are well aware of the ability of foreseeing the witches. Otherwise, who would surrender to a woman for generations? Sir, it's something strange. The beautiful Maiko, the owner of the red eyes, came to mind. Biting his lip. Not just monsters, but also bloody demons. I want to invite the ninjas of Konoha, especially the leader of the Uchiha clan. He is the powerful ninja who can save all this. The courtier who leaned over nodded his head to the ground. Hi. I obey your orders. 1 month later. Inside the Konoha Hokage's office. Minister Yuan Ming, the witch from the Kingdom of Ghosts, has named you for this mission. Hearing the words of the third Hokage, Uchiha Eki felt disgusted. What does it mean to ask for me by name? Could you word it a little better? Complain in your heart. But his face looked upright. As a Konoha ninja, I have been designated by my employer, and I will definitely complete this mission well. The Maiko from the land of ghosts has the ability to foresee the future. I am still very interested. Promise the senior management to go there to relieve their increasingly depressed mood. Hokage-sama, I should not be the only one on this mission. Exhale the smoke. The third Hokage said expressionlessly. Don't worry, for this mission, the demonic country Maiko said she wants a team of ninjas to protect herself. Minister Yuan Ming only needs to kill him, the thorn in his side of the Ghost Kingdom. So I arranged for you to join my disciples. He was actually worried about Uchiha Eki going out alone, so he wanted to arrange for someone to accompany him and monitor him. However, ordinary ninjas cannot do this. I can only let, even at a young age, the disciples who are already elite jounin complete the task of surveillance. After a while, 3 young people with different characteristics walked in. One on the right was a silly white-haired one. He waved familiarly and said, Yuan Ming Jun, long time no see. The deserted young man on the side. He nodded and smiled. It has been many years since I graduated from school, Yuan Ming Jun. Uchiha Eki also nodded politely. He smiled and said, It's been a long time, Orochimaru-san and Jiraiya-san. Humph. Hypocritical man. I haven't seen you for a long time. The yellow-haired girl on the side turned her head and snorted coldly. Seeing this, Yuan Ming shook his head and did not answer. This yellow-haired girl who is currently certain and has no ups and downs is Tsunade. She was absolutely right. I don't see her very often. This gambler gambles with others in the casino. If he finds out that someone is cheating, he will make a big fuss. The average Uchiha is not afraid of her Senju identity. But they were afraid of her title as Princess G and did not dare to deal with her. All we can do is wait. As a minister, he will handle it. Over time, he became familiar with the big fat sheep of the casino. Seeing that Uchiha Eki didn't answer anything. Damn guy, do you look down on me? Tsunade let out an angry sound, rolled up her cuffs, and was about to get angry. The companion next to her quickly grabbed her. After a while of chicken and dog jumping, Sarutobi Hiruzen arranged everything while he had a headache. Uchiha Eki. After the 3, the famous young man and woman walked out of the Hokage building. Orochimaru looked at Uchiha Eki. Calmly said. Yuan Mingjun, this is our first mission together, and you are not familiar with it. After pondering for a moment, he continued. Let's compare notes and understand each other's abilities so that we can cooperate in the mission. Sorry for the rudeness. After hearing Orochimaru's apologetic words, Uchiha Eki actually wanted to see how good the young Sunin was now. Smiled. Good suggestion, let's move to the nearest training ground. Yet. That's great, Jiraiya yelled excitedly. He had long seen that the handsome young man in front of him was unhappy. Tsunade kept staring at him, damn it. She must give him a good beating so that Tsunade can see her powerful figure. Then fall in love with me. Humph. Don't cry for a while. Tsunade squeezed her fingers so hard that she said. He sarcastically said with excitement. I screamed in my heart. I hope I don't slap you in the face. There are not many opportunities to avenge private revenge. It will definitely make you cry to face my mother. In a training ground in Konoha, Orochimaru said to Uchiha Eki, how do you want to spar, Mr. Eki? You guys come together. Uchiha Eki shrugged and responded to Orochimaru's question indifferently. Hear this. Orochimaru hasn't said anything yet. After all, he knows that the person opposite him is a powerful ninja with the Mangekyou Sharingan. When Tsunade next to her heard this, a string in her mind broke. You guy, who are you looking down on? Die to my death. Chapter 33, Dark and ominous atmosphere enveloped the scene. Enraged, Tsunade took the lead in attacking. Then there is no more. Uchiha Eki's current strength. Facing the young Sunin, he knocked them down as if they were just strolling around. Then he looked sluggish, unable to dazzle the three gods. Came to a bustling barbecue restaurant. You don't have to be so frustrated. I have demonstrated my abilities one by one. Let's focus on this mission. Hearing Uchiha Eki's comforting words, Orochimaru said calmly. What a strong man's speech, Yuan Mingjun. But if it's a mission, let's leave tomorrow. Tsunade on the side did not speak, covering the painful place on her head. Turning grief and anger into appetite, he fired at the barbecue like crazy. When Jiraiya heard that the mission was going to be discussed, his face straightened. Seriously? The people in the Kingdom of Ghosts were already very anxious just now. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. Uchiha Eki nodded. Smile. Then let's meet at the main gate of Konoha at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. We have fast feet. If it's urgent, let's set off first. After having enough wine and food, they all left. On the way home, Uchiha Eki felt uneasy. It is true that I am interested in the ability of witches to foresee the future. But he clearly remembered that the ghosts of the Kingdom of Ghosts had an incident in ancient times. It was during Naruto's era that he caused trouble again. This time I caused incredible changes in Amaterasu's pupil technique. The monster just came out to cause trouble? What a coincidence. Definitely something to do with yourself. His strength is indeed the strongest in the ninja world. But a steady hand is still necessary. Improve your shortcomings. I happened to see the young Sunin remind me of Senjutsu. Back home. Staring at the lazy cat sleeping on the sofa, he went over and patted her cat's head. Shouted. Wake up again, I need your help with something. Yalu opened his sleepy eyes and saw the person coming. Stretched out slowly and leisurely. Said impatiently. Yuan Mingjun, what do you want me to do for you? Hearing Mitada's impatient tone, Uchiha Eki didn't take it seriously. They have become familiar with each other in the past 2 years, and he has not treated her badly. In addition to the chakra, it is also contained in the spiritual weapon wine gourd, and the Uchiha is allowed to roam around with it. In the past 2 years, you have been absorbing natural energy to restore chakra. I see it all. Yalu glanced sideways and yawned. Lazy said. Then what? I hope you will come again to help me practice. Now absorb the natural energy. I want to watch and learn. After hearing this, Yalu stared at the young man in front of him seriously. Natural energy is no joke, Yuan Ming. An Uchiha's ability to sense natural energy has not been very good since ancient times. Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled proudly and said. You just don't underestimate me, let's get started. You don't talk nonsense when you travel. In these 2 years, you can communicate with yourself on an equal footing. Without limiting herself, she has recognized Yuan Ming. Cross your body and put your cat's paws together. There was a buzzing sound. Natural energy slowly gathered towards her. Looking at you, brigade who has already taken action. Uchiha Motoaki frowned. My heart sank. Sure enough, I couldn't sense anything. However, with the magic sword, I am not afraid of any challenge. Looking at the value on the panel from 314 raised to 264 raised due to the improvement of Amaterasu. I felt cruel in my heart. Bring it on. Divine sword, grant me heaven-defying enlightenment. Suddenly, shocking wisdom fills the soul. A sudden realization came over me. That's it, this is natural energy. I feel it. I want it to be combined with chakra to become my own magical chakra. The immortal mode of becoming a human requires this. After a while, Yalu looked in front of him in horror. The boy's face was not changed at all as Senjutsu chakra boiled all over his body. Shocked and shouted. How is that possible? Boy Yuan Ming, your immortal mode is as perfect as the old man's. The scene was so shocking that she couldn't help but reveal her feline tongue addiction. Open your eyes slowly. Uchiha Motoaki slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. He clenched his fists and felt the Senjutsu chakra filling his body. Whisper. Is this the immortal mode? I thought about it and compared it. So strong. All kinds of increases are at least 3 times more. And Suzuki has already demonstrated that Senjutsu chakra can also be attached to Susanoo. What a perfect technique! Look at the remaining aura. Only 164 rays? 100 rays consumed? It's twice as much as upgrading the Eternal Eye. It's a little funny in my heart. How bad are your magical qualifications? Or is it true that Uchiha is just as bad as Matada said? After checking the immortal mode, the multiple of the increase. Uchiha Motoaki unlocked the use of Senjutsu. Ulu looked shocked and speechless in front of him. Said in a proud tone. Well, I told you not to underestimate me. He closed his shocked jaw and rubbed his face with cat paws. Another traveler gent said. Yuan Ming, please take me with you on this mission. Why do you suddenly think like this? I recognize you, I am shocked by you, I want to see what level you can reach in the end. And during this time, he treats me as a tailed beast, without any restrictions and still plays with it. Let me see if you are who the old man said. The country of ghosts. The Miko looked at the magic weapon in the palace that showed the condition of the sealed shrine. The magic weapon is like a bell. The magic weapon that was originally intact is now covered with cracks. She looked ugly. He spoke with difficulty. Are you about to lose your hold? Something was wrong, very wrong. The monster shouldn't have broken through the seal so quickly, something must have happened. His little hands turned white from squeezing, and a frustrated voice sounded. Is the future that I can see worse than the monsters in Miyamu Mountain? Turn around and walk away from this palace. He called his ministers and said seriously. Go to the shrine in the city and get the spiritual bow. When the minister who was leaning over heard this, he raised his head in surprise. Sir, you actually want to bring out the spiritual bow, but you can't hold on to the seal anymore. Seeing the Miko nodded silently. He said in a harsh voice. It seems like that's all. Looking at her subordinates who followed the order, sadness appeared on the Miko's face. I hope that under the sacrifice, Spirit Bao can persist until the one arrives. O Patriarch of Onmyado, protect me and wait for you. At this time, the place where monsters are sealed. A filthy river of blood finally broke the seal. Let it reveal the sealed space inside. He turned into a burst of blood and escaped into it. Looking at the dark multi-headed demon. Mocked. How's it going? Monster, please thank you for helping you break the seal. All the monster's eyes were staring at this bloody filth. He opened his mouth and asked. If you don't want to dominate your country of Tang, why are you here? You are no longer. Having said this, he moved his huge body, his eyes showing fierceness. Dark ominousness enveloped the scene. The former lord of Weiyuan China. Chapter 34, Sin, Eradicate. Faced with this heart-piercing remark, the bloody filth sneered. Well, whatever you say, I didn't come here alone to unlock your seal. The filthy body trembled, and said in a cold tone. You should have sensed it. The descendant of the outer demon with the breath of the Lord of Takamahara is approaching this land. Wang Liang turned a deaf ear to it, and the huge black demon shouted violently. Stop talking nonsense! The biggest descendant of the evil demon is still squatting in the Pure Land, what are you planning? Wang Liang, join forces, let's eat that guy together. After hearing this, Wu Yang seemed to be facing a provocation, and his hundreds of heads opened their bloody mouths. Who will join forces with you? I want to take back half of my noble power, and then I will be invincible in the world. Accompanied by a loud bang. This alien space completely collapsed. The huge demon began to wreak havoc on the world. In the forest where the sun sets in its last rays. Uchiha Yuanming and his companions are all elites. Not to mention the speed, they crossed several small countries from the Land of Fire in just a few days. Arrived at the territory of the Land of Demons. Yuanming-kun, the capital of the Land of Demons, is only about half an hour away from here. Orochimaru has a magnetic hoarse voice. Uchiha Yuanming nodded. Orochimaru-san, just say what you want to say. You know about this kind of mission. As I am in the security department, my experience is not as good as yours. Orochimaru looked serious. In the dozens of miles we have been running, the forest, the earth, and the mountains are too quiet. Tsunade on the side took over the conversation in a low voice. It's like all life is extinguished. Several people looked at each other and knew that the problem was not simple. Everyone, speed up. I'll go first. If something goes wrong with the employer, Konoha's future mission share will be difficult. After saying that, Uchiha Yuanming armor appeared on his body, and his back shook. Spread his wings and flew away. At the same time, in the Land of Demons, on the wall of the capital, the beautiful shrine maiden and the soldiers, looking at the tens of thousands of stone puppets surrounding the city. They stood on the ground, holding swords or bows, and surrounded the city with strange lights in their eyes. There are also huge demons like hills lurking in the darkness behind. She looked ugly. Is this the ghost and his undead army? Too outrageous. Although the inheritance of the shrine maidens from generation to generation tells of his horror. But this is the first time she has faced such a sense of oppression like the end of the world. This is an unparalleled sense of reality. It makes people shudder. My lord, they are coming. The undead army's strange eyes were filled with cold light, and they launched an offensive. The minister who was following the witch screamed. The minister's ugly appearance made the witch lower her eyes. Raising the ancient giant bow in her hand, she asked in a deep voice. Has the sacrifice to the spirit bow been completed? The minister lowered his head, and the words with unknown emotions reached the witch's ears. Thousands of old people have been sacrificed with blood. She heard this without saying anything, and moved her lips. The yin-yang Dao curse resounded through the world. Bright and shining, shining brightly. The secret words of the moon bow should cleanse the filth in your body. A rainbow light flew from the shrine in the city, gathered in the witch's hand, forming a sacred arrow. The inviolable witch bends the bow and puts the arrow. Sins, remove. The sacred arrow, with moonlight, passes through the sky and illuminates the sky. Unrivaled power distorts the world. In the darkness, thousands of undead puppets were illuminated by the light. Like spring snow melting, there was no life. The arrow with the holy light of judgment instantly hit the monsters lying behind. Boom! The blue-white holy light made the area hit by the attack reverse the sky and earth. Did it succeed? The minister who came back to his senses from the power asked the witch next to him. The witch shook her head, her face solemn. She explained, "My attack with the spirit bow can only stop them for a moment." Biting her lip, the witch continued to explain. "After all, you all know that my power is one with the monsters, how can I be killed by my own power?" At the moment when the witch and the minister explained, a shocking change happened. Puff! Ah! What's going on? What is this? The witch looked at the bloody tentacles that broke through her abdomen. She raised her hands to cover her mouth and nose. Ugh! Is this my final fate? Blood gushed out of her mouth, making it extremely difficult for her to speak. Ah! She remembered. This was her own death scene in the future. Is you really going to die? What is that? Master! Miracle! The ministers and soldiers nearby were horrified when they saw this sudden situation. They reacted and were about to save their master. The bloody tentacles that held the witch in place opened their densely packed eyes. After a burst of red light, the ministers and soldiers all fell down with white eyes. Ha 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 ha! My half-body, didn't you expect that I cleverly hid it from your yin-yang eyes? Speaking of this, he stretched out a branch tentacle and licked the beautiful face of the witch. More and more branch tentacles grew, tightening the witch tightly. Looking at the witch who was vomiting blood and unable to move, sneered, "Give me back my power!" The tentacle trembled, and a blue-white light floated around the witch, which was slowly absorbed by him. Power! Power! My noble power is back! Excited, he twisted his body, excited. The witch looked at all this tremblingly, and raised her right hand weakly, trying to grab something. Goo! She wanted to say something, but a weak groan came out of her mouth. Suddenly, the corner of her eyes saw a golden light coming from the east. He raised his mouth and said to the demon on his body, "Your death time has come." The demon who succeeded in his evil plan was arrogant. He sneered, "You are so stubborn. Who can kill me now? Who dares to kill me? I can kill you." A loud voice came from the sky. The atmosphere began to roar. The originally weak wind in the sky formed a huge typhoon in a moment. Is it the wind? No. It was a huge golden red flame, with a surging heat wave rolling up the wind and clouds. The golden red flame fell from the sky. It was God's punishment. The huge flame light column illuminated the world and swept away all the demons. The blood-colored tentacles on the witch were the first to be hit. The erupting flames rolled up the witch's body, but did not hurt her at all. The tentacles were burned clean. A figure fell down and supported the fallen figure. Looking around, there were still many undead puppets, and he was a little impatient. His blood-red eyes trembled slightly. The immortal sun, the flames that burn everything, destroy the demons. Pupil technique Amaterasu was activated. The golden red fire flowed in the sky, spreading to the sky outside the city at a fast or slow speed. He snapped his fingers gently. "Go to death quietly, bastards!" The golden red sky dropped meteor flames. And the undead army on the ground, facing this sun fire. They were completely buried in the sea of fire powerlessly. The figure that wiped out everything, under the light of the fire, A handsome face emerged. It was Uchiha Yuanming. He put down the witch who closed her eyes and was not breathing. Somewhat helplessly, he said. This is my first mission in a ninja village, I can't let my employer really die. The eternal kaleidoscope glared. The light of revival enveloped him. Across the gullies, peach forests, the valleys reach the top of the mountain, and the healing light is pumping. The witch whimpered and slowly opened her eyes. She looked at the sky that was like the morning sun. She whispered. Haven't I seen the Sanzu River? Why do I see such a view again when I open my eyes again? A hand waved in front of her. I saved you. Under the golden red sky, the boy's figure was shining. She couldn't help but tighten her crossed thighs. And admired in her heart. So handsome. Chapter 35 I am invincible. Thank you very much for saving my life. The witch Ying Ying bowed and thanked her sincerely. She was separated from that grey future. His own prophecy was shattered. No. Wrong. It's not that his prediction has been broken, but that the future he sees is limited. After all, she is not an all-knowing person, so she should have made some omissions. He summoned his subordinates and smiled at Uchiha Eki. Although the sprite and its minions were driven away by Yu Shen, he was completely fearless for the loss. I see you in person, please come to the palace to discuss the matter of monsters. Uchiha Yuanming nodded. You go ahead and comfort the residents in the city. I'll wait for my friends, they haven't arrived yet. Nodding to show understanding, the Miko bowed and left under the escort of her subordinates. After a cup of tea, the Sunin, who were still in their immature stage, arrived belatedly. Tsunade looked at the mess around her. And after the burning outside the city, lava flowing in the earth. Somewhat horrified. Hey! Did you do all of this? Yes, Tsunade Heim, it was so urgent just now, it was ridiculous. Uchiha Eki smiled slightly and responded to Tsunade's doubts. Hearing this, Tsunade was even more upset. Tai Baa. What does it mean to be funny? If you do a good job, you do a good job. Hypocritical guy, hey. At this time, Orochimaru shook his head and said helplessly. Yuanming Jun, don't be too humble. Excessive humility is arrogance in a strong man. Yes, that's what Orochimaru said about him. Jiraiya on the side nodded silently in his heart. The battle caused by Uchiha Eki was obviously very shocking. But when he saw Tsunade looking towards him as soon as she arrived, she felt very unhappy. Such strength is really impressive. I hope that after this mission, we will have more opportunities to cooperate. Hearing Orochimaru's sigh, Uchiha Eki nodded. Smile too. Yes, I am extremely convinced of Orochimaru-san's talent. Orochimaru, stop talking and go see what instructions your employer has given. Seeing Orochimaru, he often gets in the way with the other side. She struck up a conversation with the guy who was showing off at the casino. She quickly said she was going to see her employer, interrupting their business exchange. The entire journey was silent. Arriving at the palace quickly. Under the arrangement of officials from the Kingdom of Ghosts, we walked to a side hall. This is the place to entertain them. After greeting each other politely. As the squad leader of this mission, Uchiha Yuanming said bluntly. Miko, please explain the objectives of this mission in detail so that my three partners can make a plan to protect you. He paused for a moment, put down the paperwork, and took a sip of the tea served to him. Then he smiled slightly. I'd better track the target based on the intelligence and kill him. Miko understands the urgency of the situation. No nonsense either. Explain all the information about the monster in detail. After listening to the information, Orochimaru asked calmly. The monster is one with your power? Does it also have an army of immortal puppets? What is your power? I'm sorry, but there is no power fluctuation in your body. Hearing Orochimaru's question, Miko gave a helpless smile. You really doesn't have any power at the moment. The pure spiritual power has been completely taken away by the monster. He will become even more powerful in the near future. Thinking of this, the Miko covered her head. He said with a headache. And even if there is, you ninjas can't see it. When Uchiha heard this, he was slightly interested. How to say? The power of you and the demon is spiritual power, but his is filthy spiritual power. These are the degradation of divine power. Deterioration of divine power? Is there really such a thing as a god? Jiraiya on the side felt that the Miko's words were a bit exaggerated, so he quickly asked a question. He glanced at Jiraiya who was purring loudly. The Miko explained helplessly. I don't know if there is a god. That's what the tradition says. The demon is a god who fell from heaven. In ancient times, our lineage of witches received blessings from the gods and gained strength. Yu's power has always been yin and yang with the monsters. This is incredible evidence. Looking at Jiraiya and Tsunade's faces, they still had expressions of disbelief. The shrine maiden sneered. If you don't believe it, as the envoys of the so-called Holy Land today, you can ask those monsters. Realizing that she had almost made a mistake, Miko hurriedly coughed to cover it up. Cough, cough, the psychic beast will know. Orochimaru nodded to express understanding. He is quite research-minded and will investigate such secrets in the future. He calmly continued. The situation has been roughly understood. My two companions and I will do our best to protect the Miko. Let's go to the city first to prepare for the sealing technique. Seeing the witch, she nodded and said. It's really reliable, everyone. He turned to look at the young man who was thinking about something. His face straightened. As for the other task, to kill the monsters, I hope to go to the shrine with you and Mingjun to talk about it. Uchiha Motoaki expressed his understanding and stood up. The three ninjas were separated from what they had to do to deal with the undead army's siege. Follow Miko. We arrived at a shrine in the city. Walking into the shrine, Miko looked at the altar. The broken bow looks sad. The spiritual bow is broken, and the monster has no weakness. Turn around and bow Ying. Jun Yu and Ming, please tell me about the incantations of Yin and Yang Dao. Hearing this, Uchiha Motoaki was a little surprised. He asked doubtfully. You want to learn spells from the Miko-sama? Why? He raised his eyes and saw Zaiwa goddess looking serious. He said solemnly. I can sense it in my body. The technique you and Mingjun used to save you, is the power of God. And Yu Shen has traces of using spiritual power. Hearing this, Uchiha Motoaki was a little confused. Speak directly. The power of God? Traces of spiritual power. Listening to the young man's question, Miko walked up to him and looked directly into his eyes. Yes, the power of God requires the cooperation of mantras and spiritual power in order to be completely liberated on this land. And spiritual power is the power of nature, gathered in the human body and obtained through refinement. The Miko's decisive tone made Uchiha Motoaki raise a brow. Indeed. After my own pupil technique was upgraded with spiritual enlightenment, all have undergone wonderful changes. And the power of nature is not just the immortal mode. I have never used it in front of her. She can see it. It seems that what he said is true. It seems that this study should have a lot of gains. Think about it. He said with some interest. Hey, I'm interested, Miko-dano. Let's start now. When Uchiha Motoaki and the others were preparing their troops. In a gloomy valley in the kingdom of ghosts. All the power is finally back. Following this whisper, the heaven and earth mutated, and the atmosphere turned into waves. The violent purple hurricane tore open the sky and let the moonlight fall. A bolt from the blue. The hurricane turned into an ominous light, turning the moon into a bloody color. The twisted and ominous black wind fell and turned into a cloak covering the huge demon. The gorgeous ominous power trembled and wrapped him into a giant egg. Children of Wei Yuan China. Why are you throbbing? Click. Cracks appeared on the giant egg. A mighty and gorgeous ominous force gushes out from the cracks. Bang! The giant egg shattered. The surging black water condensed into a human-shaped body. The black water surrounded him, forming a simple costume. Dark eyes, black hair, black period clothes. At this moment, he is as black as the night sky, as if he can swallow everything. He clenched his fists and felt his own strength. Ha 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 ha, now I am the complete body. Thousands of years of planning finally succeeded. I am invincible, it is time to take revenge on the evil spirits outside the world. Chapter 36. Say hello to that bastard. Learning the mantras of Onmyo-do is easy and there is no need to cheat. With such a high level of strength, it is very easy to learn backward compatibility. With the mentality of giving it a try. After reciting the mantra and using magical chakra. There is also the pupil technique composed of pupil power. When the three are united. Uchiha clearly realized the truth. Why do the Otsutsuki clan in the Starry Sky keep staring at this area? Why did Yama Otsutsuki, who ascended in another dimension, leave his divine body on this planet, instead of staying on their home planet? This is very strange. Now it seems that the reason is very simple. This planet is special. After being harvested, it can still be full of vitality, the pure land is intact, and the reincarnation system of life and death is unconcerned. Think again when Momoshiki first appeared on the scene. That Death Star knew that the ninja world was different. What's even more mysterious is Otsutsuki's ability. Or pupil surgery. Another name for these things. It's called magic. Looking at the more flexible sun fire in his hand. Uchiha Yuanming couldn't help but whisper. The origin of chakra on this planet is Kagaya's fruit. And the growth of fruits needs to absorb the natural energy of this land. Thinking of this, I sneered again and again in my heart. Even the sixth child like Gamamaru risked his life to alienate Kagaya's mother-son relationship when he was young. He didn't believe that when the sacred tree first arrived, the locals' extraordinary and top-notch combat power didn't fight back desperately. It is obvious that those natives are extraordinary. In other words, the gods failed. It became the nourishment of the sacred tree. Let out a breath. Uchiha's kaleidoscope is said to be the eye of spiritual reflection, but look at these pupil techniques. What does it have to do with the soul? Recorded, multiple, and repeated pupil techniques. Amaterasu, Kagutsuki, Tsukuyomi, and others, it's possible that those people are still in tune with each other. He complained and continued to speculate in his mind. The eye technique of the Manjiki Sharingan. The essence is that the divinity remains in the gods absorbed by the sacred tree. When Uchiha opened those eyes, according to the mood at that time, randomly from the chakra information of the bloodline. Lottery for that remaining divine message. Chakra informatization. Momoshiki has already been shown in the original work. Therefore, when Uchiha opens his eyes, it seems that he relies on his mind. In fact, it is a gamble. If you're lucky, it's directly divine power. This kind of pupil technique is even more exaggerated than divine magic. Bad luck. It's the kind of fake Uchiha Nobu that is so rubbish that it can't be seen. Thinking of this, he understood. Otsutsuki's ascension is not about frantically eating fruits. Simply accumulating energy will work. Momoshiki sucks a planet into a Death Star. After eating it, the panel is not as good as Kagaya. It seems that Otsutsuki's ascension requires the information in the fruit, and the information contains laws. That's why Kagaya stabs her boss in the back in this land. Because there are so many gods on this planet, 8 million gods have enough information. A planet that is still prosperous after being harvested. Hee. Even the guys who ascended are making plans. I am certain in my heart. What do you think of your eye skills? They were all cheating to complete the information in the pupil technique. Let it become a divine art. I can look forward to my future. Don't worry about the amount of spiritual light. If I remember correctly, the second ninja war is about to begin in just a few years. When the time comes, there will be an upright fight on the battlefield. You will definitely get a huge amount of divine sword aura. Even if the ascended guys come down to earth to cause trouble in the future, he is not afraid. He is full of confidence. Put away your wandering thoughts. Stride out of the shrine. Go to the palace. Receive benefits. It's time to deal with this problem. It seems that the study of Yushin is going well. Maiko looked up from her busy desk. Said with a smile. Uchihamoto Aki nodded and said calmly. Orochimaru, Tsunade, and Jiraiya are also setting up sealing barriers to protect you. I will kill the monster directly. This is the requirement of this S-class mission. Now tell me how to know where the monster is. The Miko groped around in her sleeves. Take out a bell. Passed to Uchihamoto Aki. This bell is the link between me and the monster. It will guide your path. He took the bell, stood up, and walked to the door. Miko respectfully sent her out and looked at her leaving figure. Bowed and shouted. I wish you good luck in martial arts. The departing figure waved his hand without looking back. To show that blessings have been received. The girl who walked out of the palace came to Orochimaru, who was busy at work. Orochimaru-san, I'm about to leave. How are your work preparations? Hearing the questions behind me. Putting down the engraved runes, Orochimaru stood up. Say calmly. It's almost over, do you really don't need help? No need, one person is enough, and I also have a partner. Partner? Uchihamoto Aki didn't hesitate, he formed a seal and clapped his hands on the ground. After a burst of smoke, a blue kitten came out. Hey, boy Yuan Ming, I thought you forgot. I won't forget it. Miko once said that it's not just the monsters that are causing trouble, but there is also an evil spirit who is ready to do something. Speaking of this, Uchihamoto Aki's expression became serious. Hold the knife handle tightly. Said categorically. My first village mission must be perfect. Looking at this kitten, he jumped onto Uchihamoto Aki's shoulders. Orochimaru was non-committal, he was more rational than emotional. Even if you feel that a little ninja cat can't help, it won't let expression management get out of control. Then I wish you and Ming-jun all the best. He nodded to show it, his eyes focused. 3 Megatama swivel its eyes. Susanoo transformed into wings and flew high. Seeing the figures in the sky disappear quickly, Orochimaru shook his head and said helplessly. It's really an exaggeration. The Sharingan of the 3 Megatama can activate Susanoo. Only the recorded Uchiha Madara can do it. Recording the information in hand, the teacher's monitoring task was not sloppy either. Although this surveillance doesn't make much sense. Follow the bell's guidance. After flying in the air for about half an hour, we saw a dark valley. They are all densely packed with immortal stone puppets. Do not alarm the monsters. Uchihamoto Aki arrived in an open space quite far away. Take a deep breath. Phew, another journey has begun. Oh! Yalu responded excitedly. Jumping to the ground, the cat's paws were clasped together. Seeing this, Uchihamoto Aki's pupils trembled, and scarlet and complicated patterns spread in his pupils. He shouted. Susanoo! The golden giant slowly unfolded, raised his left hand, and a huge amount of chakra floated out from the Dionysian gourd. That is the tailed beast chakra stored in the gourd. A huge flow of chakra. Kittens flocking to Namaste meditation. It's coming. It's coming. Oh my chakra! Traveling again in the roar of excitement. The body slowly transformed into a huge evil cat. Very good. Seeing Matada unfold his body, Uchihamoto Aki sighed in admiration. My mind tightened. The huge golden giant spread out and turned into bursts of golden divine energy. It wraps around the giant cat demon. The young man jumped up to the top of Yalu's head. In an instant, the divine energy turned into armor and was clad on the giant beast. The giant beast warrior waved his hand, and the Dumo cow sword appeared. It's not over yet. Uchihamoto Aki's body trembled, and the magic chakra flowed up like a torrent. Mysterious patterns shine on the armor. The difficulty of the beast. Start with full force. The young man let out a breath. The corners of his mouth curled up. He showed a cruel smile like a poisonous flower in the south. Say hello to that bastard. Travel again. Chapter 37 Gods Gallop Across the Sky. Hearing this, the beast warrior opened his mouth. Take a gentle breath. The chakra of yin and yang flows. Gather on the left hand and spin. In the blink of an eye, an ominous and huge black jade appeared in his hand. Drink. The samurai thrust his divine sword into it. Seeing this, the young man above the head of the team gathered the magic chakra here. Surrounded by fairy magic, swords and black jade, there was a clear buzzing sound. Uchihamoto Aki watched all this. A cruel sneer. Go. Let me see how you look like in your complete body after gaining all the power. Let's do it, brigade again. Oh! The giant beast warrior echoed excitedly. With a wave of his hand, the shocking attack rotates at high speed, like a brilliant death shuriken. Hiss! With a sharp and violent roar, it rolled up the surrounding extraordinary natural energy and blasted towards the valley. There was a loud bang. The world changes color. A violent hurricane rose from the valley, and the all-devouring tornado roared. Swallowed the demon and his undead army. Staring at the valley that was shattered by the rumbling sound, Yalv shouted excitedly. Oh oh oh! Boy Yuan Ming, there is no way he can survive this attack. It shouldn't be that simple, don't be careless. Uchihamoto Aki above his head shook his head. Thinking of the puppets under the demon's command, they all have such immortality. It is absolutely impossible for him to be without one, and he gave a worried warning. His eyes were fixed on everything in front of him. Hearing his partner's instructions, the giant beast warrior's expression condensed. Take away the relaxation in your heart. Clear. He responded in a deep voice to the young man above him. Under such an attack, something stirred in the smoke-filled leftover land. Ta 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 ta. A pair of black and cold eyes passed through the smoke and stared coldly at the giant beast warrior. Heavy footsteps sounded in the smoke and dust. The darkest figure quickly shuttled out. He was tall and dressed in black and simple clothing. He snorted with a cold expression. Sure enough, he is as rude as your ancestors. After that, raise your hands. Shouted. It's not polite to come back without reciprocating. Take the move. The boundless malice invaded, making Uchihamoto Aki and Mataburi feel cold in their hearts. Something is coming. In the blink of an eye, the monster's lower body expanded rapidly, and its tall figure stood tall. Drink! Before it was over, the demon shouted loudly, and boundless ominous black energy floated around his body. In an instant, the ominous black energy was like thunder, bombarding the enemies in front. That awe-inspiring power! As if it can remove something that shouldn't exist. Things that cannot exist are forcibly eliminated. This is my true ability. Feel the fear, descendant of the devil. Use your body to experience our hatred and resentment for thousands of years. Uchihamoto Aki ignored the demon's trash talk. What kind of demon descendant? Looking at the monsters. That huge and ultimate black body. That ominous gesture. Like a dark alien monster. No, can that really be called a creature? Who is the devil? Facing this ominous black hurricane, the beast warrior jumped up. spread his wings and flew into the air to avoid it. "Idiot, do you think I won't dodge this direct attack?" Another brigade laughed in the air. As if to refute her words, the ominous black hurricane suddenly changed direction. "Attack the giant warrior beast in the sky. Can it be tracked automatically? It's really not that simple. There's no need to hide. Go ahead and knock it away." Seeing this situation, Uchiha Eki sneered. The giant beast warrior held it in his hand, and the divine sword reappeared in his hand. The divine sword containing golden divine energy is raised high. The giant wings behind him flapped. Boom! In an instant, the ominous black energy collides with the giant beast. Inside Susanoo, I felt the ominous black energy descending on me like a divine power. Chakra, magic, and body seemed to be inexplicably bound. "Feel it all." An excited and happy smile slowly appeared on Uchiha Eki's face. He ha 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 ha. This is what fighting feels like. The young man laughed arrogantly, and his smile slowly turned vicious. The scarlet eyes sparkled, and the patterns on the pupils turned. The shocking pupil power burned in his eyes. At the same time, "Take the incantation that I just learned a short time ago. Recite in your mouth. Awaken, the curtain of darkness has arrived, and the sun will be reborn." The giant beast warrior piloted by the young man trembled with the divine sword in his hand. Bursts of golden red fire were attached to the sword, and the terrifying high temperature caused the surrounding atmosphere to rapidly distort. Uchiha Eki exerted force on his feet. Another brigade received the signal. The golden wings behind him fluttered. Brandishing the divine sword in his hand. "Oh oh oh oh! Eat my sword!" The mighty fire edge breaks through the ominous black hurricane. "That's all. The gods are galloping in the sky. Send down divine punishment on the demons on earth." The Tsunade Sunin were guarding the Miko in the palace. Suddenly the earth shook. "Is there an earthquake?" Jiraiya said doubtfully after stabilizing his body. After hearing Jiraiya's doubts, Orochimaru walked out of the palace with a serious expression. "Look at the atmospheric vibrations visible to the naked eye in the distance." A low voice in his mouth. "It's not an earthquake, that's..." Seeing the witch, she stood up and walked to his side. "Smile slightly. It's a battle between gods. Then close your eyes, reach out your hand. As if feeling something. Slowly. There is a golden light in the distant sky. Open your eyes, light up your eyes, and smile charmingly. Coming." Seeing Jiraiya, he was also looking at the sky in horror at the palace gate. Tsunade paced over in confusion. At this moment, howling mountains, wild winds, like the heat waves of hell. Follow the golden light in the sky. Looking at the force that shook the earth that day. Shown here from afar. The shrine maiden opened her hands. A high-pitched cry came from his mouth. "Everyone! Take a good look at what a myth is. Experience the blooming of that terrifying essence." Tsunade's hands that were holding her chest fell unconsciously. She opened her eyes wide. "What's this? Incomprehensible, incomprehensible." Seeing this, Jiraiya quickly clasped his hands together and closed his eyes to sense. After a while he opened his eyes. He said with a complicated face. "It is natural energy that is stirring the world. It seems that Lord Yuanming has the power of immortals and possesses the power of Uchiha's god." Thinking of his teacher, the third Hokage. An observation task was given to 3 people. Then he sighed. Is this mission still meaningful? With such power, there have been some controversies except for the security department in the past 2 years. Nothing else to say. Orochimaru was non-committal, his eyes flashing. The excited thoughts in my heart were in chaos. This is the divine power of Uchiha Mangekyo. Spiracy. When several of them were shocked by the scene in front of them. In a wooden house in the city. A middle-aged man with a dull expression, holding a sharp knife. Use the blood of the corpse under your feet to draw a strange blood formation. Mouth whispers. Please rely on our lamb. Lord Evil God. Chapter 38 Disaster is about to befall you. A flash of dirty red light flashed inside the wooden house. After a while, the middle-aged man who looked dull before walked out of the cabin. Now, his face is still dull, with a cunning and evil smile on his face. He said proudly. You think that with the sealing technique, you can't come in. Too naive, that Maiko is right here. And is she protected by a young ninja? Ha 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 ha, it looks like it's going to be soon. Devil. No. This mediocre king, the great king, cannot hold on for long. Thinking of the young man with the power of the great god, he also felt urgent. With a little step under your feet, a bloody flower unfolded instantly. The blood flowers rotated, carrying his body into the air quickly. Rush to the palace. And Tsunade and the others who are still in the palace. Watching the blood rising from the city, it was heading here quickly. Very confused. What's that? The barrier is actually useless. Hearing Orochimaru and Jiraiya's doubts, Tsunade raised her eyebrows and muttered. What the hell, if you dare to cause trouble, I will blow it away. Seeing this, seeing the child, the Maiko retreated behind her and said solemnly. Everyone, that is another evil demon, please be careful. Hearing this, the three quickly formed a formation to protect the Maiko. A bloody rainbow light exploded in front of them. The figure looked at everything in front of him. He grinned cruelly. Are you welcoming you? Orochimaru had no intention of talking to him. Throws a huge shuriken forward. An exhibition of hand seals. Shuriken shadow clone technique. The huge shuriken instantly split tens of thousands of physical clones. Perform continuous attacks on him. The evil god sneered, that's it. Dodged with great speed to avoid Orochimaru's attack. That's it. I think you'd better not underestimate us. Orochimaru sneered. As if to confirm his words. A figure emerged from the shadow behind the evil god. It was Jiraiya who cooperated tacitly while tens of thousands of shurikens blocked his sight. He spit out a stream of chakra and attacked the shadow. The seal in the hand was formed long before it emerged from the ground. Toad shadow manipulation technique. After the ground fluctuated for a while, Jiraiya was connected to his shadow. The evil god smiled contemptuously, so what? I just wanted to raise my hand to attack. You can't move? Doubts swirled in my mind. Between the lightning and flint. Before he could figure it out, a heroic figure from high in the sky approaches. Her delicate body raised her plump long legs high. A loud shout. It hurts my feet. Boom. After a while, the earth shook. The evil god was lying in the huge pit and his body was shaken. Filthy bloody light spread out in all directions. Get away quickly, that is an ominous curse that can defile the human body. The Maiko reminded the three of them in shock. The three of them are not stupid, and the bloody light doesn't look like they are easy to mess with. Disperse quickly and stay alert. He 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 he. The evil god let out a terrible laugh in a low voice. Then he said. It seems that Yu Zhen is looking down on you. You are not ordinary ninjas, and you are different from those people in Tang Ninja Village. The three of them turned a deaf ear and continued their offensive. The evil god smiled ferociously. Even if the remaining strength passes through the barrier, relying on this body with low qualifications, there will be very little left. As he spoke, he squeezed his hand, and bursts of dirty blood flowed out. Holding the dirty blood with both hands, he turned around. Sneered. It's more than enough to take care of you. Expand the technique. Caonaye. Jingle. The sound of Qingming sounded. Under the bright sun. That dirty blood. A huge bloody wind whizzed by. It hit three people instantly who had no time to react. Seeing the attack hit, the evil god laughed ferociously. Arrogantly said, "Fear, tremble. Disaster is about to befall you." After a while, looking at the three ninjas who fell to the ground, he said calmly, "It's amazing. I thought you were going to die, but I didn't expect you to survive." Thinking of these three ninjas, facing attacks that they did not use their full strength due to their limited conditions, he was also surprised that he could still resist for a long time before falling down. "Time is running out, be thankful that you have saved a small life." Shaking his head, he felt the urgency and did not touch back. She strode towards the witch in the temple. Looking at Myanza with a calm expression, he praised, "Maiko, you are so brave, you are not afraid of me." Myanza's eyes were fixed on the person in front of him. He said in a deep voice, "What's so scary? The only future for Yushin is failure." The evil god was not angry and smiled slightly. "Really, it doesn't matter." A burst of blood appeared in his hand, and he tightly bound Maiko. "Anyway, I have the key to victory. Turn around." Watching the movement in the distant sky getting smaller and smaller. "It looks like it's almost over there, so I have to step up my pace." The restrained Maiko frowned slightly. Doubtfully said, "Is this concubine the key to victory?" The evil god holding the blood light smiled. "That mediocre man thought that everything would be fine if he took back your power. But he didn't know that your lineage has been closely connected with him for thousands of years, and the connection with him has long been inseparable." Jianzi frowned even more tightly. "So what? I have no spiritual power, and I am afraid that I have miscalculated." "You will know when the time comes, and don't try to continue to lie to me to delay time." After that, the blood light turned into a blood lotus, wrapped the two of them and flew away. Uchiha Yuanming looked at the distance, lying on the ground in a mess. Relieved the beast's trouble, and said proudly, "Defeated general, thank me for my mercy, do you have any last words to say?" Yalu walked to the side of the young man with a cat-like step, opening his ferocious eyes. Laughed. "Yuanming, there is no need to say more, I know this guy, kill him if you can." "Yalu, you actually know him?" Hearing Yalu's words, the young man was very surprised. Yalu lowered his eyelids, recalling. Before the ninja clan split, the goddess of the rabbit was sealed, and he seemed to see an opportunity. He came out to cause trouble, and was beaten up by Indra. Uchiha Yuanming raised his eyebrows and looked at Yalu. Intentionally or unintentionally said, "Goddess of the rabbit." As if realizing that he had said something wrong, Yalu hurriedly coughed twice. Cough, cough. The cat's claws stroked his face. And said guiltily, "That is not important, what is important is the matter at hand, can I kill him?" Uchiha Yuanming laughed in his heart, he knew why Yalu was guilty. Isn't it the goddess of the rabbit Kagaya Otsutsuki, the mother of the old man of the 6 paths? Or the 10 tails true body that can take the lives of their tailed beasts? His eyes turned to the Wu Yang lying on the ground, unable to rise again. Thinking about what tricks to use to kill him. After all, Indra couldn't kill him, so I think his immortality is a bit troublesome. As for Naruto, that was a plot kill, thanks to the Maiko. I have no spiritual power left. Don't take it as a reference. While he was still thinking. At this moment, a filthy blood light fell from the sky. Ha 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 ha. It is said that it is better to come at the right time than to come early, this is it. The evil god looked at the monster lying on the ground, and the boy who was far enough away. He shouted excitedly. God really helps me. Chapter 39 Yasaka Megatama. Say it. The evil god was also afraid that the young man in the distance would react. He wasn't given much time. With a quick movement, he slit Maiko's wrist. A trickle of blood dripped from it. Do you need a little blood from me to control your body? Jianzi, who didn't know why, stared at the evil god and asked. The evil god is currently racing against time and will not pay any attention to the Maiko's procrastinating questions. The red light in his hand unfolded and rolled up the monster lying on the ground. The blood dripping from the witch formed a thread and came into contact with the monster. I don't know what he did. The blood slowly blended into it. Ha 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 ha, it's done. At this moment, Uchihamoto Aki arrived, and a golden light flashed past. Sen Lang blurted out. Monster, do you think I'll give you time? The evil god who broke his waist smiled ferociously. Ha 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 ha, it's too late. I only saw. The body decomposed rapidly, dissipating between heaven and earth in a matter of seconds like the ashes of rotten wood. Something incredible happened. In the blink of an eye, a boundless river of blood appeared out of thin air, hanging high above their heads. Unclean? Filthy? Foul? These are not enough to describe. Uchihamoto Aki looked at this strange situation with a stern look on his face, and turned the handle of the sword slightly to draw out the sword. A tearing sound. Ah 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 ah. Maiko's painful voice came. Turning his head, he saw a large amount of blood pouring out of the Maiko's cut wrist. The monster was no better, its body exploded with a bang. It turned into a dark red blood stream with a hint of gold, and merged with the blood of Maiko. With a whoosh, he flew towards the blood river in the sky. Clang! The sword squeaked softly, cutting off the line of blood rushing out of the Maiko's hand. Seeing Uchihamoto Aki save the Maiko, a sneer of laughter came from the filthy blood river in the sky. It doesn't matter, I've achieved my goal. Turn a deaf ear to the ridicule of the evil god. Uchihamoto Aki glanced coldly at the blood river in the sky. When I came to Mitsuko, I looked at the Maiko who was as angry as a gossamer. A helpless sigh. It seems that the three ninjas who are still in their teenage years are not strong enough to deal with an enemy of that level. You brigade, help me stay aside and don't let the evil god attack. The giant beast that came over at some unknown time agreed in a deep voice, I understand. Seeing Matabusa helping to guard, Uchihamoto Aki looked at Maiko. The patterns in the eye sockets rotated, and the reviving light of the great god touched the Maiko's body. It won't take long. After regaining his breath, he stood up slowly with his hands on the ground. I'm sorry for letting Yu Shen save me again. Hearing Maiko's apologetic words, the young man smiled slightly. It doesn't matter, it's easy to do, and you're the employer. Suddenly there was a sound in the sky. An ominous buzzing sound. The ominous sound shook the atmosphere, causing Uchihamoto Aki to raise his head. The river of blood has changed. The filth is slowly sinking down the river of blood, causing the blood on the other side to slowly fade. Bad premonition. The feeling made him feel uncomfortable, and his face became serious. Chakra flames ignited all over his body, and Susanoo appeared in an instant. Try it out, after all, there is no reason to stand and watch the enemy transform successfully. Susanoo opened his hands, and the golden aura turned into a series of Megatama. Yasaka Megatama. With a flick of the golden giant god's hand, the Megatama turned into a meteor and shot towards the blood river in the sky. Something unexpected happened. Megatama's attack is not even close. Distortion appeared in the void, swallowing Megatama. What is this? The frowning boy was a little unhappy. Susanoo raised his divine sword and was about to attack. The Maiko on the side quickly stopped her. Don't waste your chakra, Yushin. It's useless. You are forced to connect with the monster. At that time, I had already discovered the true form of the evil god through the reverberation in his mind. The young man was a little surprised when he heard the witch's advice. How to say? Seeing his son pacing next to the young man, he stood side by side with him, staring at the blood river that slowly began to change in the sky. Lightly lift your lips. In the past, this land was the age of gods. The lord of Gao Tianyuan sent his son, who was born to his brother, to come to Weiyuan China, that is, this land, to establish a country. Having said this, she touched the disappeared scar on her wrist. Continue to explain. And the Lord of Weiyuan China at that time was a monster, not, should be said to be His Majesty the Great Lord. Hearing this, Uchihamoto Aki understood. Said calmly. Is the evil god the one who will come to the earth and seize the Great Lord's Weiyuan China? Seeing the sun, the Miko nodded solemnly. He said in a deep voice. That's right, it was he who came to the earth and took over the world from the Great Lord. The boy was still confused. Does this have anything to do with not being able to attack? Ask directly. What does that have to do with not having to keep attacking? Stretch out your hand and point to the sky. Jianzi said. He is integrating the noble power of the Great Lord to turn these steps of recreating mythical history into a ritual ceremony. The Miko bit her lip. A sigh. Now he is no longer an evil god, but the Lord who has descended on this land. Before he completes his transformation, the ground beneath his feet will protect him and no one will be hurt. Uchihamoto Aki understood, looked at the changes in the sky and said. I see, is it the protection of the planet? At present, it seems that I can't do anything to him for the time being. But he was surprised in his heart that the evil god of Tang country in the original work actually had such a background. Besides, if each of these gods had such abilities, how could they be killed so cleanly by Ichiki and Kagaya? No, these 8 million gods. Except for a few exceptions, 99% of them are garbage. The blood river in the sky slowly became clear, and the filth faded away, revealing a little bit of blue starlight. The blue starlight water suddenly rolled up, crash, crash. In the sound of water rolling up, a handsome young man wearing a simple white robe, black hair, and blue eyes slowly emerged. He is not very tall, about 1.6 meters tall. He stood out of thin air. His body trembled, and the huge blue star water was sucked into his body from behind. He clenched his fists and looked with stern eyes at the fading huge filth beside him. It was like seeing something disgusting. He snorted coldly. Let's put all the unpleasant things we did for dormancy in the past to good use. Facing the filthy blood that had faded away from him, he grasped it out of thin air. A hissing sound. The huge ball of filthy blood instantly transformed into a giant snake with 8 heads and 8 tails. Ha 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 ha, have a good time. He laughed happily and looked down at the boy and the Miko below. A ferocious smile. Hee, descendant of the goddess Mao. Suffer death next. Chapter 40, Godly Sword Draws. After saying the harsh words, he waved his hand, and the huge monster with 8 heads and 8 tails came to kill Uchiha Yuanming and the Miko. It's really a headache, protect the Miko well, I'll deal with them. He told his partner Tailed Beast, and the vast chakra quickly materialized. He ran towards the attacking monster. While running, Susanoo grew rapidly. Not long after, a golden giant god more than 200 meters tall appeared. The young man standing at the giant god red eyebrow. He smiled cruelly. Tsumukuri broadsword, ravage the things in front of you with a tyrannical attitude. Susanoo raised the sword in response and waved it at the monster with 8 heads and 8 tails. The mighty sword light slashed forward, and the monster on the opposite side seemed to be facing its nemesis. Under this sword that seemed to create the world, it was cut in half. This is not over yet. He raised his giant hand to hold half of the monster's body and threw it violently. When the half of the body flew into the air, he kicked the other half fiercely. Just like that, the monster rolled to the side and could not get up again. After doing all this, the young man looked at the god who was watching all this with a cold eye. He laughed. Your pet doesn't seem to be very good. But his heart was extremely heavy, the floating figure of this young god. No matter how he looked at his Sharingan, there was no energy flowing. In terms of perception, there was no sense of any natural energy around him. Trouble. In Naruto, only those who have reached the 6 paths, or the pseudo-6 paths like Tonari, can have the ability to get rid of gravity without any power. The god smiled slightly. You have some skills. By the way, I haven't introduced myself yet, how rude. He opened his hands and continued excitedly. I am the son of Susanoo and Ohinichi, the master of this world. Masakatsu, Gasho, Katsushinoi. Tenin hoi armikato. After the introduction, he laughed grimly. Worship. Mortal. He waved his palm towards the golden giant below. The boundless blue divine wind, with incredible heat and overwhelming power, attacked Uchiha Eki. As early as when Tenin hoi armikato changed. In the palace of Maiboku Mountain, the huge Gamamaru had already woken up. At this time, it was no longer confused as usual. The toad couple Fukasaku and Shima, who often took care of it in the palace, were now taking care of the children. In this empty hall with only it showed amazing greed. Whispering. That's God! That's God! That's God! The afterglow of the age of gods still exists, it's great. We must get that divinity. It's different from the white snake immortal who is seeking to turn into a dragon. In that rift plan that it didn't have any hope for, it successfully made the goddess of the rabbit break off relations with her son. When the 6 paths immortal became the winner, it gained benefits, and the authority of the planet was open to it. It still wants more. Otherwise, why is it the most active among the 3 holy places? It often intervenes in the affairs of the ninja world. In the past, Maiboku Mountain was just like Ryokai Cave and Slippery Forest. It was just a blessed land with more natural energy. How could it be like now? It is about to become a unique world. The ability to foresee allows it to see what is happening in the land of demons. It wants to go further and absorb the divinity of the heavenly ninja Homi. With its status as the lord of the earth, it can become a god from an immortal. Make Maiboku Mountain a kingdom of God. However, that Uchiha was too difficult. After thinking for a moment, it shouted outside. Fukasaku, Shima, come to see me. After a while, the toad couple came hand in hand. Old fool, what's the matter? I'm still cooking for the children. Shima complained to the big toad sage in a bad mood. You go to the land of demons quickly and witness the battle there. Then tell me the details. Seeing that Shima wanted to complain, Fukasaku hurriedly pulled him. Looking up, he asked calmly. How to go? Jiraiya didn't summon us, and we can't do anything. It takes too long to walk there, so let's not talk about it. I have my own way. Jiraiya is also there, so I can locate him. As he said that, Gamamaru took out a talisman from under his butt. It was its fairy treasure. With some planetary authority, the function of the fairy treasure talisman is more complicated. Sending people at a lightning speed, flying and moving is a piece of cake. As soon as the fairy treasure was lit, the 2 toad sages flew away. The divine wind collides with the sharp blade carrying the fire of the sun. The heaven and earth emit a series of rumbling sounds. Although the body of Tianan Sui Erming is small, he is set off by the divine wind. The divine power is awe-inspiring. In a moment, the 2 sides collided more than 10 times. Boom boom boom. The earth cracked, the clear sky lost its color, and Yalu, who was standing aside, struggled to protect the Miko. He looked at the battle in front of him in horror. Too powerful, even if both sides are not as good as the old man, they are almost the same as Indra. The shocked Yalu exclaimed again and again. The Miko nodded and said solemnly. Don't be distracted, it's coming. The hot air waves mixed with the blue divine wind, crushing everything that blocked them. He took the witch with him again and narrowly escaped the aftermath. An Uchiha Eki in the field. I am also very impressed in my heart. The beautiful young god opposite, relies on his own ability to move his hands and feet. Susanoo has unparalleled power and is more than 200 meters tall. As long as he catches a flaw with one blow, you have to fly high too. It seems that his huge body is not good enough to fight against him. Thinking of this, I formed an Indian pose with one hand. He shouted. Well, how about this? Susanoo spread out and turned into golden armor. Uchihamoto Aki holds a divine sword, carries a gourd at his waist, and Megatama forms a sacred circle behind his back. The pupil power in his eyes boiled violently. The sword ignited bursts of golden and red sun fire. The stern-looking young man smiled happily. He shouted to the gods. How about a showdown? The floating gods heard this. He raised his eyebrows and smiled contemptuously. Oh! Forget it, this kind of situation where you come and go, each other can't control the other. I'm tired of it too. He descended slowly and landed on the earth. Stretch out your hands, palms facing the earth. A fierce spirit kindled in him. An earth-shattering cyan power bursting forth. In an instant, the earth was infected under your feet, and the earth's energy was under the influence of this divine power. It slowly cracked open, and bursts of whistling sounds came from the gap. A green sword slowly emerged from it. Reach out and grasp the hilt of the sword. The god standing with the sword showed a cruel smile. Let me show you what real magic is, half-baked. Raise the sword high. He sang the praises of Yenling excitedly. On earth and beyond, in this world, know the fragility and impermanence of things. Infinite, unobstructed, boundless, let the sky and clouds help me achieve the skyless sky. An inexplicable sound rang out from heaven and earth. It was the sound of destruction caused by the divine marrow oppressing heaven and earth. Tien Nin Sui turned the hilt of his sword and pointed the blade at the enemy. Kamaway draws his sword. Excalibur Kusanagi no Tachi. Chapter 41 Amaterasu's greatest contribution. And Uchihamoto Aki is not a vegetarian. The body was shaken. A huge amount of senjutsu chakra filled his body. Sneered. Are you saying I'm a dabbler? Then let you have a taste of the power of being half-assed. It is different from Itsutsuki's particularly convenient magic. The gods of this land. No matter how strong he is, he has never reached that level. The activation of divine spells requires the assistance of incantations, or speech spirits. Step forward, bend down, and gently turn the flame blade. Blessed by a huge amount of pupil power. Integrated senjutsu chakra. The young man recited a mantra. I hereby declare that the sun born from the Fuzu sacred tree will illuminate the world again. The inexplicable activity caused by the spirit of words brought the magic and perfect fusion with the power of the eyes. The eye technique. No, the divine art Amaterasu is the most powerful. 6,000 degrees of flames rise on the divine sword. The fire of the sun burned Dumugeo's sword into a sword of great fire. The sound of blazing fire. Let. The surging high temperature on the sword's blade caused all the surroundings in an unknown radius. All turned into steam, lava. The high-spirited words continue. Thousand blade broken steel, borrow the goddess's sun fire to seize his country. Eye to eye. A mighty murderous intention flowed through it. Clang. Ping. Two divine swords intersected. The intersection of divine wind and divine fire caused the sound of destruction to ring out from the heaven and earth. Now, the sky and the earth are eclipsed. In a space with nothing but white. God is willing to watch with his ears and ears. Looking at the mocking expression of the great Lord. His face twitched. A helpless sigh. You have been waiting here for a long time. Do you want to laugh at me and then go to hell? The great king with black hair, black clothes, and black eyes. He sneered. That's right, I'm just waiting for you here. I want to see what kind of failure will happen after you take everything from me again. Tianran Sui Erming smiled bitterly. Who would have thought that young man would actually complete the magic? Faced with that kind of flame, there is no chance of you surviving. Are you complimenting me? Came a cold voice. Let both gods turn their heads and look. The person who came was none other than Uchihamoto Aki. How did you get in? This is the other side where the world and the underworld meet. This is a place where only people who are dead or dying can come. Faced with the surprise and doubt of the great king and Tiannin Sui Ming, the young man shrugged. Said easily. It was easy to get in. This is a lie. He projected it based on the throbbing of his pupils. Looking around, I felt so magical. Here it is. In the original work, where did Kakashi and Obito meet their father and Lin when they were still alive? It is exactly as the two of them said, it is the intersection of this world and the underworld. The two gods were not interested in how the young man came in. Seeing that he didn't tell the truth, I didn't continue to ask. The Great Lord didn't even want to talk to the young man who defeated him. He just sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes and concentrating. And Tianrin Sui Ming said calmly. Young man. Speaking of which, I still don't know your name. Uchihamoto Aki. Uchihamoto Aki responded to the god and was about to exit this space. Wait a minute, I want to make a deal with you. After hearing this, I retracted the idea of quitting. Asked gently. What do you want to trade? Tiannin Sui Ming smiled slightly. Destroy the Pure Land that hinders the reincarnation of life and death in the land of hell. If you agree, I will give you great benefits. The young man raised his eyebrows. Destroying the Pure Land? That is the place where the immortal of six paths lives. Are you trying to deceive me? Spreading his hands, first explain what is in the Pure Land. Seeing the young man in front of me. So cautious. Tiannin Sui Ming sighed. Detailed explanation of the information about the Pure Land. He said. This is the situation. As long as you agree, I will give you the last share of my divinity. Uchihamoto Aki heard this. Frowning, he said. Pure Land matters must be considered in the long term. After all, the immortals of the six paths are unfathomable. I can only promise you now. When I have the power to solve everything, I will promise you this without hindering my own interests. Anyway. In the future, he plans to control the ninja world by force. The old-fashioned sage of six paths hates this. I will definitely jump out to fight him, really confront him. It will be easy to destroy the Pure Land when the time comes. Hear this. Tiannin was not worried about his life, and a golden talisman flew out from between his eyebrows. This is the last of my divinity, don't resist. He didn't resist the talisman and let it blend into his body. Anyway, he is not afraid even if he has the magic sword of wisdom in his pocket. Uchihamoto Aki waved and said goodbye. Then I'll leave. Young man, no, Yuan Mingjun, remember to return to the present world to find the eight-totter mirror. I know, the young man responded with a smile and formally left. Back to reality. In the huge lava pit, the body of Tiannin Sui Ming. In the crackling sound of burning, it slowly turned into the afterglow of fire. The boy stood on a piece of golden red-hot lava. Sigh lightly. You are a strong opponent. I will remember you, Tiannin Sui Ming. Turn around and leave this flaming pit. When you reach the edge. He looked at the three people in front of him in surprise. You can still come here? Aren't you seriously injured? These three are Tsunade and others. Tsunade looked at the huge crater of lava with an unknown radius of several meters. Cover your mouth. Unbelievable, did you really do this? Orochimaru's facial expression management is also completely broken. He was sweating coldly as he looked at the terrifying young man in front of him. A hoarse voice sounded. It's really eye-opening. Yuan Mingjun, have you reached the realm of the ninja god? Hearing the words of his companions, Jiraiya exclaimed. The god of ninja has the same power as the first lord? How is it possible for him? Before she finished speaking, Tsunade said in a deep voice. There is no doubt that this guy's strength is equal to Grandpa's. The boy was about to speak when he saw two toads on Jiraiya's shoulders staring closely at him. He frowned and placed a shadow clone in his seal. Yuan Mingjun, what are you doing? I asked the clone to find the Miko on the other side. Orochimaru responded with a smile, confused. But he felt something was wrong in his heart, so he created a clone to hide Yalu. After all, those two toads were talkative in the original work. Why are you looking at yourself with that weird look and saying nothing? At the same time, in a temple on the border of the Kingdom of Ghosts, an eccentric monk. Even if he is attached to this body with poor qualifications, his eyesight can still see through thousands of mountains and ridges. See the end of that battle. A cold taunt. The descendants of this humble servant and those remnants. Looks like we need to change our strategy. Chapter 42, Start taking inventory of harvest. After being stabbed in the back by Otsutsuki Kagaya. His Otsutsuki style. During these thousands of years, I have always lived an extremely cautious way of life. Even though this body made him very frustrated, he never thought about changing to another body. After all, mortal bodies are just like that. He was fed the sacred tree by Kagaya's cheap maid, and this injury would not heal in a short time. Therefore, during these thousands of years, even if he has countless opportunities to make waves, to feed his 10 tails, he stood still. Just wait until the injury gets better. By then this planet will be at your fingertips. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. What did he just see? The descendant of a humble maid can actually use divine magic. At that moment, there was only one thought. The perfect body appears. Unlike the reincarnated duo, he didn't dare touch those two. But compared with those descendants of mixed blood, this is a body that can carry his power, and it can be restored to its peak as long as the possession is successful. He frowned at the thought. Cold voice whispered. This Uchiha's strength cannot be underestimated. With this broken body, I'm afraid he is beyond his capabilities. Thinking about it for a moment. There is calculation. Turn around and walk towards the Kingdom of Water. The boy's shadow clone. Absorb the chakra that has traveled again into the gourd. Ignoring the complaints of Madaryu, who turned into a kitten, he met up with the Miko and the Sunin. On the road back to the land of ghosts, Yuan Ming and Miko were in the middle, and the Sunin were guarding the formation about 20 meters away. After walking for a while, I saw that I was almost at my destination. Shima Senin on Jiraiya's shoulder. Can't hold it back. Jumped down and walked towards the boy and the Miko. Come to the front. He asked the young man. This young man, your name is Uchiha Eki, right? Uchiha Eki looked at it doubtfully. Said calmly. Yes, please ask the Toad Immortal, is there anything you want to tell me? Hear the response. Shima spoke impatiently. Yuan Mingjun, you have traces of natural energy, but you can use magic. Well, that's the immortal mode I figured out myself. He nodded. Yuan Ming calmly responded to Shima Senin's question. Hearing this, Shima's eyes lit up. The sage mode you explore on your own is still a bit dangerous. Armyomushin sage mode is very mature. Hearing this, Yuan Ming stopped and said. He looked at it with interest and said. So what? So do you want to sign a channeling contract with us? I haven't finished speaking yet. Unnecessary. Yuan Ming's decisive tone rang in its ears. It doesn't believe its ears. There were actually ninjas who rejected the Holy Land, especially the olive branch of Mt. Miyuki. Surprised and said. Why? We are Miyama Mountain, one of the 3 holy places. Because you toads don't suit my taste. What? It's because of this. Hearing this sentence, Shima Senin felt unbelievable. But the words are not finished yet. Fukasaku on the side saw the boy's cold expression. It seems like I feel something. He quickly stopped his wife. That's enough, honey, let's go back. Towards Uchihamoto Aki. Use apologetic words to say. I'm sorry, Shima did this because he saw that Yuan Mingjun was too good. Then he nodded towards Jiraiya. Pulling his wife. Bang. Returned to Mt. Mayaboku in smoke. Miko remained silent for a long time until the toad immortal disappeared. Then he sneered. Those monsters, ahem, the psychic beasts had a beautiful idea. Fortunately, Yushin didn't agree to them. Staring at Miko, Yuan Ming asked doubtfully. How to say? After looking at the three ninjas forming a formation in the distance, the Miko shook her head. I'll be alone with Yushin tomorrow and explain in detail. Uchihamoto Aki looked thoughtful upon seeing this. Nodding in response. Okay, let's talk about it tomorrow, I'm all ears. After tea time. Looking at the city standing in the distance. Several people walked away quickly. Separated from several people. Returning to the assigned resting place, Uchihamoto Aki sat cross-legged on the bed. Start taking stock of the harvest. Close your eyes and carefully sense the divine talisman. Opening his eyes, he said in surprise. It's such a benefit. It's great. Tianren Hui Erming is an honest person and doesn't do any tricks. The information from the talisman told him that this was the condensation of divinity. It has three functions. First, he is now under the influence of divinity, immortal and has a worry-free lifespan. Secondly, he can use divine talismans and seals to develop dependence. Just like Haydn, he bestows immortality on his followers. This is not over yet. Because Tianren had his ear life, he transformed successfully in the end. In addition to immortality, the dependents can also be immortalized. There are currently not many places, only 3. He had already thought that governance and light were necessary. Regardless of the relationship. In terms of talent alone, these two are already in the history of Uchiha. He can be called the strongest genius besides the reincarnation of Indra. Let's see what happens next for the remaining one. Besides, this is just for now, there are only 3 places. The information from the divine talisman told him that he could use massive amounts of natural energy. Or a certain amount of faith. Fix this time. Because before, Tian Nin Suier was defeated and fell, and the divine power was consumed. Return to its peak and have 12 dependent clan quotas. At last, it is able to use divine power to split a piece of land with a radius of 20 miles. To form a separate space under your own control is the authority given by the planet. Unfortunately, different spaces also require a lot of energy, so there is no need to think about it for now. Let's settle the family issue first, and then think about this. Sighing, his eyes drifted to the panel. Uchihamoto Aki. Life form level, LV5, Super Shadow. Talent. Divine Talisman Seal, brief introduction. Sharingan LV5. Eye technique, right eye, Amaterasu, left eye, Omakami. Susanoo, spiritual weapons do Mugai sword, sacred wine gourd, 8-foot Megatama. Energy attributes, fire, yin. Thunder. Skill, immortal mode, human. On Mayado spell, the power used by humans in this land in the past can amplify spells. Phantom transparent thunder fire chakra mode, fire and thunder and yin. Several conventional fire escape ninjutsu and illusion techniques. Uchiha style throwing technique. Psychicism, meow meow. Another contract. Aura, 264 rays. The information on the panel made him think for a moment. The 2 people from the Kingdom of Ghosts are Super Shadow level experts, and each of them has 50 credits. The gap between the Super Shadows is too big. The strongest ones are Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara, and the Tenin Hashira. The weak ones are like the third Raikage, who can be killed by tens of thousands of people in a few days. Complained Uchiha Motoaki. Look at the aura balance. 264 wisps. You have to think carefully about it yourself. How to use this spiritual light? It's time to think about the family. Let's start from here. Chapter 43. This is how Uchiha should be. The boy stared at the immortal mode on the panel. Considering 99% of Uchiha people have fire-type chakra. Basically they are good at using fire escape. In terms of ninjutsu knowledge, I don't have to worry about it. After all, under the copy of Sharingan for thousands of years, it's not that bad. There are Uchiha fire formations, this kind of exaggerated barrier that can protect the tailed beast Jade. So, if you want to give it to your family, it's easy to strengthen it in any aspect. Transforming the Sage mode that only applies to you into a highly universal technique will allow Uchiha to take off. Think about it. A sudden enlightenment, an enlightenment. After it was over, Uchiha Motoaki looked at the information changes on the panel. Immortal mode, human. The gift given by the aura becomes a method of immortal power that is extremely applicable to humans. Aura, 214 rays. Did you consume 50 rays? But it's worth it. The lingering aura of aura let him know. The power of the transformed immortal mode will not be reduced. The threefold basic increase will not decrease but only increase. After thinking about teaching it to the tribe. In the war that will break out in a few years, the enemy will be given a big surprise. The young man washed and slept peacefully. Mt. Miyamu. Gamamaru sat on the huge chair and listened to the report of Fukasaku and his wife. A helpless sigh. As you can see, was that divinity absorbed by Uchiha Motoaki? Yes, the natural energy told me. Fukasaku sage raised his head calmly and explained to the great toad sage, that divinity is already in his body. Shima Sennin poured cold water on the side. Don't forget, as I said just now, that Shoza doesn't really want to talk to us. A cold tone sounded from its mouth, and it was irritated thinking about that Uchiha. What does it mean to not want to be associated with Mount Miyamu due to aesthetic issues? Doesn't it mean that Toad is ugly? Hearing this, Gamamaru smiled slightly. As if holding a pearl of wisdom, its eyes sparkled. Looking down at the two immortals below, he said calmly. It doesn't matter, I have already seen that the battlefield of the Kingdom of Water in a few years will be an opportunity. Thinking of the beauty, it stood up excitedly. Opening the toad's huge mouth, he shouted excitedly. Then, we get that divinity and transform from immortals to gods. The surging immortal power boiled on it, stirring the clouds in Miyamu Mountain. It can be seen how excited it is at this time. The two toad immortals below watched all this calmly. The face of the great toad immortal. How could they, as children, not know? Don't look at its usual confused appearance, just think that it really looks like that. They, Miyaboku Mountain, have always been involved in the affairs of the ninja world. Is it for charity? Waiting for the giant toad to calm down. Old man, if you really want to make a plan against that Shozi, Fukasaku clasped his hands together and asked solemnly, what's the plan? Sit back in the chair and rest your head on the palm webs. Think for a moment. It spoke calmly. At that time, I will lead the children and raid the positions on the Uchiha battlefield. At this time, it lifted its head from the webbed palms and slowly lowered its head. Facing Fukasaku and his wife, he continued to say word by word. Divide their top combat power and prevent those kaleidoscopes from gathering in one place, that's when he will die. That decisive tone sounded like the boy's end had come. After all, it waved them off. Don't worry too much, just go down. Fukasaku and his wife bowed and accepted the order and left. But toad pills. Future. Is it really something you can play with? You know. That is something that even the omniscient God cannot fathom. At this time, on the other side. In the dark cave, Zetsu was also discussing Uchiha issues with Madara Uchiha. Madara-sama, is what you just said true? Uchiha Madara looked askance at Zetsu who questioned him. He snorted coldly. I don't have the habit of lying to others in this regard. I really felt it just now. Speaking of this, he clenched his fists. Frowning, he continued to explain. A pupil power slightly beyond mine bloomed in the distance. A bad premonition appeared in his heart. With that despicable Tobirama, can sense the same chakra fluctuations hundreds of kilometers away. Tongli reaches his level. He could also sense the intense aura of Tongli blooming in the distance. After all, eye power is just a special kind of chakra, he couldn't be more clear about it. At this time, it should be Uchiha Motoaki, he is such an incredible person. Black Zetsu, who was connected to White Zetsu, slowly spoke in response to his bad premonition. Uchiha Madara glanced at him and said with a very proud tone. It should be him. I didn't expect that such an Uchiha would appear in this generation. Heiju is very confused, what are you proud of? He opened his mouth and asked. That boy makes you proud? Madara-sama, he is already a big trouble. Hearing this, Madara Uchiha smiled. The curvature of the corners of the mouth slowly lengthened. Ha 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 ha. Of course I'm proud, that's how Uchiha should be. He waved his left hand, clenched his fist and continued excitedly. I thought that after I left, under the planning of Tobirama, Uchiha would slowly fall into the mortal world. But look at what he did. He developed the security department so powerful. It made Konoha feel like a thorn in its throat, but they couldn't do anything about him. At this point, he sang loudly with a look of contempt. You need feed to raise a dog, and money to raise a person, but if you want to use Uchiha, no one can do it. He has deeply practiced this, why shouldn't I be proud? Turning around, stepping into the darkness, under the twisted giant, said grimly. However, one thing is one thing, he has hindered my grand plan, and he has already killed himself. The following Black Zetsu echoed. What should we do? Lord Madara, he is not a small character who can be manipulated by others. I have my own way, let's go, the chess piece of the third Mizukage should be used. Just like this. The coincidental plan is about to cover the young man. Demon Country. The next morning, the boy and the shrine maiden continued to meet at the shrine. Jianzi, what did you say yesterday? Hearing the boy's question, the shrine maiden looked over with bright eyes. With a slight smile, she explained. Gomi has the divinity of Tenenhomi, if he forms a pact with those evildoers, it will only benefit them. Uchiha Yuanming was a little surprised and looked directly at the shrine maiden. Slowly opened his mouth, what do you mean? The shrine maiden Jianzi raised her lips slightly. Tenenhomi, the lord of Awahara China. If Gomi really forms a pact with them, they can extract the power of the earth without scruples and enrich themselves. The boy nodded to show his understanding. Looking at the shrine maiden's expression that was about to say something but stopped. With a smile, she said. You should not just want to tell me this. Chapter 44 Cooperate, Orochimaru. The shrine maiden tidied up her appearance. He knelt down and bowed his head and said sadly. Please Yushin to save my concubine. Uchiha Motoaki didn't expect the Miko's move, so he quickly helped Mitsuko up. Some people were confused and said. Haven't all the problems been solved? Why do you want to say this to me? The Miko mustered up the courage to look into the boy's eyes and said bluntly. It's no longer the problem before. Now I have no power. The bare hands that grabbed the hem of his clothes seemed to be nervous about something, and they squeezed hard until they turned white. Sighed. The threat of the monsters has disappeared. As a female head of the country, I am afraid that I will not end well in the future. So now, shamelessly ask Yushin for help. The problem is that ninjas cannot meddle in national affairs at will. Uchihamoto Aki said with some embarrassment, even if I rescue you, I can only protect you from here. Jianzi smiled charmingly. It doesn't have to be so troublesome, just use the body to develop the concubine into a dependent of the gods. After all, as long as she returns to the command of the gods, the witch will regain her strength. The Miko's explanation gave Uchihamoto Aki an idea. He knows who the last spot is for. In my mind before. The plan that was hesitant because Thrush Pill was not qualified can be put into action. Think about it. He looked at the witch in front of him. He said sternly. Then you have to be prepared and realize that your future destiny will be in my hands. Beautiful witch, bow down Ying. Put on a smile. My body is as sweet as sugar. Then swear an oath to serve me forever. The young man cut his wrist with a knife. A loud sound. The blood dripped, and under the inexplicable power, it floated in front of the witch. From now on, Yu Shen will be my only god. Jianzi responded to that oath without hesitation. She deeply understands herself without power. After the ninjas returned. What a cruel reality we will face. He took the blood with his hands and drank it all. At that moment, the body, which had been empty for a long time, swallowed up the surrounding natural energy. The witch couldn't help but let out a sound. Her face flushed and she bit her lips, not wanting to make any ugly noises again. Sudden. Blue and white fire burned in her eyes, and bursts of spiritual light shone around her. After a while, the boy watched quietly as the Miko regained her strength. Waiting for her to clean herself up, she smiled slightly. Reach out. Then, please give me your advice in the future, my Miko. Jianzi held the extended hand with a solemn expression. Suyin responded to the young man. Yes. My lord. Uchihamoto Aki walked with a relaxed pace. After asking Jiraiya and Tsunade about the whereabouts of the genius researcher. Walking on the road to find Orochimaru. If you accept the king of a country as your family member, you can fully develop the plan he has in mind. Security Department. In the past 2 years, I have received more and more donations. After providing training for the whole clan of ninjas and the rapid expansion of the police force. It's more than enough. There's so much money to spend. At that time, he wanted to use his identity as the Lord of Thrushmaru to let Uchiha do some business outside the village. Let that hot money flow. Suffering from insufficient quantity of thrush pills. Being in the Kingdom of Thunder again, I had some scruples. Just haven't made up my mind. Now the conditions are ripe. Find Orochimaru, as long as he agrees to the next deal, that's it. Not long after. Push open the door of the library in the Kingdom of Ghosts. As expected, it's here, Orochimaru-san. Seeing Orochimaru on the slip, he said. Holding a book and reading it intently, the young man said hello. Put down the book, like a snake genius. Lift your eyes. Yuanming-jun? But do you have anything important to do with me? Uchiha Yuanming smiled slightly. I'm very sorry to disturb your pleasure. I do have something to ask of you. He walked to the opposite side of the document and sat down, facing Orochimaru in front of him. Said bluntly. I know you like to study science, so I won't talk nonsense. Cooperate, Orochimaru. I will invest in all your research projects, no matter how much money is needed. Hearing this, Orochimaru didn't say a word. Looked at Uchihamoto Aki quietly. But it's not difficult to see the sparkling eyes. He was very moved. He has just embarked on the path of scientific research. Discover. Whether it is studying ninjutsu or the path to immortality that I am currently interested in. All require a lot of money. My little income from tasks is simply a drop in the bucket. If the other party really invests a lot of money, it goes without saying how heavy he is at this stage. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated. You know, the teacher has always been wary of you, Uchiha. 100 million taels. I am a disciple of Hokage, and my goal is to become Hokage. 300 million taels. Don't look down on people, Yuan Mingjun, as a ninja with great ambitions. I haven't finished speaking yet. One sound. Every quarter, 500 million taels. Not a year. Blocked. What he, Orochimaru, wanted to say next. Happy cooperation, Yuan Mingjun. Seeing Orochimaru agreeing, Uchiha Motoaki smiled inwardly. How can I not know how short of money you scientific researchers are? The methods used to defraud funds in the previous life have become jokes. As long as the money is given more, I don't believe you won't soften up and give up for 5 buckets of rice. Although he agreed to cooperate with the boy opposite, Orochimaru was still solemn and asked tentatively. In order to invest so much money, does Mr. Yuan Ming have any other requirements? He is also worried. If the other party's request is too outrageous. I was just blinded by money. Isn't it unwise to agree so quickly? Don't worry, there are no excessive demands. Seeing the look on Orochimaru's face, I knew that he was worried or not. Uchiha Motoaki explained patiently. Don't think too much. Even when you are studying the power of ninjutsu, you must also complete the project designated by me. The boy's comforting words. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief and asked directly, which projects? Don't worry, they are just civilian products. You just need to put some effort into them. Civilian items? What is the use of Uchiha? Orochimaru asked in confusion. The young man shook his head without explaining much. He stood up and spoke slowly. You will know by then, and I won't bother you to check the books. After saying goodbye, turn around and walk out the door. Orochimaru didn't take it seriously, he just didn't want to say it. At that time, all we have to do is fulfill the request of the donor. Many of his research projects can be fully started. Time flies. It has been more than 5 years since I returned from the Kingdom of Ghosts. At this time, Uchiha Motoaki, sitting in the minister's office, holding in hand, the financial report of Star Asuka Co., Limited. A sigh of relief. Orochimaru is so useful. Just when he was about to look carefully to see if there were any problems, there was a sound of pushing the door open, making him look up. I saw a familiar figure. Smile slightly. It's governance. Chapter 45. How is the experiment going? Uchiha Governance saw the document in Yuan Ming's hand. His eyebrows moved slightly and he asked bluntly. What is the company's income this month? Put down this report. Uchiha Motoaki looked at the manager who was no longer a girl. Smiling proudly. Well, the income is good. The small country markets surrounding the ghost country have all been captured. He stood up and walked to a wall with a map of the ninja world hanging on it. Pointing to the land of thunder on the map, he said proudly. In the great country market, relying on our relationship with the famous names of the Kingdom of Thunder, we will distribute some soup to them and have also completed their entry. Then, my fingers crossed, except for the country of fire. The remaining 3 major countries. After all, the ghost country is a small country with a small population and cannot increase its production capacity. We don't need to worry about these 3 big countries for the time being. All plans went smoothly after returning from the Kingdom of Ghosts. Let Orochimaru develop various industrial products. He was forced to design a one-stop assembly line for products. Then it's easy. The leader of the Kingdom of Ghosts met his son and set up a company with Uchiha. Uchiha used force. The Kingdom of Ghosts provides various resources such as manpower, material resources, and land. Towards the present, still working on the ninja world of lords and nobles. Dump products and make a lot of money. What? You say you can't do it? You can ask if Uchiha's sword is sharp. As for ninjas not being able to do business? Who said that? In Konoha village, isn't Inakacho doing his own business? Thinking of Konoha, he just thought of the Fire Nation. He frowned a little unhappy. Sneered. There is some trouble in the market in the country of fire. I really didn't expect that they would actually dominate there. As a close person to Yuan Ming, Uchiha governance also knows who they are. Covering his head, feeling a little headache, he said. After all, I and them are enemies, there is nothing we can do about it. Walk back to where you were and sit down. He waved his hand. Governance, let's not talk about them, let's talk about the business why you came here. I almost forgot to talk to you about these things. Governance smiled helplessly, and then said, Master Hokage invites you to go to him to discuss important matters. Hearing this, Uchiha Eki shrugged. I didn't expect that after the Kingdom of Ghosts came back, they would only call me to send messages. In the past, it was all ANBU. They just came over and informed me rudely. After that, stand up. A word of advice to management. Then I'll go over first. You and Yuta can deal with this report. The manager smiled and nodded in response. I understand, remember not to be rude to Hokage-sama. The figure walking out of the door waved her hand to show that she heard. After leaving the security department, I passed by my family's residence. Looking at the prosperous Uchiha Eki felt a feeling of my heart is so relieved. After making a lot of money. There are more than 103 Megatama elites in Uchiha, under the huge tilt of resources. After studying and transforming, the difficulty-reduced immortal mode is naturally easy to conquer. Only for ninjas who have not activated the 3 Megatama, the amount of chakra has not yet reached the standard. Can't study at the moment. Now, this huge force was completely controlled, allowing him to face all challenges head-on. Not long after entering the Hokage's office, the third Hokage is still in the prime of middle age. He bowed slightly and said with a smile, Hokage-sama, what do you have to discuss? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the handsome Uchiha in front of him. I sigh in my heart. The information about the Kingdom of Ghosts that his disciple gave him back then made his hair stand on end. Uchiha actually appeared. A figure in the realm of ninja god. What made him uncomfortable came. There is no one in this generation of Konoha ninja who can rival him. Past experiences have already told him how powerful the god of ninja is. Fortunately, this one is relatively safe for now. So, he can also tolerate some extraordinary actions. Put out the cigarette. Sarutobi Hiruzen faced Uchiha Eki. Smile slightly. Minister Yuan Mii, if nothing else, the current atmosphere in the ninja world is getting more and more serious. Take out a document from the drawer. He handed it to Uchiha Eki. This is the report of the analysis class. Please take a look at it while we explain it in detail. Received the report. Uchiha Eki quickly went through it. Indeed, the atmosphere in the ninja world is becoming more and more mysterious now. During more than 20 years of peace. In terms of task quota, the gap with Konoha village widened. Let the ruling class of the 4 major ninja villages. All ready to move. Now, there is already constant friction on the border. Very simple reason. Mercenaries rely on their share of employment to survive. If you have it and I don't have it, who would be willing to do so? Uchiha Eki raised his head. He said sternly. Hokage-sama, if the situation deteriorates, as a member of Konoha, Uchiha will do his best. After getting that report, he already understood what Sarutobi Hiruzen meant. As a Hokage, the first war we will experience, he will definitely use all his power to win. More importantly, it has its own existence. At this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen would not care about Senju Tobirama. put Uchiha under the purpose of the security department. If he was dissatisfied, he might not be able to sit comfortably in his position. And Uchiha also needs war. After all, in the original work, the third Hokage strictly implemented the policies of the second Hokage. Unless forced to do so, try not to let Uchiha participate in the battle. Instead of a lot of fighting, let Uchiha not receive too much stimulation. Naturally, after the Third World War, it turned into a sick cat, and in the end it was still controlled by others, and the whole family was wiped out. After the two discussed countermeasures in detail, Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his head. He said with sincerity, "Uchiha is worthy of being a wealthy family in Konoha. Thank you very much for your support, Uchiha Motoaki." He responded calmly. "As a ninja of Konoha, this is what you should do." After receiving this response, the third Hokage nodded and smiled. Then the conversation changed. "By the way, Minister Yuan Ming, there is an adult who wants to meet you." Uchiha Motoaki raised his eyebrows slightly. "Oh? Who?" "Uzumaki Mito-sama, please ask Minister Yuan Mei to come to the Mori no Senju residence tomorrow to have a talk." Hearing this, Yuan Ming was stunned for a moment. "Come back to your senses." Interesting response. "Okay, I've long wanted to meet this legend of Konoha." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood in front of the window, looking at the back of the figure slowly walking out of the building. His face was cloudy and uncertain. Finally, it seemed that a decision had been made. "Someone's coming." "Boo-hoo-hoo." The Anbu guarding the surrounding area appeared in the office in an instant. "Kneel down on one knee and lower your head." "Lord Hokage, what are your orders?" "Go tell Danzo about the experiment he wants to start." "Turn your head." Looking down at the Anbu, he said expressionlessly. "I agree." And Uchiha Motoaki who walked out of the building. In my heart, I sneered. His own company was blocked from entering the Fire Country market. Uzumaki Mito is going to meet him? I'll go check it out tomorrow. What tricks are you old enemies going to do? After walking through a few street corners, I slowly arrived at the edge of Konoha. Step into a brand new building. He walked upstairs familiarly and opened one of the doors full of technology. "Go inside." I saw a cold, snake-like person looking at the computer data intently. Said hello. "How's the experiment going?" Chapter 46 That Abnormal White. Orochimaru looked away from the screen. "I saw someone coming." Shenjing said. "It's Yuan Ming-jun. If you want to experiment, please look here." Pointing at the screen. Data plots for several control groups. After comparison, the genetic sequences of Uchiha, Senju, Blood Pond and Hinata do have some things in common. Speaking of which, he looked at the overlap in the data. He continued excitedly to Yuan Ming. "Yuan Ming-jun, your information is correct." As if thinking of something, Orochimaru lowered his eyes. A helpless sigh. "Unfortunately, I don't have the Sharingan, so I can't see the contents of your shrine stone tablet." Uchiha Motoaki from the Scientific Society. "You won't be too precious to yourself. For this one." Majoring in biology, he can play mechanical Naruto. Such exaggerated works of genius scientists. He had already selectively told Orochimaru some information. At this time, I heard his sigh. Uchiha Motoaki nodded and said with a smile. "I'm right, genes are interesting." Hearing this, Orochimaru nodded. Solemnly said. "Needless to say, it was due to your promptings in the past few years. After giving up useless research on cells, I discovered that only genes are the key to living things." Uchiha Motoaki went directly to the computer and quickly looked over the data graph. "Turn your head," asked Orochimaru directly. "Very good, so what about the research results on these genes?" "Haha. Then, big financier, come with me. Orochimaru raised his brows lightly. He took Yuan Ming to a glass observation room, pointing to a conspicuous white mouse inside. Speak bluntly. This little white mouse is a product I concocted using the genes of the 4 races. Special changes occurred after the injection. Then, Orochimaru clicked a switch under the glass. Dozens of shurikens shot out from a spout somewhere. The guinea pig senses danger. Instantly fried. The whole body is shiny and the fur stands straight. In the sound of whistling, the hair was like a sharp sword, breaking away from the host at a faster speed. Knock down those shurikens one by one. Look at that little white mouse that looks like white jade, doing this. Uchiha Eki was stunned. Is this a rabbit hair needle? And that abnormal white. Come back to your senses. Pointed at Orochimaru. Somewhat surprised, he said. Is this a success? It's not that simple. Orochimaru said with a serious face, these test subjects will die in just 3 days. Turn around. He sighed. I guess a special chelating agent is needed to truly produce perfect work. Special biochellants? Yuan Ming seemed to have thought of something. Nodded, expressing recognition for Orochimaru's work. I look forward to your success. Maybe one day I will give you a special gift to help your research. A special gift? Ignoring Orochimaru's doubts, he waved his hand. I'm going back first. You'll know what it is then. Early the next morning, Yuan Ming stepped into the territory of Forest Senju. Under guidance, entering Senju's direct lineage mansion. In the quiet courtyard, the sound of frightened deer adding water is soothing. Put down the tea bowl in your hand. Facing the red-haired beauty who had been silent for a long time in front of her. Speak bluntly. I wonder, Mito-sama, if you have anything to tell me. Although Mito Uzumaki is old, but with the blessing of the seal between his eyebrows, he still looks like a 28-year-old girl. She raised her eyes slightly and moved her lips slightly. You're a lot like him, but not like him. Stop gossiping and please speak frankly. After hearing this, Yuan Ming, who was too lazy to guess riddles, continued to speak frankly. Seeing Yuan Ming being so rude, she frowned. Are all young people today so impetuous? What are you doing in the land of fire? Yuan Ming sneered and stood up. Do you want me to explain it to you in detail? Uzumaki Mito's frown deepened. He said in a deep voice. As a ninja, you must be a good ninja. I deeply believe that this is the right path. What do you think, Chief Yuan Ming? That's it. Uchiha Eki stood up and was speechless. You will tell me this in a while today. Uzumaki Mito, eyes filled with haze, scolded. Isn't it right? Nobles should be nobles, businessmen should be businessmen, and ninjas should be good ninjas. This has been the right path for thousands of years. You Uchiha's hands have been too long lately. Hearing this, Yuan Ming realized. This Japanese comic world is the worldview of Zai. No wonder ninjas with extraordinary powers often do dirty work and have been dogs for thousands of years. Didn't you already know that? I don't feel the need to continue arguing with them. Uchiha Eki, he said expressionlessly. You have no control over what Uchiha does. Go to the door. Looking back, ignore his ugly expression. Uchiha Eki didn't even want to say anything anymore and strode out of the mansion. Return to the security department and continue working. After a while, management comes into the office. Looking at Yuan Ming's unhappy face, the eyebrows are slightly raised. Did your relationship with Senju fall apart? It's certain that the talks will collapse. Uchiha Eki sneered. After all, what they dislike most when they become nobles is change. That's right. As early as after the Fire Country's business suffered a setback, he found out who was causing the obstruction. The information he found surprised him. Actually, the senju of the forest, who has become a noble, is standing in the way. He was shocked. Senju became a noble? Then an idea flashed through my head. Then I understood the problem that I had never understood in my previous life. Why did Tsunade call Tsunade Heim? In the context of aristocratic leadership of the world, not everyone can say the word G randomly. Under the strict system, that is the name of the princess. So, where does Tsunade's title of princess come from? Very simple. Got it from her father. Tsunade's father, a direct descendant of the Mori no Senju. While Senju Hashirama is still alive. With the achievement of founding Konoha, he went to the daimyo and received a territory worth hundreds of thousands of koku. Become a noble. Good fellow, he is a noble by direct lineage. Are other clan members working as ninjas in Konoha? Take advantage of both sides? As expected, apart from the reincarnation of Azura, the Senju clan is all black at heart. The Uchiha Husio founded Konoha only had one security department? Uchiha managed, his brows furrowed more and more. Sigh. Then the Fire Nation's market is really going to give up. It's okay to manage. Uchiha Motoaki took out the letter from the daimyo of the Land of Thunder from the drawer. Look at the information about Kumagakure village that was leaked when the daimyo was bragging. He snorted coldly. They're going to be in big trouble. I sneered in my heart. This is troublesome. In the original work, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo didn't do much. What will you do then? On a high mountain shrouded in mist, Uchiha Madara, who had some white hair, faced Zetsu, who slowly emerged from the ground. He asked in a deep voice. The plan has already begun. Chapter 47. Gentlemen, what is this? Hearing Madara's question, Ju nodded. The hoarse voice sounded. Madara-sama, under your control, the third Mizukage has reached a consensus with Kumagakure village. Not long after, there will be a war in the country. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara's attention was directed forward. It was as if he was going through the diffuse rain and fog to see the miserable figures in the village who were manipulated by him. Turning his head, he stared at Ju and lowered his eyes. Senran said. Very good. After seeing Cloud Hidden Village and Kirigakure Village, we are ready to benefit from other countries. Today, the shinobi world is like a powder keg, and a huge war will break out. Heiju chuckled and agreed. Hee. At that time, the Fire Nation will become the target of public criticism. They can't separate their troops, so they will be in trouble when their allies ask for help. Uchiha Madara's mouth curled up. Sneered. The next step is simple. The Uchiha who have been imprisoned in the security department, will have surplus combat power. Thinking of the beauty, he waved his hand and clenched it into a fist. He continued coldly. With no one to turn to, they will look to Uchiha as their only hope. Black Zetsu nodded, agreeing with Uchiha Madara's words. Didn't I just let him? Think unlimited monthly reading. Is it the only hope? Get rid of the thoughts in your mind. Ju then echoed. No matter how much they hate Uchiha, people have to face reality. Madara Uchiha withdrew his gaze, crossed his arms over his chest, and pondered for a moment. He ordered Heiju to make the plan more secure. Black Zetsu. When the war breaks out, go in the name of the third Mizukage. Speaking of which, all the information about Baizetsu's surveillance of Konoha in the past few years came to mind. Then, the breath of conspiracy continues to sound. Contact Danzo, who has been having a hard time these past few years. Okay, Madara-sama. Zetsu accepted the order and slowly sank into the ground. Uchiha's heart was filled with excitement. Now in his 60s, if his plan succeeds, that will be his last dance after his twilight years. No way. Who told that boy? It is a super unstable factor. Konoha 37th year, April 22nd. On this day, news that Kumagakure and Kirigakure were encircling the country of Whirlpool spread throughout the ninja world. Tsunagakure village and Iwagakure village have long been sharpening their swords. The military front is directed towards the Kingdom of Fire. Fortunately, there are 3 small countries of Cao and Sichuan as buffers. The situation at the border is not corrupt. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen and his 3 companions all looked sad. Allies are surrounded. Logically speaking, as Hokage, he represents the interests of the Senju family. No matter what, we should send troops to help in time. The bad thing is, Sagakure and Iwagakure sent troops directly to the border at the same time, which made them sit on the spot. Sarutobi Hiruzen exhaled a breath and looked at the 3 silent companions. Speak slowly. The situation is like this now, Xiaoharu, arrange a rescue team. Before Koharu could even speak to him after he went to bed, Mito Kabuto jumped out next to him. Hiruzen, this is impossible. Don't think of attacking us just because of Sandgakure and Iwagakure. The Kingdom of Whirlpool is not big. Kumagakure and Kirigakure are just a small number of people there. When it came to the key point, he directly unfolded the map on the table. Pointing to the border between the Kingdom of Fire and the 2 countries of Thunder and Water. Cold voice said. As soon as we divide our troops for rescue, most of their personnel will directly attack. At that time, he raised his cold eyes and looked directly at the Hokage. When the encirclement network of the 4 villages is 10%, we will be in danger. Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart was extremely heavy. Indeed, this situation is really helpless. Some kind of awareness in my heart. He opened his mouth and said. Then send out Uchiha to rescue. Impossible. Hiruzen, have you forgotten what the teacher said? Koharu is right, Hiruzen, you can't. Mito Enman hasn't finished speaking yet. Danzo, who was silent for a long time, suddenly opened his mouth. Hiruzen is right, send out the Uchiha. They are the current surplus combat power, and the power of Minister Yuan Ming has made Teacher Tobirama's strategy useless. After going to bed, Koharu looked at Danzo in disbelief. Among several people, he hates Uchiha the most, and he actually said such words today? Danzo, what nonsense are you talking about? It's precisely because that boy is so strong. Bang! That's enough, Koharu. Danzo slapped the table, looked directly at his partner with a heavy gaze and said, Hiruzen is the Hokage. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Danzo with great relief. Of these people, it is Danzo who has the deepest bond with him. Immediately ordered. That's it. It's been decided. Notify the security department. Send troops to rescue the Kingdom of Whirlpool. The next day, outside Minagawa Shrine, the sky was dim. Uchiha Motoaki, after fasting and bathing, led him at this moment, becoming more and more calm and calm. Uchiha is one of the most powerful clans in the ninja world. It still retains a certain legacy of the Warring States period. Whenever the clan leader meets, to lead tribesmen to participate in large-scale wars, sacrifice and military service are indispensable. Outside Nanga Shrine, the Uchihas in black robes lined up in a long line outside the torii. Let the quiet atmosphere of the shrine instantly vanished into nothing. Only the meandering chilling air soared straight into the sky. Uchiha Motoaki walked out of the shrine, stepped onto the high platform, and glanced at the familiar faces. Raise the forehead protector in your hand. He shouted loudly and asked. Gentlemen, what is this? The Uchihas responded loudly. Konoha forehead protector. Uchiha Motoaki nodded and smiled, pointing to the swirl pattern on the forehead protector. The so-called Konoha was created by me and the Senju. This swirling pattern represents Konoha's allies. Now that our allies are in trouble, what should we do? The Uchihas responded in unison. Rush to the aid of our allies and destroy our enemies. Uchiha Motoaki. That's it. At this moment, everyone, please join me and rush to support the Kingdom of Whirlpool. The Uchihas bowed their heads and said. Hi! Rush to help, rush to help! What matters is speed. I know that even if the Uzumaki clan has 2 brushes, their ability to last for a week is probably the limit. The nearly 1,000 Uchiha who were marching quickly had to hurry up and slow down. Finally, 4 days after leaving Konoha, we arrived at the country of Whirlpool. Stay put for now. Uchiha Yuanming and Uchiha Hikari came over first to check on the situation. As for governance, as deputy minister, she directs the military forces from the rear. Waiting for a signal from him, he is taking action. Now. The two looked at that. The barrier surrounding the capital was being occupied by groups of mist and cloud ninjas. It was blown to pieces. Uchiha Hikaru glanced at the Sharingan. Said calmly. The barrier is about to run out. It can only hold on for 1 day at most. Uchiha Motoaki looked at the girl who slowly opened her body and became more and more beautiful. Nodding and saying. Indeed, then let's start the rescue. Guang raised his mouth and muttered. I can handle those stinky fish and shrimps by myself. Why, Yuanming, you actually dispatched 2/3 of your combat strength. Hearing this, touched the girl's hair. Yes. If it is really just about rescuing the country of Whirlpool, light and governance, just one person can lead the team and it can be done. The reason that prompted me to do this. It's the prophecy of Jianzi. Those damn toads. How brave. Chapter 48. Where are you going? Uchiha and number 039, S little girl. The night before the Yuan and Ming dynasties were about to send out troops. From the divinity, the witch. He was given a message that foresaw the future. Although the ability to see children is not as good as Toad Maru, there is not much that can be foreseen in the future. The information only states what it would be like to act alone. Or the Uchiha forces are insufficient. There will be no way to fight back against the disaster that is coming. Then he told him. The Kingdom of Whirlpool is an island country on the sea, and the terrifying eye power spreads from the Kingdom of Water. Stopping Maiko's in-depth gaze. She apologized for it. I can't see clearly here. What is that huge disaster? But the toads are simple. As a Yuanming shrine maiden, she draws on the power of divinity. Already put their plans. Feel it clearly. He took Jianzi's warning to heart. He brought all the fighting power he could muster. Calm down the thoughts in your mind. Yuanming explained to Guang. My Anzi foresees that if I don't take you with me this time, you will encounter terrible things that cannot be solved, so be patient, light. Uchiha Hikari nodded solemnly to express understanding. She had met the Vixen Witch a few times and knew a thing or two about her abilities. Staring into the eyes of someone close to me, the girl said word for word. No matter what the enemy is, I will help Yuanming deal with it. Uchiha Motoaki smiled and nodded. Turn your eyes away. Staring at the ninjas besieging the city, his eyes gradually became fierce. Smiling ferociously. Light, let's start. The girl nodded solemnly. Buzz. The Sharingan rotates rapidly, and the huge chakra boils and burns. In an instant. Indian style completed quickly. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment. The sea of flames covering the earth was like an overwhelming mountain, rushing towards the enemy quickly. This is not over yet. Yuanming on the side. As early as the moment when the girl tied the knot. The technique in hand is also completed. Wind escape, press damage. Like a high-pressure tornado from a natural disaster, it quickly followed the sea of fire, and then turned the sea upside down. Fire takes advantage of the wind, and the wind invites the fire to dance with it. Now, The majestic concerto of wind and fire resounded throughout the world. There is no way to defend and nowhere to escape. The besieging ninjas. See the fire that covers heaven and earth. What is that? Fire escape? Are there such outrageous fire escapes in the world? Don't be stunned, quickly prepare yourself for the situation. The faces of the ninjas were full of astonishment, nervousness, and fear. Responded quickly. The mist ninjas huddled together and pumped out chakra like crazy. The water formation wall was activated. The cloud ninjas didn't want to die in the sea of fire. Everyone uses their own life-saving skills. In the blink of an eye, the sea of fire hit them. Boom! Huge roar. Ripples in the cloud like flames. Merciless, equal. Caress all the ninjas in the field. On the high mountains far away from the city. Uchiha Madara watched all this with interest. When I saw the ninjas in the field, they were almost destroyed in the sea of fire. He chuckled. Well done, that boy and that little girl. Zetsu glanced at Uchiha Madara. Turn your eyes away. Looking at the field, after releasing the combination of ninja. Then the two remaining ninjas were slaughtered. He said in a deep voice. Madara-sama, you must remember to kill the female ninja first after you collide with them. In recent years, he worked tirelessly and wandered around the Uchiha clan all day long. Just want to find out. That little girl during the Uchiha Civil War. What is the pupil technique that distorts the mind? It was okay at first. After the second year, those Uchiha elites. He actually noticed his peak. Fortunately, the little girl's eye skills have been discovered. The purpose is achieved. He felt something bad at the time and immediately stopped taking action. Get rid of thoughts. Ju continued to warn. Sir, you also know the power of that little girl's eyes. Maybe even you will fall victim to it. The words of absolute warning arrived. Uchiha Madara's ear made him suppress his smile. He said sternly. That's true, there is no need for the pupil technique of 8,000 spears to exist in the world. As if he thought of something, his expression gradually turned cruel. Her existence is an obstacle. I will definitely kill her from the beginning. After all. He sorted it out. The round fan in his hand and the worldly possessions on his body were about to end. At this moment, there were changes on the field that surprised him. Hey? Is that the toad from MT Miyamu? The corners of Ju's mouth grinned with joy. Sneered. It seems we are not the only ones who want that kid dead, Madara-sama. Uchiha Madara held the fan tightly. Take a leap. It doesn't matter, it just happened to help me a lot. The little girl was separated. Now let me see how beautiful the little girl is. Uchiha Motoaki looked at the giant toad in front of him. His face was stern. About 10 minutes ago. Under his and Hikaru's combined ninjutsu, those cloud ninjas and fog ninjas suffered heavy losses. Immediately, a signal flare was sent to the distant management. Then, just activate ninjutsu with the girl. Rushing to the field. Kill the remaining surviving ninjas one by one. No idea. Suddenly, the old toad in front of him fell from the sky with a group of toads. I glanced at where the girl was in the distance. She was being stalked by a giant toad with 2 swords and dozens of toads leading it. Raise your head. Uchiha Motoaki's scarlet Sharingan glowed with a ferocious light. Cold voice said. Big toad immortal? What does this mean? The majestic giant toad. Lower your head. There was kindness in his eyes, and he slowly opened his huge mouth. He said gently. Uchiha, I don't mean any harm. I just want to invite you to my MT Miyaboku. When Uchiha Motoaki heard this, he laughed angrily. Pointed. The girl who is struggling with the toads. Does this mean there is no malice? Turn the ninja sword. The tip of the knife was pointed at the giant toad immortal. Sneered. Is this a normal way to invite someone? The great toad immortal sighed. A sad word. Young man, you have misunderstood me too deeply. It seems that for the future of the ninja world, I only. Speaking of which, its benevolent sadness suddenly changed, and ferocious malice filled the whole place. Eat you. I only see this moment. Immortal Big Toad's body was boiling with surging immortal power. It spreads its huge webbed palms. With terrifying pressure, he swatted at Uchiha Motoaki. That is the secret of Mount Myoki. Senfa Frog Q might. Seeing this, Uchiha Motoaki used great speed to dodge. Sneered. Wouldn't it be better if we did this earlier? His eyes narrowed. The pupil power in the scarlet eyes burned violently and bloomed. In an instant, the golden giant with mysterious patterns quickly appeared. The giant god's red eyebrows are in Yuan Ming's heart. As the altitude increases, staring at the looming natural energy on the toad's giant web, the corners of his mouth grinned in a ferocious arc. Cruelly shouted. Crush it, Susanoo! The giant god waved his right hand, and the golden divine energy rolled up and turned into a divine sword. Bang! The divine sword collided with the giant web of immortal power, and the giant palm blocked Dumuki's sword. But the sharp edge on the sword. Blessed by the magical power of the mysterious patterns, the great toad immortal was so shocked that he retreated continuously. Seeing this, Yuan Ming's eyes trembled, and the sword ignited with blazing Amaterasu fire. Sing loudly. Sword, shine brightly and release flames, so that the monsters in front of you will wither like scattered flowers. In an instant, huge flames soared into the sky. The 6,000-degree fire sword blasted towards Toadmaru with great force. And on the other side, Uchiha Hikaru, who had long been impatient, directly released his pupil technique and controlled the toads. Seeing Yuan Ming fought with the giant old toad, I was about to go over to join Yuan Ming. When killing the enemy, a proud voice came from behind. Where are you going? Little Uchiha girl. Chapter 49. I'll deal with you right away, you rude boy. Uchiha Hikaru's pupil shrank. I was extremely surprised. Who? How could he hide his own probing nerves? He quickly turned around and put into a vigilant posture. What caught Guang's eyes was an old man with a little bit of white hair, wearing the best clothes of the world. Looking into the old man's scarlet eyes, the girl asked in a deep voice. Mangekyo Sharingan, who are you? Why haven't I seen you in the clan? The person who came was Uchiha Madara. Hearing the girl's doubts, he sneered. Want to know my name? It depends on how good you are. Hearing this, Guangleng's face dropped, and the Sharingan with four eyes facing each other rotated. Bang! The two sides who were still standing there just now. In the blink of an eye, they crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and collided with each other. Uchiha Hikaru saw. The thrust of the kunai in his hand was blocked by the old man in front of him with his right hand. I don't mind it either. With a turn of the wrist, the flexible kunai flew towards the eyes of the old man opposite. The old man was not easy either. With his left hand he quickly took out the Uchiwa fan ninja tool from his back. Ping! Hikaru saw his own kunai stabbed on the fan. The pupil shrank. She hurriedly restrained her strength. At this moment, a repulsive force surged in and pushed her back. Fine! The girl who was well prepared borrowed strength from the ground in time. He jumped up and released his strength perfectly in the air. Uchiha Hikari exhaled a breath and looked at the old man with cold eyes. Uchiha? It seems that you are Uchiha Madara. The moment she saw the fan, the girl recognized who it was. When I first arrived in Uchiha, she is very strange. It's just that part of the clan's secret escape skills disappeared. Tuan Fan, the patriarch of the clan, also disappeared? Later I asked Yuan Ming. Only then did I know. I was fanned by one. The former clan leader named Uchiha Madara took it. Moreover, Yuan Ming also told himself solemnly. This guy was one of the strongest in the last era. The old man, no, Uchiha Madara, recognized him when he saw the girl. Looking stern, arrogantly said. It seems, sometimes being too famous can be a worry. Hearing this, Light sighed. Looks like he's going to show some real skills. After all. The patterns in his eyes turned, and the scarlet pupils rotated. Is it that pupil technique? Uchiha Madara felt chills in his heart at this moment. Coming. The black flames of the sun that filled the entire space appeared and attacked him from an incredible angle. Amaterasu? No. No, it's not just Amaterasu. The ominous premonition in his heart made Uchiha Madara afraid to hold up a Uchiha fan. Fly away quickly. Seeing myself. Just to escape the attack range. The immortal black flame suddenly turned into a flying dragon tracking him. He opened his eyes wide. Not just Amaterasu. But also Kagato Tome. Doesn't she have another pupil technique? Why are there still two kinds of eye skills, Amaterasu and Kagu Tome? Cut off thoughts. This little girl is no ordinary ninja, so she can't be too casual. The pupils in his eyes trembled slightly. Huge arms appeared around the body, and they suddenly slapped the black flame flying dragon. There was a bang. The moment Suzanu's arm collided with the black flame, Madara quickly cut off and continued Suzanu's chakra. Then, the attacks collided in the air, and Suzanu's arm was completely burned. The black inflammation also slowly disappeared. Ha 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 ha. What an amazing little girl. She actually knew how to use her eye skills to deal with me in a split second. Saying. Madara's face gradually became fanatical. You know what Yuan fan is capable of. Realizing that the round fan was useless, he threw it away and stepped forward in an instant. Uchiha Hikari didn't know what his action meant when he saw it. Uchiha are a warlike clan. He wants to compete with himself in physical skills? Then don't blame me for bullying you because you are old and weak. Buzz. Light, the whole body trembled. The natural energy is fluorescing. The girl's qualities as a decisive battle weapon would not allow her to give the opponent extra time to analyze her intelligence. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. The girl's figure also disappeared. In an instant, the two sides collided together. Amidst the banging sounds, both sides came and went. And at this time, ban. I feel a little pressure in my heart. What's going on? She actually has the advantage in strength, speed, and reflexes. The Sharingan's insight was fully activated, allowing him to see a familiar scene. Are those ripples of natural energy? That's interesting, little girl. Is that the same magic as Hashirama? The girl frowned. The pupils in his eyes burned. Huge red arms took shape instantly. Natural energy infusion. With a bang. Susanoo, blessed by the power of immortality, seems to have divine help. Uchiha Madara was blown away in one fell swoop. It's so annoying, little girls, it keeps nagging. Guang, who was already impatient in his heart, staring with cruel eyes. The opposite side also deployed Susanoo, with a cold face, Uchiha Madara. He said maliciously. I will deal with you immediately, rude boy. After speaking harshly, the red Susanoo quickly rose. The silent Uchiha Madara's face slowly changed from cold to cruel. I won't talk to you anymore. In an instant, two giant gods, one red and one blue, stood opposite each other. And while Yuanming and Guang were fighting, Uchiha Jiji raised his eyes slightly, looking at the two people opposite. One of them wore a decoration on his head and closed his eyes slightly, and the other wore a Kirigakura Enbyu decoration. But his Sharingan saw the surging chakra in his abdomen. It was too similar to Matatabi. He sighed helplessly. Does the third Mizukage still have a Jinkra key? It's really troublesome. The corner of his eye swept across another battlefield. More than 2,000 toad troops and hundreds of Kirigaku surrounded the Uchiha. Baru-kun, as well as Naka and Lei, don't worry. Those who have fairy skills can also deal with it calmly. Even the others. Zhili, who doesn't want his clan members to suffer losses, makes a decision in his heart to fight quickly. Let me get rid of you quickly. Everyone can talk big, it depends on whether you have the ability. The third generation of Mizukage slowly opened his eyes and sighed, besides, are all you bloodline ninjas so arrogant? Deisaburo, let's go together. The Anbu on the side, no, it should be Deisaburo. He immediately took the order and acted. And quickly formed the seal in his hand. Ninjutsu knowing wolf decay. A huge corrosive solution rushed from him and attacked Zhili. The third generation of Mizukage also immediately cooperated tacitly. He opened his mouth and spit out. Water-style heavenly cry. The high-speed and condensed water needle, like a heavy rain, blocked all the escape routes of Zhili. Water escape? Acid attack. Uchiha Jiji, his Manjiki Sharingan glittered. Unfortunately, I am an outlier in the Uchiha clan. Water escape. The pattern in his eyes turned, and the surging pupil power burned and bloomed. Dojutsu, Huangkan Jin. In an instant. Whether it was the water needles all over the sky or the huge torrent of acid, they all stopped in front of her out of thin air. At this time, Jiji's voice continued to sound, I am the best at it. Then, something that made the third Mizukage and Dosaburo shudder happened. All the liquid in front of the woman slowly turned into yellow ominous water. As if worshipping a goddess, it slowly spun around her. What is that? The breath of death is so strong? Chapter 50 something is coming out. Uchiha governs and meets the third generation Mizukage. With that Jinhyura key, they all distance themselves from themselves. He lowered his eyes slightly and said calmly. Why distance yourself? Then he sighed, it's really unnecessary. Doesn't this only make sense in a close fight? The water of the yellow spring swirling aside, ripples, slightly lit up with an inexplicable blue halo. The third Mizukage and Mishizaburo, for some reason, were stunned at this critical moment. All of a sudden, the figure of governance appeared in front of the third Mizukage. Look! Management with a smile on her face pressed her bare hand on the chest of the frightened third Mizukage. I can easily touch the door of your heart. This woman. When did you arrive at Mizukage-sama's side? Besides, why didn't Mizukage-sama fight back? It was also strange for Mishizaburo to see his Mizukage-sama in a state of being immobilized. But I am now. It's time to take action. Ah! The ominous red chakra emerged from his body and enveloped his whole body in an instant. The 6 red tails spread out behind him like a peacock spreading its tail. Boom! After breaking the ground, he leaped high into the air. Hold it with your right hand. Encapsulated by the tailed beast's chakra, this powerful and heavy punch was about to hit the terrifying woman. Something happened that Dosaburo couldn't understand. I saw the water of Huangchuan swirling around the governance. The blue halo on its surface instantly caused dozens of blue star butterflies to fly out, floating before his eyes. While he was still in mid-air, he suddenly felt the tailed beast in his body being strongly restrained. This moment, the chakra system of Dosaburo's whole body was shocked, making him unable to move even half a minute. Bang! With nowhere to focus in the air, he fell heavily. What did you do? Dosaburo yelled with a ferocious face, why can't my chakra obey me? He was also in his heart. Crazy hello to the beast inside, what happened? But the guy who usually chatted occasionally was so silent at the moment that it scared him. The Manjiki Sharingan that governs. Glancing at him lightly. As a Jinhyura, you are not worth mentioning in front of me. He stared at the third Mizukage for a moment. Smile slightly. Mizukage-sama, it's time for you to wake up. In this battle, it looked like she easily defeated Akage and Jinkraki. But only she knows why. As early as when Mizukage activated his ninjutsu, she discovered that there was an inexplicable eye power in Mizukage's body. There is no doubt that that eye power is superior to hers. If it were me a few years ago, there would be absolutely nothing I could do. But after becoming Yuan Ming's dependent, and practicing the immortal mode for many years, her pupil power increased tremendously. Although it didn't break through to another dimension, it was still more than enough to interfere with the pupil power that had left its master. At that moment, having made up her mind, she used the terrifying death aura of Huang Quanjin to frighten them. Then, activating the terrifying art of Izanami life in conjunction with each other, it pried the pupil power in Mizukage's body, making him unable to move. As for the Jinhyuriki, the moment he and his tailed beast saw the hell butterfly of Izanami no Mikoto, I can't help myself. Different from the Izanami developed by myself, based on the pupil technique. Not to mention the side effects of not sacrificing eyes. As one of her core eye skills, Izanami no Mikoto can also freely control the output of her eye power. Use this to activate deadly illusions. Tailed beasts can generally borrow the Jinchuriki's senses. So Vulpix was controlled by her easily. What a big dream! The third generation Mizukage regained consciousness and calmed down. Looking at this terrifying woman in front of me, I couldn't help but sigh. Hey! Uchiha is really blessed. The surging yellow spring slowly disappeared. Putting away the management of the pupil technique, he asked the third Mizukage with a heavy expression. Is he the one controlling you? That's right, it is Uchiha Madara. I have met him many times during the early days of the ninja village. I will never admit his mistake. Uchiha Governance bit his lip, worried about Yuan Ming in his heart. As a person with immortal power, she can sense the natural energy of the world and the overwhelming waves. Cut off thoughts. No time to waste. Lord Mizukage, please stop your subordinates. If you join us, we will exterminate these thieving toads. The girl with an awe-inspiring look solemnly said. We Uchiha can pretend that this ambush never happened. The third Mizukage responded to governance with a bitter look on his face. Do I still have a choice? Not to mention that he has joined forces with Kirigakure to start taking care of the toads. Uchiha Motoaki looked at the toad sage with a fierce expression on his face. I also have a headache. He is indeed a toad immortal who has lived for thousands of years. He is experienced in combat. He is obviously a toad, but he is as slippery as a snake. Facing his own sword of fire, it fully utilized the function of its toad legs. With the blessing of immortal magic, he often jumps high and hides whenever he can. Aren't you going to eat me, great toad immortal? Why is that all you can do? You can only hide and dodge. The great toad immortal turned a deaf ear to Uchiha Yuanming's ridicule. It has great confidence in Uchiha Madara in its heart. As long as Indra's reincarnation quickly kills the girl and comes to fight this guy with it, it will be victorious. Indra's reincarnation does not understand the beauty of divinity, nor does it need it. When the time comes, the great toad immortal thought of the beauty, and the toad's giant eyes stared at Yuanming. Sternly said. You can't run away. Uchiha boy. Run. Yuanming at the giant god red eyebrows lowered his eyes, who will run? At this time, boundless malice surged from Yuanming's body and enveloped the world. The overflowing malice made Toad Pill's skin sting. It opened its eyes wide and looked at the boy opposite in shock. Just some malicious intent. Why do I feel creepy? Before it could figure it out, Yuanming opened his eyes and roared fiercely. Why are you running? Swish, swish, swish. Susanoo responded to the boy, and the golden spirit behind him was lifted. Countless megatama appeared out of thin air. The winding megatama quickly unfolded behind him, and expanded. In an instant, a huge sacred ring was formed behind the giant god who was more than 200 meters tall. I was really underestimated. Yuan Ming smiled viciously and cruelly, although I don't want to use this trick to get rid of you. Because you don't deserve it, but... The tyrannical will filled the boy's eyes. I want you to die now. Old bastard. Buzz buzz buzz. The sacred ring slowly glowed, and the light slowly rotated to the center. Something is coming out. The big toad fairy opened his eyes wide. What is that? Chapter 51. The game is over. Anyone who has practiced immortality knows it. That is chakra and natural energy, finding a certain fit in the body. According to the appropriate proportion, the strength is formed. But when natural energy is like wisdom, there is no need to find that point of convergence. What about active cooperation? What happens? This absurd scene happened right in front of the great toad immortal. What appears in that circle? Make it incomprehensible. And when something incomprehensible appears in front of you, everyone can feel fear, and so does the great toad immortal. I saw the sacred circle behind the golden giant. A miniature world is emitting sublime light to all the surrounding creatures. That sublime light is extremely condensed natural energy. The moment that little world appears, the whole world made a buzzing sound. Not rejection, but joy. The sky, earth, rivers, and mountains cooperate with the joy, and emit natural energy that is visible to the naked eye. That power, in conjunction with Uchihamoto Aki's chakra frequency, merged with Susanoo. And the sublime light of the small world is like a marshal, ignoring the point of convergence and governing this magnificent energy. On Susanoo, it turns into blue flesh and blood and fills it. In addition, the runes on the armor became more and more shining. Susanoo, who was originally somewhat illusory and transparent, becomes like a real samurai god reappearing in the world. Ha 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 ha. Happy, happy. Feel the incomparable power of Susanoo still within you. Uchihamoto Aki couldn't help but laugh. Can't be unhappy. That small world was his biggest gain in the past few years. That was after 5 years of hard training, filling the divine talisman seal with massive natural energy, and filling up the number of dependents. Then I went to the sea and found an island that was just 20 kilometers in size. The alien space created was named Tianzijao City. I hope it will grow to the end and truly grow into Takamagahara. Then, a huge surprise came. After Mitsuko made most of the shrines in the demon country worship him, an inexplicable force caused the alien space and the planet to resonate. From then on, small worlds could appear on this planet. It can also resonate with the planet and automatically convert huge amounts of natural energy into immortal power. Let yourself not have to hold on all the time. The requirements of the immortal mode on the state of mind. As for why it can be done. Shrunk into the divine ring behind Susanoo? That was caused by the magic weapon Megatama and the divine sword. He had a feeling that if he found the mirror again, the changes in the small world would be completely liberated. Uchihamoto Aki calmed down the excitement in his heart, his eyes condensed, and the kaleidoscope patterns rotated. The warrior giant raised the divine sword in his hand. Boom boom boom. Natural energy spontaneously formed a storm, rolling up a terrifying tornado on the divine sword. That's right, it's not Amaterasu fire this time. In this mode, Uchihamoto Aki discovered that he obtained the wind attribute from the divine talisman. More suitable for Susanoo, like the storm, is his real ability. But Amaterasu is not useless. Drink. The young man formed a knot in his hands, and his right eye burned with pupil power. Amaterasu's fire appears in the small world, simulating a miniature sun. The sun's rays shine through the storm, causing the storm to heat up quickly. In an instant, solar storm appears again. When Uchiha Eki saw the giant toad sage, he also wanted to activate his magic. He laughed ferociously and chanted the fatal curse. I am shouting here. The god of speed who controls the sky, earth, and ocean. The breath that turns into the Sunday. Responded to the spirit of words. Susanoo gently turned the hilt of his sword, and the blade was pointed straight at the enemy. Grant all things in the world equal extinction. The terrible heat storm covered the sky, caressing the myriad things in front, lovingly. Only a boom was heard. Todemaru, along with his ridiculous magic, were all reduced to ashes and sent to the sky by the storm. In the capital of the Kingdom of Whirlpool. At the palace, there was a red-haired girl about 7 years old. Pointing to the golden halo in the sky, he asked his parents, Mom, what is that? So beautiful. Ritsuko Uzumaki gently stroked the girl's hair. Smile slightly. Kushina, that was the storm caused by the allies. Konoha is here to save us. As the wife of the king, she was knowledgeable and talented when she saw the 200-meter giant queen. I knew it was Uchiha's patron saint Susanoo. She was horrified in her heart. She knew Susanoo was powerful, but she had never thought it was so powerful. As a member of the Uzumaki clan, one of the few powerful female ninjas, she clearly knew about that terrifying extinction storm. If the owner does not intend to release it into the sky, what terrible end will this land face? After all, the wind will find its way into every crack. Storms are terrible disasters that destroy everything. And that everything that slowly turned into ashes in the storm all showed what a vicious trick this was. Other side. The toads are struggling to resist Uchiha's offensive. They also complained bitterly. What's wrong with this group of Uchiha? More than 100 Uchiha with Sage Mode? You know, the elite of Uchiha need equal ninjas to fight 2 to 1. What's the reason for all the senjutsu now? It's too outrageous. Now, the nearly 2,000 Toad army suffered heavy losses. The terrible senjutsu flames are boiling in this battlefield. And the rebellion of the Kirigakure has made things worse for them. When they saw, under the sky, a huge heat storm bloomed in the sky like a corona. The Fukasaku couple, Bunta, Ken, and Hiro, who were in the lead, seemed to sense something. Old man. Fukasaku choked with grief, and quickly said to the leader Bunta, retreat. We have already lost. Hearing this, Game Bunta drew his sword and chopped off a flame without fairy chakra, and retreated quickly. Ken, Guang. You hold on for a while. Okay. Although I am stupid, I will do my best. Hearing the response from Gamabun Ken and Gamabun Guang, Bunta did not continue to talk nonsense. God knows why this group of Uchiha is so strong. The situation is already very dangerous, and if we delay for a moment, then... The toad hurriedly made 3 quack sounds with its huge mouth. That was the signal for retreating from Miyaboku Mountain. Uchiha on the battlefield saw that the toads were going to retreat. Grinning. Want to run? Have you asked me? Chakra burned violently, and dozens of meters of Susanoo appeared in an instant. Ha 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 ha. Let you know what the power of the Uchiha god is. Uchiha's left eye trembled slightly. He activated the pupil technique. That was the eye that he sacrificed to save his life during the Civil War. Its name is pupil technique Kanbutsujin. The pupil technique is very simple and very brutal. It is to strengthen Susanoo. In an instant, his Susanoo soared, rapidly increasing to a height of nearly 150 meters. 4 thunder drums flew out from behind him. That was his spiritual weapon. The thunder between Susanoo's eyebrows, and then the right eye released pupil power. Pupil technique Wu Weng Chui. The destructive lightning crackled and wrapped around the thunder drum. He looked at the defeated toads. He sneered. Under the punishment of the 10,000 thunders, turn into dust. Boom. 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 The thunder drums sounded 4 times, and the thunder of destruction fell on the ground. Looking at the exaggerated heat storm in the sky, Uchiha Madara turned his head and stared at the red Susanoo in front of him with a serious expression. He sneered in his heart, "Useless old toad. Time is running out, kill her." Staring at Uchiha Hikaru and Susanoo, he also showed a trace of annoyance. "You actually called me a kid? My mixed white hair represents the passing of years. What an impolite little girl," he said slowly with a blank expression. "The fun is over, the game should end. Chapter 52 will win." Bang! The blue and red Susanoo collided, causing a huge wave in the air. Uchiha Madara, who had already made his decision, glared slightly at the Sharingan in his eyes. "Increase the output of pupil power." His Susanoo. In an instant, 2 other giant hands grew, and then the giant hands quickly formed seals. Buzz buzz! The blue Susanoo rose rapidly in a moment. Not long after, a warrior nearly 300 meters tall stood on the ground. How is that possible? Uchiha Hikaru stood between his Susanoo's eyebrows and was shocked when he saw the changes on the other side. How abnormal! His Susanoo is actually taller than Yuan Ming's? The girl bit her lip and thought about countermeasures. "Susanoo, the dimensional gap is too big. Tsukuyomi is useless, my pupil power cannot penetrate at all. Amaterasu?" As long as Susanoo peeled off the burned area, it was completely useless. 8,000 spears didn't find a chance to mark him. "What should I do? You are still distracted while fighting with me." Uchiha Madara laughed ferociously, "Then you will pay the price for this." Clang! The giant warrior god pulled out 2 sword-fighting spiritual weapons and waved them roughly forward. Oops! Uchiha Hikari, who came back to his senses, quickly adjusted Susanoo. The chakra quickly materialized, discarding the redundant structure, and quickly formed a defensive shield structure in front. But what a terrible blow is this! The overwhelming chi and overwhelming chi are not enough to explain. Land, hills, forests. Even if it is swept away by the aftermath, it will be shattered into powder. Boom! Uchiha Hikari's Susanoo was split open, and the materialized chakra was scattered in all directions. Vomit! The girl floating in the air had blood and tears on her face and spit out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Uchiha Hikari felt extremely painful all over his body. Are the bones all broken? With weak eyes, he saw that Susanoo opposite him seemed to be continuing to do something. But the girl, who had no power to fight back, felt helpless. Lost. He truly deserves to be one of the strongest in the past era. Between the eyebrows of the warrior giant, Madara Uchiha, with his arms folded across his chest, exclaimed. "You didn't die in that move? Then what should you do with this move?" Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Madara's Susanoo's free hand manifested a sword, aiming at the girl in the air and swiping lightly. Phew, this is the sound of the huge sharp blade cutting through the sky. Facing the unrivaled edge, Uchiha Hikari could only feel helpless at his own powerlessness. Gathering her eye power, the broken Susanoo protected her whole body, but she didn't know how far she could do it. At least the body shouldn't be too broken. As for death? As a member of Yuan Ming, she will not die. It means that I will be laughed at by the management for a while in the future. Boom! The terrifying slash officially landed where the girl was. Watching the flying dust in the field slowly falling, Uchiha Madara untied Susanoo. I hope the eyes are still there and that terrible ability is in my hands. Run towards the place where Uchiha Hikaru fell. Not arrived yet. He saw something unexpected. Brows raised slightly. Hey! Not long ago. Watching the embers flying in the sky, Yuan Ming, who understood that he had already dealt with the Great Toad Immortal, put away this terrible pattern. It's awesome! It's awesome! The consumption of chakra is also exaggerated. I'll have to solve the trouble on the other side of the light later. He exhaled a thick breath. Uchiha Motoaki turned his head and stared at Susanoo, who was fighting in another battlefield. Uchiha Madara. A bad premonition emerged in his heart. Uchiha Light is indeed very powerful, and its mechanism is the most outrageous among all Uchiha in the original work. As long as you can contact all ninjas in the ninja world, or life forms carrying chakra, she can activate the 8,000 spears. Extract the chakra from it to strengthen yourself. But today's girls. But after living peacefully in Konoha for several years, I had no intention of doing anything like this. With the current conditions in the ninja world, there would be no sand sculpture game for her to contact everyone. Without the presence of chakra from all over the world, he will definitely not be Uchiha Madara's opponent. Thinking of this, Uchiha Motoaki ran over there quickly. When I got there, it was when the girl was still floating in the air and the terrifying slash was about to hit her. Buzz! When Uchiha Motoaki was running, Susanoo turned into armor and wore it on his body, and the wings on his back fluttered. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the girl. Susanoo's wings separated a stream of materialized chakra and enveloped the girl. Then Yuan Ming quickly manifested the divine sword and faced the incoming slash with a stern expression. Zhang! The blades met, and in an instant, a cataclysmic situation occurred. Facing the surging force on the giant blade, Uchiha Motoaki calmly adjusted the shape of his armor. Evenly dispersed the force around. When the blue giant blade disappeared, there was no follow-up attack. Uchiha Yuanming's eyes widened slightly, and the power of the great god quickly healed the girl. Then, Uchiha Yuanming smiled at the stunned girl. I'm not too late. Guang. Uchiha Guang, who came back to his senses, nodded with a red face. That, put me down. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuanming hurriedly dispersed the materialized chakra. Turning his head, he looked at the figure in front of him that was slowly falling due to the dust. He asked. Guang, is he very strong? Very strong. Undoubtedly strong. The girl, who was adjusting her fist, solemnly responded to Yuanming's doubts. Then, with a look of unwillingness on his face, he bit his lip and continued. His physical skills, ninjutsu, battle rhythm, and pupil power are all better than mine. The most terrifying thing is that his Susanoo is too abnormal. Yuanming was startled when he heard the explanation. Other things are fine. Uchiha Madara's Susanoo is indeed a little supermodel. In the original work, Sasuke has the same eternal eye, and the size of his Susanoo is only more than 200 meters. And Uchiha Madara's is obviously much taller. My Susanoo is indeed not as big as mine. But in terms of functionality, my own has been strengthened. I may not necessarily lose if we really fight. The real trouble is, his Sharingan pupil technique has never been revealed from beginning to end, and I only know the information about the Samsara Eye technique. Shaking off the thoughts in my mind. Looking at the girl's unwilling face. Really? Uchiha Yuanming walked to her side and stroked her hair. It's okay. Guang. I'm here, it means. As he said, he turned his head and looked at the figure that had come into view. Smile proudly. We will win. Chapter 53 Horrifying Malice. That figure, clad in red clothing, walked slowly with an aura that looked down on the world. Yuanming narrowed his eyes slightly. Say hello to those who come. You must be Uchiha Madara, I have been hearing your legends growing up. Haha, if you have anything to say to me. Uchiha Madara hadn't finished speaking yet. Hiss. Uchiha Motoaki's figure disappeared instantly. Chiang. All he saw was that the divine sword he was slashing collided with the huge blue arm in front of Madara, creating sparks. Now I finally see a real person. Yuanming looked at the expressionless Madara in Susanoo's skeleton and smiled ferociously. Let me see if you are worthy of the name of legend. What a rude boy. Uchiha Madara sighed slowly, "It seems that I have to teach you how to respect your seniors." Bang! Uchiha Madara increased his chakra output and swung his swift Susanoo hand hard. Bounce Uchiha Eki away. Seeing the opportunity, Madara pulled away and flew back, preparing to activate the ninjutsu. Before the seal in his hand started to form, his Sharingan caught it. The wings behind Uchiha Eki fluttered. Like thunder, he flew over Madara Uchiha's head in an instant and attacked with his sword. The pupils shrank. Why so fast? Uchiha Eki's speed was beyond his expectation, but he had experienced many battles and responded quickly. The Susanoo around him expanded rapidly, and a two-faced and four-armed giant instantly formed, which was the third stage of Susanoo. He quickly manifested 4 fighting knives and started a fierce collision with Yuan Ming. Bang bang bang! Ping ping ping! In a flash of lightning, both sides are in this broken area. They collided with each other dozens of times. What's going on? This kid? The speed and strength are superior to mine, but I am actually at a disadvantage? Uchiha Madara, who sensed something was wrong, used his Sharingan's insight to the extreme. Is it the blessing of that armor? If you read it right, that's Susanoo. Shrunk into armor, can it still be used like this? You absolutely can't do it yourself. But it's not my style to continue to be passive like this. Drink! Uchiha Madara shouted. The seal in his hand was formed, and the chakra flame ignited on his body. He increased his efforts and allowed his Susanoo to directly pass the 4th stage. Instantly became a complete body with 2 wings on its back. But I know that a body that is too big is not good for the situation at this time. He took Susan's height. It's controlled within a certain range. When using the sharp blades of Susanoo's hands to force Motome back, the other pair of hands suddenly clenched their fists and pulled. Yasaka no Megatama. The blue Megatama appeared instantly. It formed a circle and flew towards Uchiha Eki in a high-speed rotation. And at this time, Yuan Ming adjusted his body shape in the air. Seeing that Megatama was about to attack him, Sharingan glared slightly, Amaterasu. The golden red fire follows the sight. Immediately wrapped around Megatama. Boom! Amaterasu and Yasaka's Megatama caused a violent explosion in the air. Uchiha Eki had no time to watch that scene. The wings behind him fluttered and rose sharply in the air. Call out! In its original position, a huge blue sword blade swept across. Flying in the air. Looking at Uchiha Madara's majestic posture, Uchiha Yuan Ming also felt troubled. The performance in all aspects is on top of it. But the gap in combat experience. Don't let yourself get any advantage. It's really troublesome. Will the rescue vortex country actually provoke him to come out? It shouldn't be. Could it be that he is brewing his own reincarnation? And when Uchiha Eki had a headache. Uchiha Governance, Naka, and Baloo have arrived at this battlefield. The 3 of them quickly walked to Hikari, who looked tired. Are you okay, Hikari? Facing the inquiry about governance, Uchiha Hikari nodded. It's okay, it's just that the chakra needs to be adjusted. Even if the body is healed by Yuan Ming's pupil technique. But the chakra was there just now. To defend against that terrible blow. Her eye power and chakra were too strong and too forced. There was a bit of a disorder and now it needs to be adjusted. I heard that Uchiha Hikaru was generally fine. Uchiha Governance said to the 2 people next to him. Baru-kun, Naka-kun, let's go over and help Yuan Ming. Then he turned his head and said with a smile, just take a break for now. Seeing the usually stubborn girl nodding in understanding, the 3 of them quickly ran towards Uchiha Eki. High in the sky over this battlefield, Otsutsuki Ishiki, who is secretly in time and space. Seeing several other Uchiha holding kaleidoscopes appear, he frowned. He endured the feeling of nausea and transferred the wedge from Seisen to the Zutari clan. A body with very good qualifications. Just to release a certain amount of combat power so that he can seize Uchihamoto Aki's body. After a few years of adaptation, the Akugan can already be used. When violent chakra fluctuations were sensed, they collided in the sea near the Kingdom of Water. He immediately used his Byakugan. Then I saw. The reincarnation of Indra started fighting with the boy. He thought he had a good chance. Relying on the time and space ability that started to recover due to good physical condition. Arrive nearby instantly. Hiding aside and preparing for a sneak attack. Who knows? The toads who bewitched Kaguya back then. So useless, so quickly defeated. This makes Uchiha. A considerable amount of combat power was released. This made him sigh helplessly. We have to find another chance. That boy has the support of his subordinates. It's basically impossible to reincarnate with Indra and end up losing both sides. However, after so many years of patience, this time is no different. Anyway, the time and space ability of starry sky movement. Even if it has not fully recovered. But in this planetary system, he could reach anywhere he wanted in an instant. He stared at Uchihamoto Aki greedily for a moment. He returned to the secret base instantly. He obviously has the ability to sweep everyone on the spot, but he must be cautious and cautious. He never wanted to experience the past of carelessly losing his virginity again. Call out. After Uchihamoto Aki dodged Madara's huge slash, Sharingan glanced at the arrival of his subordinates. The sword pointed at Uchiha Madara. Sneered. While fighting you, I almost forgot that I am a ninja. Spreading his wings and leaping, he instantly arrived beside the three people in charge. Staring at Madara with cold eyes, he continued calmly. And ninjas are not samurai. Next, we will challenge you alone. Governance, NA. He was about to face the three people around him. Say something to him. In an instant. A terrifying malice. Captured by his divine perception. That malice made him feel cold all over. What? Can you make yourself angry just by being malicious? Now in the world, except for the old man of 6 paths in the Pure Land. Who else can do it? But the immortal of 6 paths, apart from being a bit rigid, is definitely a kind-hearted person. His brother is even more impossible. There is nothing much to say about a guy who doesn't care about anything even though all his descendants are about to die. So who came from that malice that made me feel dangerous? Suddenly an idea flashed in my mind. Etc. Isn't there another one in this ninja world? Can Otsutsuki survive for thousands of years among inferior mortals? Otsutsuki Ishiki. Did he target himself? What's wrong, Yuan Ming? Seeing that Yuan Ming slowly lowered his body and didn't move, Ji asked in confusion. Wait, let me say a few words to the other side first. Yuan Ming, whose mind was racing, floated into the air, staring at Uchiha Madara with sparkling eyes. As the saying goes, if the sky is falling, a tall person is needed to support it. Isn't this just a ready-made tall person? Only one of you? That won't work. Chapter 54, I was actually tricked. Uchiha Madara was actually seeing those ninjas holding kaleidoscopes. After coming to support, I began to think about retreating. After all, ninja is not a rigid person. After understanding that this purpose is impossible, he stood still in the field, thinking about how to retreat calmly. That boy's strength is not much weaker than him. Plus a few kaleidoscopes that are not weak. To be honest, he might end up here today if he's not careful. So when I saw Uchihamoto Aki fly to the same height as him, he said to him, Madara, I want to talk to you. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara borrowed the donkey's foot. He said with an interested look. Oh, what do you want to say to me? Then don't stop the genjutsu I release. Uchihamoto Aki's Sharingan trembled. I will tell you some information inside. Uchiha Madara is also an expert and bold person. I thought to myself that even a little magic wouldn't do anything to me. When that pupil power came, he didn't stop it. In a white illusion space, Madara and Yuan Ming looked at each other. Uchiha Madara found that the boy in front of him was indeed very honest and had no evil intentions. Ask directly. What information do you want to tell me, kid? Let me think about where to tell you. Uchiha Motoaki touched his chin, and his eyes lit up as if he thought of something. I thought of it. Madara-senpai, that stone tablet at the shrine, you should also know the information on it. Uchiha Madara heard this. He snorted coldly. Both of us have reached this level of pupil power, so we must know the contents of the stone tablet. Saying. His face slowly turned cold. Is this what you call intelligence? Uchiha Motoaki shook his head. Sigh. Senior, the content on the stone tablet has been tampered with. What did you say? Uchiha Madara's face had murderous intent at this time. Are you kidding me? Boy. Senior, think about it, if the content of that stone tablet is useful. Uchiha Motoaki spread his hands and said helplessly, why does the Sage of Six Paths want me to wait for future generations to activate it? Yuan Ming waved his hand, and the stone tablet appeared in the illusion space. He pointed at the content above and smiled slightly. The so-called infinite moon reading, is it possible that the Six Paths Sage with the Samsara Eye can't do it? At this time, Uchiha Madara's mind also turned around. Yes. There is no doubt that the Immortal of Six Paths possesses the Samsara Eye. Then here comes the problem. Why would he bank such a vision on? I wonder if the descendants of the reincarnation Eye will awaken? You must know that even he can be regarded as one of the strongest existences in the 1000-year history of Uchiha. After seizing Hashirama's power, now he can only feel that his eyes are budding. It's hard to say when the Samsara Eye will be awakened. Just in case. Among future generations, there is no one who can awaken the Samsara Eye. The vision of the Six Paths Immortal Stone Monument was a complete failure. So why didn't he complete the infinite Tsukuyomi at that time? At this moment, there was only one thought in Madara's mind. The contents of the steel have definitely been tampered with. Damn it! Someone has plotted against me. Boy! Tell me your information one by one. Madara's face was ferocious at this moment, like a Shura ghost, remember. This is all the information. Very good, he took the bait, as long as you tell him some facts selectively. A person like Uchiha Madara, who has a heart for the ninja world, absolutely has no energy to cause trouble for him. Uchiha Motoaki didn't talk nonsense either. Tell him directly about how he discovered that the content of the stone tablet was suspected of tampering. After. In order to clear up the doubts in my heart. How he consulted historical information for many years. Finally, it was discovered that the Immortal of Six Paths was the son of the goddess Mao and had a brother. As well as the relationship between the goddess Uematsu and the Ten Tails. There is also the infinite Tsukuyomi, which is about making weapons to defend against enemies from outside. I told Madara Uchiha everything. You said that the goddess Uzumaki is the true form of the Ten Tails. Uchiha Madara, who could no longer stand up, waved his hand to interrupt Yuan Ming's words. At this moment, Madara's whole body was feeling cold. The Six Paths Immortal was the son of the goddess Mao. It was indeed recorded on the stone tablet. But no. It is said that the goddess of Uma is the Ten Tails. As for the enemy from outside? This matter is not as important as him being plotted, letting him embarrass himself in front of this kid. That's right. Madara-senpai. Uchiha Motoaki's face was filled with a smile at this moment. The name of the goddess of Uma is Otsutsuki Kagaya. The so-called tailed beast is the Six Paths Sage, split from her body. At this time, Madara is still not stupid. By connecting things together, I have understood a lot. If he were to engage in such a conspiracy on his own, he would definitely find someone to monitor him to control the direction of the situation. Then the most suspicious person around me right now. A dark shadow flashed in my mind. Thinking of this, he was extremely anxious. I'm so proud of myself. I've been tricked. At this moment, he just wanted to go back and check to see if it was really that guy's problem. Boy Yuan Ming, that's it for today. I have to go back to verify this information. As for the enemy from beyond the sky, let's wait until I finish investigating the matter. Okay Madara-senpai. Uchiha Eki responded to Madara with a smile, and then seemed to think of something. He asked hurriedly. How can I contact you later? Madara, who was about to withdraw from the genjutsu, hesitated for a moment. He said calmly. Just Ninja Cat. Back to reality. Uchiha Eki looked at Madara leaving. The body fell from the sky, releasing Susanoo and Sage modes. At this time the governor who hurriedly came to his side. He asked with concern. He just left. Well. I told him my guess about the stone tablet, and he was in a hurry to verify it. It's easy to say. In fact, in his heart, Uchiha Eki knew very well. If it weren't for his own strength, he wouldn't be weaker than him. With Uchiha's temperament, Madara would never listen to his words. At this time, he saw two subordinates who also rushed to him. He immediately cut off his thoughts. Solemn greetings. Thank you for your hard work, Naka-kun, Baloo-kun. Hearing this, Uchiha Naka immediately looked flattered. Master Yuan Ming said something serious, this is what we should do. Yes, my lord's subordinates looked at the lightning-quick response of his colleagues. Uchiha Baloo, who reacted, immediately responded. There is no need to be modest. Uchiha Eki smiled and comforted his subordinates, without you, I can't do anything. Turning his head and looking at the city in the distance. It's time, to pick the fruits of victory. At this time, he was extremely excited. This battle, is confirming myself. After being able to be on par with Uchiha Madara, his ambitions were officially fired. This piece of fat from the Uzumaki clan. He wants to eat it too. Chapter 55, Forcing the Whirlpool Clan. Bringing the light that has been adjusted, on the way to the city of Whirlpool Country. After Hilly's simple explanation, Yuan Ming already knew that the third Mizukage had jumped back to help after the illusion was lifted. Hearing this information, Uchiha Yuan Ming was also very happy. Very good, now I can make a good article. It is not easy to eat the Uzumaki clan. If there is a choice, they will probably still have to mix with their closer relatives. Senju of the forest. Originally, he planned to eat it forcefully, but now he is really sending a pillow when he is sleepy. Let's go see the third Mizukage first. Hey! Yuan Ming, see the third Mizukage first. Hilly heard this with doubts in his eyes. Shouldn't we go to appease the Uzumaki clan first? Don't think too much, you will know in a while. Not long after, with the fast pace of the ninja, Uchiha Yuan Ming and others arrived in front of the third Mizukage. Glancing at the mist ninjas who were surrounded by the Uchiha clan in an orderly manner, Uchiha Yuan Ming was very satisfied. These mist ninjas were honest. Then he said directly to the long-haired man in front of him. Mr. Mizukage, I am Uchiha Yuan Ming, currently the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. The third Mizukage nodded slowly, and his heart was filled with emotion. As a ninja from the Warring States period, he knew the power of Uchiha Madara very well. Not to mention, some time ago, he had been controlled by Madara's pupil power for a long time. At this time, seeing that the ninja who could compete with Uchiha Madara was still an Uchiha, he felt a little depressed. As a shadow, his perception ability was not as good as that of the ninjas who specialized in this field. But, just now on the battlefield, he could still sense the violent chakra collision. At this time, he sighed in his heart. Are ninjas with bloodline limits always so powerful? Maybe, his policy should be changed. At this time, a voice of third-generation Mizukage disrupted his thoughts. He looked at Uchiha Yuanming in front of him with a puzzled face. He cut off his thoughts, frowned and said in a hoarse voice. Sorry, Chief Yuanming, I just feel a little emotional when I see you are so young. Then the third-generation Mizukage asked cautiously. Can you let me go back in view of our subsequent help in exterminating the toads? Excuse me, you are the defeated party. Yuanming stared at the Mizukage expressionlessly, and continued slowly. Even if it helps us in the future, it is impossible to leave easily. What conditions does Uchiha need to let us go? The third-generation Mizukage heard this and his brows relaxed. As the head of a village, he has been in power for many years, so how could he not understand the implication at this time? Uchiha Yuanming was smiling at this time. Waiting for this. He has already learned from the conversation just now. I learned that the third Mizukage had been frightened by the power of the Uchiha. There is something to say next. Yuanming. Is this really okay? Uchiha's Hizi hesitated. It was really just the deal between Uchiha Yuanming and the third Mizukage. She couldn't get her head around it. Uchiha Yuanming looked at her in surprise. He said with some doubt. What's wrong? I'm a legitimate hire. It's just the mission money, which is their own ransom this time. Seeing Hizi was still a little confused. He was also confused. Is there a problem? We are Konoha ninjas. Uchiha's Hizi bit his lip and was a little embarrassed to speak. Yes. So I hired them in the name of the company. Uchiha Yuanming shrugged, it's reasonable. Hizi was also a little helpless when he heard this. Okay. Then why do you hire them to continue harassing the Whirlpool country and act with us? You will know when the time comes. Uchiha Yuanming waved his hand, a little vague. He finally understood. You can't expect the Uchiha to have any strategies. They are just reckless. Either they are on the road of being defeated, or they are on the road of pretending to be successful. In fact, after discovering that the so-called ninja village system is a super-large employment platform, he knew that expecting these ninjas to have a sense of family and country. That is impossible. The feudal lords didn't have it. What about them? In this case, he hired the Mist Village to continue harassing the Whirlpool country. It can not only make the village have no excuse to recall him. It can also, when the village can't spare any extra troops, wait for time until they die and the sense of crisis of the country is filled with their hearts. Force them to choose only themselves, so as to swallow the entire Uzumaki clan. Make them vassals. There is no way. He is too greedy for the bloodline and sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan. And the Uchiha has an excellent tradition. If you marry an Uchiha woman, as long as the offspring have Sharingan, their names will automatically become Uchiha. Not to mention women marrying into the Uchiha clan, the rule in this area is to take the husband's surname. In an elegant courtyard, Uchiha Yuanming sighed in his heart. It has been a month and a half since he came to help the Whirlpool country. Time flies. Putting down the tea bowl in his hand, he stared at the man and woman opposite him with a worried look on their faces. He spoke slowly. Master Uzumaki Hideki, you have seen the strength of our Uchiha, what have you considered? Uzumaki Hideki has red hair and an elegant face, but the worry between his eyebrows destroys that elegance. Hearing Uchiha Yuanming's question, he hesitated. I have seen the power and financial resources of the Uchiha. But, the entire Uzumaki clan joins the Uchiha, can I think again and again? Uzumaki Hideki was also helpless in his heart. The Mist Village has been relentless for more than a month. Fortunately, there are Uchiha who beat them back again and again. The trouble is that last month, the Mist Ninja burned all the food and grass of their Whirlpool country at all costs, and he was desperate at that time. Fortunately, the Uchiha generously donated a steady stream of food. You know, the Uzumaki clan is a good nation. But there are still non-Uzumaki citizens under his rule, and the number of those people is not small. He was also shocked that the Uchiha could hold on for so long without seeing any difficulties. A few days ago, Uchiha Yuanming persuaded them that the Uzumaki clan would join them. He was also in a dilemma. If the Uzumaki kingdom was not dissolved, according to the situation of the Hidden Mist village, they would be finished as soon as the Uchiha left. But if the Uzumaki kingdom was really dissolved, why not join Konoha directly? At this time, Uchiha Yuanming's voice came, interrupting his thoughts. I know you want to join Konoha directly. Uchiha Yuanming shook his head. He continued to sigh. But the village doesn't have so much money to feed you. Now the war has started, and the village has no surplus food. That's right, in this 1.5 months. Iwagakuer, Sand Village, and Cloud Village have been in close combat with Konoha. So he forced Uzumaki Hideki at this time. He faced the red-haired woman who had already moved a little. He persuaded. Madam, I remember your child is only 7 years old. Please persuade Master Hideki, after all, you don't want to. He smiled slightly. Kushina really experienced the destruction of her country and family. Chapter 56. It's time to open those eyes. Ritsuko Uzumaki couldn't hold back at this time. Hideki. Clan leader Yuanming is right. Now we must think carefully about the future of the Uzumaki clan. She said this from the bottom of her heart. After all, for more than a month, Kirigakure has been harassing us constantly. Most of the Uzumaki clan members are terrified. They are not afraid of what will happen during this period. But they are afraid that after Uchiha leaves, if they still cling to this island country, Konoha will not have extra support. If these ninja villages come again, the Uzumaki clan will really be finished. The Uzumaki clan is very strong, but now is the era of ninja villages. The power of a clan is too insignificant compared to the ninja villages. Okay. Uzumaki Hideki also thought of his lovely daughter at this time, and lowered his head in frustration. Lord Yuanming, please take care of me in the future. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. Uchiha Yuanming saw the lord of the Whirlpool country agreed, and immediately comforted him. Uchiha will never treat you unfairly. The next thing is simple. After negotiating the terms, Uchiha Yuanming politely sent the couple out of the courtyard and watched their backs as they walked away. He turned around and walked to another place in the courtyard. Pushing the door open. Nodding to the few people who had been waiting for a long time. Sorry to keep you waiting. Walking to the main seat, Yuanming smiled and said, we have already negotiated with them, and the Uzumaki clan has officially joined us. Lord Yuanming, is it true? Uchiha Naka asked anxiously. You can't blame him for being anxious. He can take the Uzumaki clan, a staunch ally of the Senju of the forest, as a ninja clan under the command of Uchiha. Even an Uchiha can't help himself. Don't be too anxious, Naka-kun. Uchiha Yuanming pressed his hand down. Then he turned his eyes to Zhizi. Zhizi sent a letter to Yuta, who is still in the village, asking him to get all the capable Uzumaki clan members into the security department. At this point, he touched his chin, as if he had thought of something. He took out a map of Konoha from the drawer. Pointed to the location where the Uchiha Nine Tails incident in the original work was relocated. Then he continued. And buy the land outside Konoha village. He was going to buy this land and take the initiative to move the clan land there. Because after recruiting the Uzumaki clan, the core area of Konoha could no longer accommodate so many people. He planned to turn the original clan land into the area of the security department and the company. Uchiha Zhizi was a little confused. Why don't you tell Yuta in person? I have an appointment with the class and will leave soon. Uchiha Yuanming responded to Zhizi's doubts. That's right, not long ago, Uchiha Madara sent a letter with a ninja cat, asking to meet him near the land of water. Then Yuan Ming, you must be careful, that man is too dangerous. Uchiha Guang reminded Yuan Ming with a tense face. He stood up and walked towards the door. Passing by Guang, he touched her head and comforted her with a smile. Don't worry, I have brought the fairy treasure of the circle pill with me. Raised his eyes, his face was serious. Everyone, you can let the Mizu cage be defeated, and take the Uzumaki clan back to the village with the honor of victory. Yes. On an island along the coast of the Land of Water. Uchiha Yuan Ming arrived at the place where he met with Madara, raised his eyes, and looked at the man in front of him with a gloomy face. He said with a hint of meaning. How is it? Have you verified the information I gave you? Uchiha Madara snorted coldly, his face became even uglier. It has been verified without a doubt, there is indeed a black hand around me. After he heard the information from Uchiha Yuan Ming that day, he had doubts about Ze in his heart, and tried to remain calm when facing that guy during the retreat. He was extremely angry and planned to return to the base to make trouble. But when he was about to return to the base of the water country, he suddenly calmed down. He couldn't just use illusions to interrogate Ze for information so directly. Since he dared to plot against him around him, he couldn't be afraid of what his illusions would do to him. He used his brain and found an excuse to get Ze away. He called out a white Zetsu who was not very smart, and tried to create a black Zetsu again. The result? It failed without a doubt. He used the same method, and the white Zetsu didn't change at all. Logically speaking, he should be furious. But he, who is experienced, would be terribly calm. So he thought about it in his heart and called Yuan Ming out first. See if he can get more information. Ignoring Uchiha Madara's dissatisfaction, Uchiha Yuan Ming said to him with a smile. Since Senior Madara has confirmed that the information is fine, how about the things I want in the last reply? Here you go. Uchiha Madara threw a scroll to Yuan Ming unhappily, and then asked in confusion, but you already have those eyes, what do you need this for? He took the scroll steadily and put it away. Senior Madara is now in a state of emergency, but I have clan members to consider at the moment. Uchiha Yuan Ming raised his eyes and responded to Uchiha Madara with a slight smile. Then, kid, it's time to tell you the information about the enemy from beyond the sky. Seeing that the kid had received the benefits, Madara asked him unceremoniously. Uchiha Motoaki pondered for a moment and had an idea in his mind. Slowly he said. Since Madara-senpai ambushed me this time, he must have some information about me. Stop talking nonsense and just tell me what I don't know. What kind of relationship do you have with the Miko from the Kingdom of Ghosts? I don't think so. I have to explain it carefully to my senior. Speaking of this, Uchiha Motoaki's face became extremely serious. He spoke solemnly to Uchiha Madara. The Miko from the Land of Ghosts has the ability to predict things, so I told her the information about the goddess Uno. Ask the witch to predict the information. Hearing this, Uchiha Madara touched his chin. What did that Miko predict? She foresaw that in the future there will be tribesmen of the goddess of Mao who will come to destroy this planet. The next witches will have limited abilities and will be invisible. This is a lie. It was just Uchiha Motoaki's deceptive words to stop Madara from staring at him. Isn't there more detail? Madara frowned and said dissatisfiedly after hearing this vague information, that's all. Yuan Ming shrugged indifferently to Uchiha Madara's dissatisfaction. Then he continued. Senior, don't worry. When I go back and take care of the village's affairs, I will take you to a place where everything you need to know is there. How long will it take? Uchiha Madara asked coldly. Uchiha Yuan Ming smiled slightly. Senior Madara, please wait for my news. It won't be too long. Hear this? Spot nodded, then I'll be waiting for your news. It will take him some time to process it himself. Absolute problem. Watching Madara's retreating figure, Uchiha Motoaki slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the scroll in his hand, he felt excited. Got this thing. Coupled with Orochimaru's preliminary research and the aura he has accumulated over the past few years, the harvest from this battle. It's time to open those eyes. Chapter 57 The Sealed Book. After separating from Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Eki did not return to the village immediately, but turn around. He ran towards the location of Mt. Miyamu. This holy place has been influencing the ninja world for a long time. Uchiha was a ninja clan for thousands of years, so there was still a record of this address. When he used Susanoo to fly to Mt. Miyaboku, he found that he had escaped from the mountain. You actually ran away so quickly. Uchiha Eki was a little speechless. The speed at which these toads ran was beyond his expectation. Uchiha Eki thought, and the space above his head was distorted for a while. The alien space of Yasukawa country appeared above his head, and he looked down at Mt. Miyamu with a stern expression from high in the sky. Tisk. In this case, you don't want the natural energy of this place. A thought in my mind. The roaring sound of the siphon sounded. The alien space is like a huge mouth of an abyss, swallowing up all the natural energy below in no time. After a while, looking at Miyamu Mountain, which has become desperate due to the dissipation of natural energy, Uchiha Yuanming nodded with satisfaction. The natural energy of Mt. Miyaboku is very abundant, and the Yasukawa country will definitely grow rapidly during this period. He could feel that after the growth was completed, the alien space could do more than what it could do now. As for whether this is a bit cruel? Not to mention that these toads offended him. Just saying that this planet is so big, why is the natural energy concentrated here? The toads must have done something. Now that he is doing this, it can be regarded as removing a great harm to the ninja world. From now on, the natural energy of this planet will no longer be concentrated in this valley. Instead, it is evenly distributed among the planets to benefit all mankind. After doing all this, Uchiha Eki closed the alien space and fluttered his wings behind him, flying towards Konoha at high speed. As for the other two holy places, don't worry about it until you offend yourself. Uchiha Eki was flying at high altitude. So, even if he went to Mt. Miyaboku to meet Uchiha Madara, also caught up with the main force, there was nothing to say all the way, and he led nearly 1,000 people from the Uzumaki clan towards Konoha. A few days later, I saw a huge crowd at the gate of Konoha. The face of Ji, who was walking side by side with Yuanming, was full of smiles. Yuanming, look! Pointing to the crowded gate, she said with a smile, this is the way the village welcomes heroes. The third Hokage's arrangement this time is indeed very good, he responded with a smile. But Uchiha Eki sneered in his heart. My own strength is here. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is not a paranoid, and his actions can be said to be fair so far. Of course, we have to organize personnel to welcome them, rescue our allies in time, and fight back Kirigakure for us. After a while, they arrived at the gate of Konoha. That's Lord Eki of the Uchiha clan? So handsome. It goes without saying that our business has become much easier because of Mr. Yuanming. Yet, in the past, those ninjas controlled the best roads, and we could only drink soup. But with the efforts of the security department, we also lived a good life. Long live Lord Yuanming! Uchiha Eki listened to the heartfelt words of these villagers. Thinking in my heart, it seems that no matter where it is, what kind of world it is, the civilians below only care about how their lives are going. After the security department completely took over the civil administration of Konoha, these civilians who had benefited had already turned to Uchiha. As for doing this will offend most of the ninja clan? If he, Uchiha, doesn't do this, he still won't be liked by them. Besides, in order to inherit the ninja family, except for Uchiha, other families are the most realistic. The time is now ripe. They have no shortage of financial resources, and the Uchihas will usher in a big wave of growth after Orochimaru's research is successful. Plus the whirlpool under his command. Then yourself. Try to gain reputation in this war, and then start running for Hokage. No matter how you say it, Uchiha is still a part of the Konoha system. As for Sarutobi Hiruzen not wanting to kick off the campaign? Hey. When the time comes, it's not impossible for him to transform into Azu, and then he can justifiably kill people. This principle is justified. As a healthy person who received 9-year compulsory education in his previous life, he knows the power. Secondly, after the Uzumaki clan joined the security department, he was preparing for a big job. By then, you, Sarutobi Hiruzen, don't understand the government's decree. I don't think you will refund it. In the midst of his thoughts, the third Hokage took Koharu and Menyan with him. His two friends came over with smiles on their faces. Thank you for your hard work, Minister Yuan Ming. It is necessary to rescue allies. Looking at the visitor, Uchiha Eki also smiled and said, as for the matter of the Whirlpool country, we will discuss it in detail in the Hokage building. That's how it should be, then I'll be waiting for Minister Yuan Ming in the office. The third Hokage nodded to show understanding. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he led his friends towards the Hokage building. And the big team here, after returning to the clan area and making a noise for a while, he explained some matters to Uchiha Yuta and governance. He went alone to meet the third Hokage. It's time to count your military exploits and reap the benefits. Hokage-sama, this is the situation. Uchiha Eki just faced the third Hokage. Except for hiding the matter about Uchiha Madara. The rescue process of the Kingdom of Whirlpool was explained in detail one by one. Except that the idea of defeating Kirigakure may be a little different from reality. Including the Uzumaki clan. He also said that all of them defected to their Uchiha. That's right. Sarutobi Hiruzen responded dryly. He now has a headache, a very big headache. The Uzumaki clan actually went to Uchiha instead of Konoha. Why did he make the welcome mode so big before? I don't think that all the Uzumaki clan will join Konoha. As a result, Uchiha Eki said something now. The Uzumaki clan defected to Uchiha and were his company employees, so they would not take up the village's resources. He almost regained his breath. But what can he do? These operations are reasonable, and it is impossible for him to do it for the selfish thoughts in his heart. And if you force your allies, you won't do anything extraordinary to Uchiha who is your partner. That's not his character. Even if he wants to do it. He looked at Uchiha Eki in front of him. He doesn't dare. People can compete with you within the system and within the order, so why should they go to extremes? Think of this. Sarutobi Hiruzen felt a little uncomfortable, but he still managed his expression well. He raised his eyes and said to Yuan Ming expressionlessly, "That's okay, then the village will pay out the mission money in time." Then the third Hokage's face straightened. The village's long-standing rule is that anyone who has made great achievements can learn forbidden techniques from the Book of Sealing. This achievement, Minister Yuan Ming. You can take away 3 forbidden arts from the Book of Sealings. Hearing this, Uchiha Eki perked up on the spot. Uchiha has no shortage of ninjutsu, but the Book of Seals, the secrets of the Senju have no water at all. He has already decided which 3 forbidden techniques he wants. Chapter 58 The so-called Forbidden Technique. In the Book of Sealings, the so-called Forbidden Arts. It refers to 2 things. It will endanger the caster himself, and it is too contrary to common sense. The 2 most classic techniques are taken out of the original formula book. This is the case with multiple shadow clones and filthy earth reincarnations. But this time the reward is. It includes the techniques in the Sealing Pavilion, so there are many options to choose from. When seeing Uchiha Eki choose these 3 techniques, the third Hokage was helpless. Minister Yuan Ming, remember not to let too many people learn these 3 techniques. Don't worry, Hokage-sama. Except for Flying Thunder God, the other 2 are too dangerous. I won't let anyone learn them at will. After Uchihamoto Aki responded to Sarutobi Hiruzen, he exchanged a few words with him and left. Uchihamoto Aki walked out of the Hokage building and slowly walked towards Orochimaru's experimental building. The 3 bonus techniques he chose were Flying Thunder God, Earth Reincarnation, and Yamata no Jutsu. Needless to say, Flying Thunder God is a must choice, and this one is even more heavyweight, the reincarnation of the earth. If this technique is perfected, the space for operation is very large. As for the third reason why I chose the art of Baki, very simple. Although in the original work, this technique seems to have great combat effectiveness. But the greatest value of this technique is that it can condense and activate one's obsessions. Orochimaru used this technique to condense obsessions, immortal reincarnation, curse seal, obsession activation and resurrection. Doesn't look familiar? Wedge is also a general principle, but Otsutsuki directly becomes an information life. If you find an opportunity to decompress the information, you can be fully resurrected in place. He wanted Orochimaru to study the Yamata no Jutsu in depth if he could crack the secret of Wedge. After killing those Otsutsuki, there will be no need to worry about their resurrection match. Not long after, entering the building familiarly, he found Orochimaru. He's still the same. Staring at the dense data, he was writing and drawing on his hands to record something. Orochimaru-san, how are you doing recently? Uchihamoto Aki said hello, then took out 2 scrolls and threw them on the table. This is a gift for you. Putting down what he was holding, Orochimaru picked up the scroll. Yuan Mingjun, are you back from the support mission? The mission in the Kingdom of Whirlpool went well. Uchihamoto Aki nodded in response, pointing to the 2 scrolls. You'd better open it and take a look, they are very wonderful things. Oh, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows, he was interested. Unwrap the 2 scrolls. After a bang, a strange white body lay paralyzed on the ground. One is densely packed ninjutsu information. Orochimaru's eyes drifted over the opened ninjutsu message. Baki's art? This is a reward from the village, Yuan Mingjun. Hearing Orochimaru's doubts, Uchihamoto Aki smiled slightly. He knew Orochimaru would be interested in this. In the original work, when he was older than he is now, he secretly learned this technique in the Forbidden Arts Hall. Orochimaru-san, you can study this slowly in the future. As he said, he pointed to Baizetsu on the ground. You can study this strange creature to see if it can be used as a biochelating agent. Hearing this, Orochimaru also turned his gaze from the Yamata no Jutsu to the white creature underground. He is very curious to know the genes of the 4 races, after he understands that they have the same source. Although he made a pretty good product, he didn't know how many brain cells he burned in order to reduce the side effects. Even using a rather stupid exhaustive method, I couldn't find a suitable substance. Now Uchihamoto Aki said that this thing can be used as a chelating agent. Yuan Mingjun, scientific research is objective. He squatted down while inspecting the body, and continued to Yuan Ming, it's not just a slap on the head and you think this is good. Take a little bit of cellular material from that body. He turned to look at the young man who smiled silently and motioned for him to continue. So confident? Then he'll come and take a look. What is the reason that gives this confidence? He quickly came to an operating table and skillfully placed the thing under the microscope. After a while, Motoaki-kun. What is this? Orochimaru suddenly raised his head from the microscope and asked Uchihamoto Aki in disbelief. What did he see? A strange life form. The genetic information contained in it was highly overlapping with the genes of the 4 races. The information seemed to be even more complete than theirs. The important thing is, the microscopic structure is like a universal chimera. In this way, not only the genes of the 4 races can be perfectly integrated, but also the secret desire in his heart. It also seems to be within reach. Uchimoto Ming looked at the excited Orochimaru in front of him without explaining much. He asked directly in a deep voice. Don't worry about what this is or where it comes from. Orochimaru-san, once you have this thing, when will the perfect product be developed? He breathed out to relieve the excitement in his heart. Orochimaru touched his chin and said quietly for a moment, doing a quick calculation in his mind. He raised his eyes and said solemnly. Although that thing is like a universal chimera, it will take about half a year to make a perfect and mature product. Speaking of this, he seemed to remember something. He sighed helplessly. Yuan Ming-jun, if you want to do it in a short time, it's impossible. Why? Uchiha Yuan Ming asked in confusion. Half a year is considered fast, right? Orochimaru chuckled. No way, the war in the village is tight, I will probably go to the battlefield. At this time, Uchiha Yuan Ming also remembered that the Third Shinobi World War was the time when the three ninjas shined. Now the war has been going on for more than 2 months, and the third-generation Hokage, who is under some pressure, can't let his disciples stay idle in the village. Thinking of this, he also had some calculations in his mind. Nodding to show understanding, he said. It's okay, since the fusion key is in hand, it doesn't matter if there is more time. I won't disturb your research. I just returned to the village and have some things to deal with. Then he continued to talk to Orochimaru for a few words, and then he walked away from the experimental building. With calculations in his mind, he quickly arrived at the security department building. Walking into an office, he shouted to his body that was drowned in documents. Yuta, how are the arrangements for the Uzumaki clan going? Uchiha Yuta raised his eyes with dark circles under his eyes and saw that the person who came was his boss. He sighed helplessly. Master Yuan Ming. No. Minister, please let me go, I'm almost exhausted. Uchiha Yuan Ming felt a little embarrassed, because Yuta was the only one in the Uchiha clan who had good management skills. It seemed that he had squeezed him too much. Uchiha Yuta complained, but he still took out a document from the sea of documents without complaint. He walked up to Uchiha Yuan Ming and handed over the document in his hand. This is the arrangement for the Uzumaki clan, take a look and see if there are any problems. Uchiha Yuan Ming took the document and read it quickly. He was full of praise. As expected of you, Yuta-san. Without you, there would be no Uchiha today. Uchiha Yuta is really a capable minister. The above arrangement is very much in line with his wishes. Then we can proceed to the next step. Thinking of this, he smiled slightly. Use the buildings bought in the village in recent years as a branch of the security department. Let those in the clan who are proficient in barrier arts work together with the Uzumaki clan to make a Skynet barrier for the security department. He had long been fed up with the fact that the security department did not have the authority to form a barrier team. Since that's the case, let him stay within a reasonable range. Start a new business. Chapter 59. How dare you? What are the Uchiha and the others planning to do? After going to bed, Koharu was in the Hokage's office, furious with the report in his hand. Hearing Koharu's complaint, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a puff of his cigarette. He slowly opened his mouth and said comfortingly, Okay Xiao-chun, the security department is doing this for the sake of the villagers. This is wartime, everything will wait until the war is over. These words come from the heart. This was an all-out war in the ninja world that broke out on his watch, and everything had to give in to the victory of the war. To be honest, he was also depressed. See what they did? 2 months ago, they were outside the barrier class. A new security department's Skynet barrier was established, which was called Skynet to allow the villagers to live a more peaceful and stable life. He was furious at the time. How dare you? That is the authority of the Hokage. After being angry for a long time, he forced himself to calm down. I went to read the rights clause given by Tobirama-sensei to the security department. Then others became numb. The security department has the responsibility to guard the whole village. It is impossible to set up a barrier by itself. The village regulations do not say it is impossible. Now even if he can get the village's first establishment, there are deficiencies in various legal provisions that need to be revised. But does he dare? That guy Uchihamoto Aki's power would be in trouble if it really exploded. I can only hold my nose to recognize it. Sarutobi Hiruzen suppressed the negative emotions in his heart and turned to look at Mito Kadobu, who was silently reading the war information. Minion, how's the situation on the front line? Mito Kaden, who was concentrating on war intelligence, raised his eyes and said seriously. The situation is not optimistic, Hiruzen. On the front line of Sand Hidden, there are a large number of ninjas who were poisoned by Cho. If we don't solve this problem and there are fewer and fewer of our people on that front, failure will happen sooner or later. Is it poisonous? The third Hokage's face darkened as he smoked, as if he had made a decision. Ask Orochimaru and Tsunade to support that place. He stood up, put his pipe on the map, and pointed at the kingdom of Yu. Let Jiraiya take charge here. Is this okay? Hiruzen. Koharu was a little worried when he went to bed. He frowned. There is no problem in the Sand Hidden area, but Jiraiya is afraid that in the Kingdom of Thunder. The third Hokage also remembered at this time that his disciple seemed to have suffered some blow 2 months ago. I'm still feeling a little depressed. However, he was fairly capable of understanding people and trusted Jiraiya. I believe in my disciple. The so-called Ninsyong supported his disciple without hesitation at this meeting. After saying that, when he saw Xiao Chun who wanted to say something else, he directly lowered his eyes and raised his hand to press down. On the war front, just listen to me. Koharu, you are already upset. You should go and see how Danzo's experiments are going. Bang! Watching Xiao Chun go to bed in frustration, he picked up the cigarette rod and walked to the window. I sighed helplessly. Uchiha is in dire straits. As the third Hokage, he didn't want to be in his position. Put the position of Hokage. It was handed over to the Uchiha family, so this war must be won. As for what happens next? More to come later. Had a warm breakfast with Hikari and governance. Uchihamoto Aki walked happily towards the security department. At present, the relocation of the clan is going smoothly, and the Whirlpool clan has made arrangements for everything they can. The barrier also unfolded smoothly, and everything went smoothly. Walking into the security department, I just sat down in the office, and I haven't been fishing for a long time. Bang! Uchiha Yuta opened the door unceremoniously and walked in. Lord Patriarch, you have finally arrived at the security department. Seeing the menacing Yuta, he also felt a little guilty. Did he squeeze too much? Yuta, how about it? There's no problem with the Uzumaki clan and the barrier, right? When he heard about the work, Uchiha Yuta got excited. Immediately switched to work mode. The deployment of the barrier is going well. Since the Uzumaki clan does not have a ninja number in Konoha, they can only appear at the security department as employees of the company for the time being. Yes, as long as there are enough people, their salary issue will be left to the company's finances. This makes sense. To be honest, he brought all the clan members into the security department to eat royal food, and the village has recognized him for so many years. He, Uchihamoto Aki, couldn't be so shameless as to ask the village to recognize the Uzumaki clan's salary. If he really wanted to do that, he would have already roped in the ninja cat to be the sheriff. Uchihamoto Aki tapped his fingers on the document. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head and said to Uchiha Yuta. Since the high-level connection issues can be tolerated. Yuta. Just tell me if you have anything, Lord Yuan Ming. Let's send a message to the ninjas who used to follow us. Now is the time to use the wings of the past. Recovered. Is this the invitation letter from Minister Yuan Ming? Kurama Yuxin, a calm middle-aged man with black hair, held the invitation letter in his hand. He was struggling in his heart. Just like the Senju of Mori is like Sarutobi, and the Uchiha is like Kurama. They have followed the history of Uchiha for hundreds of years. But after creating Konoha with Senju, Uchiha didn't know what happened. The power in the village has not improved. They also drifted away from Uchiha under the influence of Konoha. But now, which ninja clan doesn't know that Uchiha has produced several pairs of kaleidoscopes? He also formed a company with the ghost nobles, and the money was richer than the village. Thinking of this, he shouted to the family ninja waiting outside the house. Go and reply to Master Yuan Ming. Of course I will never be late. It's time to return under the Uchiha's wings. After all, he could see clearly in Konoha that the shadows of the Kurama clan and Uchiha could not be washed away no matter what. Turning to Konoha, to be honest, I haven't seen any improvement. We were both Maze back then, and we have been watching the Sarutobi clan prosper. He has been feeling uncomfortable for a long time. After Uchiha Motoaki sent out the invitation letter, waited for 3 days. Now he was eating breakfast and looking at all the letters in his hands. Very good, except for a few, most of the former vassals have agreed to meet with me. With a sizzle, Uchiha Hikari finished drinking the miso soup and raised his bright eyes to look at Yuan Ming. Somewhat surprised. Kurama was separated from Uchiha before. Don't blame her for being weird. She used to be a decisive weapon. Even after coming to Konoha, he didn't care much about the Uchiha clan's relationship network. How should I say, the former senior members of the clan. Uchiha was also speechless at this moment. At this time, Ji came from the kitchen carrying dishes and saw the expression on Yuan Ming's face. He said angrily, I want to say that Master Huohe and Senior Jing were fools before. Yuan Ming-jun, I used to be considered one of the top leaders. Watching the manager put down the dishes, he noticed the subtle expression on her face. Uchiha Motoaki wiped his mouth casually, stood up immediately and walked out the door. I'm full, and I have to go see them, let's go first. Seeing Yuan Ming's gesture of running away, Uchiha covered his head helplessly. He sighed helplessly. Mo. Really, am I that scary? Light. Uchiha Hikaru looked longingly at Yuan Ming who was rushing out the door. She originally wanted to enjoy a warm morning with him, but she heard the Uchiha manager's complaints. He responded angrily. Humph. I don't want to talk to you. In the reception hall of the security department, Uchiha Motoaki walked in and saw that everyone who was supposed to come had come. He nodded with satisfaction. Very good. You all have not broken your promise. Chapter 60 Push Forward. This is what it should be, Master Yuan Ming. Minister Yuan Ming has invited me, and I will never fail to make an appointment. Seeing Uchiha Motoaki greet them so politely, these ninja clan chiefs who came as promised did not dare to trust him. Stand up one by one. He bowed and responded to the powerful ninja in front of the stage. Uchiha Motoaki waved for them to sit down and looked at them expectantly. His face straightened and he said calmly, I won't talk nonsense. If you can come, you must have awakened in your heart. I will not treat you badly. Starting from today, the security department will open its doors to you. It's not okay to not give benefits, and you can't let people bring their own dry food to work for you, right? As for whether the location of the security department is sufficient, move the non-ninjas from the previous clan to the company, and give the vacant positions to these ninjas. Let them see your sincerity. Really? Lord Yuan Ming. Kurama Yuxin was very excited at this time. It's impossible not to be excited. It takes too long to fully develop the limits of the blood inheritance of the Kurama clan. And during this period of time, if you don't grow well, there will be great hidden dangers within the limits of their blood inheritance. If they can grow up stably in the security department, it will be the best for them. Really? Let's start making arrangements now. Uchiha Eki looked at the excited ninja leaders. I also understand. He directly handed over the documents Yuta had prepared in his hand to them. The next step is easy. After receiving the actual benefits, they were chatting with Uchiha Eki for a moment. Taking the designated places, they walked briskly to their respective homes. Let's carefully study how to arrange the manpower in the security department. After a while. Empty conference room. Sir, everything is within your calculations. Uchiha Yuta stood next to the head of his family and admired. In this way, our Uchiha will become more mature. Hearing the praise from his subordinates, Yuan Ming shook his head and said with a smile. Don't flatter me, what's part of my plan? It's just the interests that move people's hearts. Without interests, they won't move closer to us again. Now that the conditions are ripe, I should figure out how to appear on the battlefield. Hearing this, Uchiha Yuta took out a scroll and handed it to Yuan Ming. There is still a chance. Now the intelligence shows that something has gone wrong with Jiraiya on the battlefield in Yu country. Oh, let me see what's going on. He took the scroll and read it quickly. Uchiha Eki sneered. It seems that Myomushin's failure has already dealt a major blow to this boy. Yuta, you continue to deal with things. I'm going to the Hokage building now. After problems occurred on the front line commanded by Jiraiya, all problems became very simple. If a disciple of the third Hokage makes a mistake, it means there is a flaw in him. What's even more fatal is that he pushed the commander forcefully. Uchiha Eki grasped this and successfully took over the command of the Land of Thunder front during negotiations with the third Hokage. After several days of rapid march, Uchiha Eki brought a large number of new supports. Entering the Konoha camp in the country of Yu. Behind him were the ninjas who came for support, not even an Uchiha. It's not that I don't want to take it, but this time. He has no patience to play war games with Union Village. Get ready to drive straight through. He pushed open the tent and ignored the complicated expressions on the many Jounins' faces. Uchiha Eki quickly walked to the front seat and glanced around. Let's get straight to the point. I guess I don't need to introduce myself. Everyone here should know me. From now on, I will be the highest commander on this front. Hi. Many Jounins with complex expressions took a deep breath and responded to the current commander. Jiraiya looked at him with a complicated face. From the Fukasaku couple who abandoned Myabokoyama and left, he learned about the tragic fight between Myabokuzan and Uchiha. Even the blessed land full of natural energy was destroyed by the man in front of him. After knowing everything, he felt depressed for a long time. On the one hand, the relationship with the toads cannot be faked. He also has deep expectations for the prophecy of the great toad immortal, and is now on the road to find the son of the prophecy. But Myabokoyama did something that he couldn't accept. Don't think he is really stupid. He noticed something was wrong on the spot. Would you attack Uchiha for no reason? At that moment, he had a clear realization in his heart and felt that his ideal had collapsed. A world where people understand each other. Does it really exist? Jiraiya-sama, Jiraiya-sama. At this time, the Jonin on the side reminded him, making him come out of his thoughts. Hey? What's wrong? Jiraiya, who had come to his senses, asked the Jounin who reminded him doubtfully. Master Yuan Ming is calling you. Hearing this, Jiraiya turned to look at Uchiha Eki. Somewhat confused. Yuan Ming Jun. Hey! Jiraiya, you need to cheer up. Seeing Jiraiya in such a state, Yuan Ming sighed and said, you will still command the camp from now on. Even though he had fought with Myaboko Mountain, he had no prejudice against Jiraiya. Although he was an idealist, his character and ability could still be trusted. What? Aren't you the commander? Jiraiya was shocked. Wasn't he stripped of his command authority? It's because I'm the commander that you have to listen to me. Yuan Ming raised his hand and pressed it, and with a little pressure in his eyes, he scanned the surrounding senior ninjas. On the stage tomorrow, just watch. What is the so-called weapon of war? It's the tailed beast. This is the most recognized killer weapon in the ninja world. Since he is preparing to face Kumagakuer, Uchiha Yuan Ming is ready to let the real appearance of the trip. The current ninja world. Except for the pair of brothers in the Pure Land. He has nothing to fear. Bang! Uchiha Yuan Ming wanted to talk nonsense, facing the cat that came out of the smoke. She said bluntly. Yalu, it's a war now, let's go straight ahead. No problem. Yalu sensed a lot of chakra reactions in this area. She roughly understood the situation and responded to Yuan Ming. Her body trembled, and the flames of chakra ignited. In a moment, she turned back into a huge beast of war. Yuan Ming had returned all her chakra to her a few years ago. He also gave her a secret method that allowed her to freely control the size of her body. She is now extremely free. Seeing this, Yuan Ming jumped on Yalu's head and his eyes trembled. The eternal kaleidoscope pattern turned, and the golden armor quickly covered Yalu. The difficulty of the beast reappeared. Yuan Ming stared at the cloud ninjas that slowly appeared in front of him. He said to his companions with a disdainful look. Run! Yalu!